seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 3 of Summer 2024 LCK. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Wolf as we welcome the last two teams to play here in Summer so far for this season. And they're probably our biggest ones. Our two MSI representatives, and one of them coming home the MSI champions.
Yeah, Gen.G, the team that makes me proud to wear this badge when we come to work every day. 4-peat accomplished. They took it to MSI. Chovy had his best international performance. Lahen's really stepped up in the finals. And Gen.G win another trophy. No one was talking about the Golden Road despite the 4-peat until they won MSI, and now it's what every League of Legends fan around the world is discussing.
Yeah, and look, I think there are a few people that are saying don't jinx it, but honestly, it's not feeling all that jinxable at the moment, so we'll just have to wait and see exactly how it's going to go. Let's have a look at the rosters, though. Yeah, no changes here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and this is about as ain't broke as you can possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, this is a championship team, and we've seen some moving parts around Chovy through that 4-peat, but, you know, we talked about it on Pog State. This team can only go up from here. Yeah. I mean, this is a super team. It was a super team last year as well, but this one has Keen, got his first title. And on the other side of things here, BNK Fear X, Raptor being called up, took a narrow victory over Nongshim earlier this week. I think a lot of people expected a more dominant performance from the Fear X roster considering the matchup there. Nongshim played better than a lot of people expected as well, but this is going to be a tough matchup, Atlas.
I think it definitely will be. I feel like BNK Fear X kind of drew the short straw, one could say, facing off against Gen.G first up. But at least they do have a victory in the books, and that is going to be very important for trying to get them off on the right foot in this match, because this is going to be a very difficult one. When it comes to coming off a win, this is about as as good a coming off a win as you can possibly do.
Yeah.
As after Worlds, there's way too much time, right? And so you come into the spring season and it's like, oh, it's a new year. You know, we've had Christmas with the family. Whereas this is like, we got back from China like a few weeks ago. We're ready to go. Let's smash some teams.
I mean, if Gen.G go 2-0 against BNK FearX this double round robin, it'll be 3 years of beating this org back to back without losing. So it's wild. As the bear versus the dinosaur. And, I mean...
It's always animal themed. Everything has to be animal themed when it comes to Canyon.
Yeah.
It's winning themed when it comes to this guy right here. Chovy, definitely doing extraordinarily well. A couple of wins before he hits 400 here as well. 4 of those 400 definitely being the most important ones.
And the most interesting thing about this graphic here, Atlas, to me, is that our all-time LCK wins are 5 active players in the LCK. That's insane.
It's actually kind of
It's changing the narrative of younger players are the only ones who can succeed. Veterans can pop off.
Well, let's have a look at the interview and hear from the players.
스프링 이제 우승하고 MS까지 바로 우승했는데 뿌듯하고 좋았던 것 같습니다. 되게 간절히 원했었는데 우승을 하니까 되게 좋더라고요.
개인 선수분 했을 때도 저도 마음이 좋은데 슬픈 그런 느낌이 들더라고요. 근데 보면서 되게 너무 멋있다고 생각했고 저 자리에는 쓰고 싶다는 생각 많이 했습니다.
이번에 MSI를 우승하면서 월즈 진출권을 확정 받아놓긴 했지만 아무래도 우승은 하면 할수록 좋다고 생각해서 앞으로 남은 대회들도 다 우승을 향해 달려가겠습니다.
젠지 선수분들이 이번에 우승하셔가지고 월즈 자리를 4장 획득할 수 있었는데 저희가 꼭 한 자리 먹도록 하겠습니다.
다들 이제 많이들 지금도 잘한다고 말씀하시지만 좀 더 저희가 이제 합을 더 맞추면 잘할 수 있을 것 같아서 그 부분에서 좀 더 욕심이 나는 것 같습니다.
젠지가 원래 강팀인 거 누구나 아는 사실이고 저희 분위기나 연습 상황이 되게 나쁘지 않아서 저희 실력이 어느 정도인지 알고 싶었는데 빨리 만나가지고 너무 좋네요.
POX가 이제 워낙에 좀 교전을 좋아하고 좀 저돌적인 스타일로 알고 있어서 이제 그 부분을 좀 생각 많이 해야 될 것 같습니다.
예전에 저희가 기대를 받지 못했을 때 한 번 제대로 무릎 풀풍을 일으켰었는데 이번에도 또 한 번 일으켜보도록 하겠습니다.
이번에 젠지가 최초로 4픽까지 하게 되는데 기세를 이어가서 5픽까지 만들어 보겠습니다.
암만 호랑이여도 이제 여우가 겁이 없어가지고
호랑이가 여우를 잡아먹겠습니다.
산이 많은 여우가 되게 무섭거든요. 호랑이 한번 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
An epic uphill battle here for BNK FearX, but all I can think about right now are the wise words of Sean Day9 Plot, which are trumpets.
That was some wild music we had there for our trash talk. But let's welcome BNK FearX here, coming off of a win. Definitely is a better look than if they had ended up getting upset by Nongshim before taking on Gen.G in their debut. Now, Fox is known for their cunning in terms of hunting prey, but taking on the Tigers here today that are Gen.G, I think might be a tough ask. A more measured playstyle. We saw in the Trash Talk interview there a little bit of discussion about their aggressive playstyle, their skirmishing, but they played a lot more measured in that series against Nongshim. A very different look for FearX here, especially with Raptor on the roster.
Yeah, especially in games 1 and 3. Game 2, we'd prefer not to talk about if we're talking about the positives of FearX. Certainly showing that the team still has a bit of what we used to know and love them for, but didn't necessarily get them all of the victories. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why FearX were the ones that we introduced first, and that's because we have something special planned for our MSI champions. Gen.G, of course, are the home team. They would normally be the ones walking out first, but not today because they deserve a whole lot of praise. Finally bringing home an MSI trophy after 7 long years waiting since our boy Huni, who's in the space right now, lifted that trophy. And so I think it's time for a standing ovation. I hope you guys at home are also going to be standing up. I also think that we've cut our heads off, but I absolutely love that as Gen.G, well deserved of this accolade. will now walk out with a whole lot of cups. I mean, it's just a lot that it's like, what, 5 in a row if you include MSI,
If you
I
include
guess?
MSI, yeah, and ever since Chovy won his first LCK, he just keeps lifting domestic trophies here. And even though, you know, they weren't able to take the World's title last year, they had a pretty good performance overall there. I think no one is really going to be unhappy. We hold the LCK teams to a very high standard, of course, and we always have since the beginning of time, but this roster is just on another level. And coming into this season, it feels like T1 may be the only team that can challenge this roster. Brought them to 5 in the last LCK finals. But Gen.G overcame them a 4th time. Now they're going to put these trophies here across the rosters Chovy has won on, as even the FearX players are part of this standing ovation.
I love Execute's absolutely gigantic grin, although I think that might be just his default face. Still definitely celebrating our MSI champions, as we do have all of these trophies to deliver. Since the start of 2023, they have been our domestic monsters, the ones that no one could defeat. And now they have taken that victory international.
Lehen's putting that first trophy, then to Pays, we'll put the second.
A man that only knows winning in the LCK.
Only knows winning. And recently this man as well, only knowing winning, Chovy. Only one part of all 4 trophies. And then lastly, Keen. From the bottom to the top of the LCK, he's had his share of pain, he's had his share of struggles, but now triumphantly, not only an LCK champion, but an MSI champion as well. And the streak started in 2022, but it had been so long since this org had taken a win. And Chovy's got the rings, it's in the opening video as well. You love to see it, the 4-peat.
Probably one of the most powerful images that we've had in one of our intros for quite some time.
It really is, and you know, a lot of cool stuff in that opening. It's in the Korea War Museum, and I think that really showcases the struggles of a lot of the players, Keen especially, obviously, who, you know, he has that look at all of his past failures, but now is a champion. Really, really cool opening, a lot of themes there. And now let's take a look at some of the accomplishments.
Oh, here we go, Keen finally with some lines on the paper. You love to see it. 2024 champion as well as spring champion here in the LCK. It took him some time, but he got there in the end. The rest of them, obviously, with so many. Chovy, of course, an extraordinary amount of runners-up before he finally learned how to win and then sort of didn't stop.
If you count his MSI trophy, he's only just now been able to equalize his second places with championships.
Yep.
That's how many finals he's been in. And, you know, his dominance has been very, I think, foretold. Like, we knew this guy was good so long ago, but now he has a team where he can absolutely pop off. Key player for FearX going to this one. We don't have stats, obviously, for Gen.G as it is their opening match. Is going to be Closer, who absolutely carried that final game on Talia. And Talia was the key pick of our second series yesterday as well in the jungle, oddly enough. But I think this pick is really rising in priority right now.
No, absolutely. And I think that the Talia jungle that we saw yesterday really does show sort of how this series may go, because we know that Canyon is a phenomenal Talia jungle player. We know that he also just loves playing anything that does AP damage. If we remember his Karthus at MSI and all of the other picks that he has played in the past that he has looked extraordinarily good on. So very much looking forward to seeing how these drafts are going to shape up and how our MSI champions are looking as they make it back to home soil and look to get back into the grind.
Yeah, and I'm curious what their meta reads are, because I think until Canyon joined this roster, Gen.G was very much a, you know, master the meta type of team, but I think now that Canyon's joined the roster, he has such a massive champion pool. It's a great meta for him. He's one of the most famous carry junglers of all time. This team probably has some strategies up their sleeve, and I think likewise for D+, and Damwon when he was the world's MVP long ago, you know, his intelligent brain about what he wants to do in the jungle often shapes the strategy, and since he joined Gen.G, I feel like they've been way more flexible than what we've seen from them in the past. We haven't really been seeing a whole lot of lane swapping here in the LCK. I would love to see something like that out of FearX, really try to flip the table on Gen.G, because if you want to just beat them in a straight-up draft, in a straight-up game, I don't think that is going to happen. The best teams in the world couldn't topple Gen.G at MSI. with conventional play. So I think you're going to have to come up with something really unique here.
And we've tried to nerf lane swapping, but maybe they're just going to fall way too far behind if they do try to play standard, but I don't think it is going to happen.
It's Keen versus Clear, okay? It's not going to be an easy one. Maybe just neutralize that lane, maybe just take it away. It is nerfed, as you mentioned, but it hasn't stopped other regions from pulling it out from time to time.
It's true. And look, we have Henna and Raptor, and of course, Fearx have got this new thing, right, where they just take bro players.
Yeah.
And Henna was first. Raptor, of course, not exactly spending as much time as a player like Umpty might have, who then translated that success overseas. Translated it to success overseas.
Yes.
There we go, saved it. Raptor coming on over to Fearx, and we'll see how this one is going to go. But I can see some jubilant faces on the side of Gen G, understandably so, but also that could be terrifying. One thing I do want to say, Wolf, as we jump into pick and ban, is that Coach Kim, when do we get to the conversation of Coach Kim being the greatest coach?
I mean, I think it's still early days, obviously, at his time here in Gen G, but a lot of people gave Score so much credit, so many accolades. He got Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Has since vanished, right? And it makes you wonder how much of an impact Score really necessarily had on this roster and how much impact, Coach Kim necessarily has. Maybe it's the players, their skill, their synergy that's stronger than coaching. But with the drafting and the improvements in draft we've seen from Gen G over the course of this year, I'm definitely going to give Kim some credit.
Yeah, I think so. Coming off the victory with IG in 2018, then moved on to Damwon, found a whole bunch of success there with a certain jungler that is now on the team that he's currently coaching towards an MSI title and, to help out with the 4 in a row. Pretty cool stuff. But we do have a fair bit of Shadow Isles taken away by Gen G so far. Also, the Vi being removed from Raptor. The Nidalee ban, very understandable.
It's Keen. They're going to give him Skarner.
Oh, God.
And we haven't seen it utilized as a flex yet here in the LCK, but Rumble, which is also a lot more, very commonly banned, not more than Skarner. Skarner's only 100%. Is a good matchup into Skarner. So this is basically Keen's way of saying, no, I'm not just going to play a tank and engage sometimes. I'm going to be the carry top laner. I'm going to play Rumble. I'm going to get a lead on this Skarner. We're going to play through me, and I'm going to do a ton of AP damage in team fights. A big confidence move, I feel, here for Gen G and Keen. And I don't think there's any doubters about how this matchup is going to be played out for Keen.
Yep. That is going to be a very swift Sejuani and Corki lock-in. So if you wanted really cool picks for Canyon, like I did, you're just going to have to wait maybe until game number 2.
Yeah, Senna's banned, so it's not going to be a fun Sejuani bottom lane or anything like that for Lehens.
Yeah.
So Corki gets picked up here, now still technically a flex, and this makes the rest of the draft a little bit tricky to pilot here for BNK Fearx. I do think that Corki has looked very weak in the bottom lane thus far, and the mid lane has been a lot stronger for skirmishing power, and BNK here going to agree and continue to focus the bottom lane here. As, the Talia is very face up. So now, you go into this as Gen G, you could potentially flex the Corki and run something like Chovy's Azir. And they really have all the power at this stage of the draft.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think that the Talia being a little bit flexible in itself is going to be an opportunity, but we've seen that Fearx do like to put that in the mid lane more often than not, which is why it's understandable that you'd assume that it immediately would be there.
His most successful pick, obviously, in that Nongshim series, especially in that third game. So I do think this is likely to be the mid pick. But you're right, they could actually then flip the table on Gen G a little bit if that Corki does get flexed. Nautilus, kind of a must ban at this stage. The Ashe is taken away, so incredibly powerful with Sejuani because of the chain CC that you can lead into with Equalizer. Blitzcrank now also removed here. So taking away a lot of Execute's opportunities to heavily engage. The Leona really being the one that stands out as the final pick here. He could potentially follow up on this Skarner with.
One of those. Let's see what Fearx do decide they want to go with. Xin Zhao going to be the lock-in here, so that is confirmation that you were exactly right, Wolf. That Talia heading towards the mid lane. Raptor going to be taking the bro special. I do feel like Xin Zhao is such like a bro jungler. And so Raptor going to be taking a little bit of that old flavor into BNK Fearx here today is Zeri Lulu. Yep, that's a Gen G flavor right there for the bottom side of the map.
And maybe some Execute flavor as well.
Ooh,
hovering
this is fun.
Then Nico, and then now moving over to Hui to try to maybe push this lane out. Varus so strong in the early parts of this matchup. Not swapping it just yet here, but he will go over the Nico. Now we've seen Execute play a lot of Nico support. Looks like he's going to change it up, though, and go back
there
to
it is.
Rel. Aw, less fun.
It is less fun, but it is very execute.
Yes.
You know, he certainly made a name for himself on this champion. Some notoriety, perhaps, is the way to describe it. Having some of the greatest plays in the LCK and also some of the most weird.
Yes, and that is definitely, I think, a very fair way to put it. And I look at the draft here for Gen G, and I think in a game that snowballs and you win early skirmishes, you're going to feel really good about the mid-game power of that lethality Corki into this draft here for Fear X, as long as you can avoid the Skarner engages, where they should be able to get a decent amount of topside prio with this Rumble. It might be tough for Clear to make a big impact in those skirmishes before Corki starts to become quite strong in the mid-game. And Execute, I think, has a big role to play here with the Taliyah. We talked so much yesterday about setting up seismic shoves and how Taliyah is so strong in pick-based compositions. They have the Varus, they have Chains of Corruption, they have a decent amount of poke here. But I think that the scary part is Gen G getting ahead early in any way and just snowballing the rest of the game, with the Zeri being that late-game win condition. We've seen Pays play this champion to great effect so many times, countless times, especially in Grand Finals. He picked up the mantle right where Ruler left off.
No, absolutely. I think that this is a very honest draft by Gen G. It's a lot of things that we know that they're very good at winning on. But B&K Fearex have the broken stuff. They have the stuff that has just been winning, the things that have been drawing the bans, the Taliyah throwing rocks around, Skarner saying, I can throw rocks around even better than you can, and having a great time doing it. We'll just see whether it can get them across the line. Let's jump into the game. All right, and already it is the Lawnmower Skarner, my personal favorite of the skins. The original Skarner version of the Lawnmower looked a lot more like a lawnmower, but this one, still, I think that they've retained a lot of what made it a glorious skin.
It's got its identity still.
Certainly does. Audaciously charging in is Raptor, able to get a little bit of damage onto Canyon here, who I don't think is going to be too worried about the whole situation. And as we sort of get into these lanes and what they're going to look like, we did already establish that Rumble should be able to grab some push towards that top side.
Right.
Bottom lane, are we worried about Pays and Lehen's, the lack of range into this one?
I think potentially, obviously, you know, Halo Blades is still very strong. And, you know, at level 1, Henna, if he can get off a nice aggressive trade, then they can start to really control that lane, continue to poke it, and get some prio there. And then Raptor will have a little bit of agency. As you can see, both junglers will be pathing bottom side here, as the Rumble lane is going to be kind of pretty self-explanatory at this point. And one thing that, you know, Pays and Lehens did right away is obviously go up. They have that ward to make sure they know Raptor is pathing bottom side, and they were able to get straight to the wave here and not going to be caught off guard by anything from Execute. So a lot of information going over to Pays and Lehens. They should be fine here at level 1. So much experience, even now for Pays, who we've talked about for a long time as like, okay, he's a new player, he's a rookie. Now he's a multi-time champion, right? So yeah. He's got a ton of experience in this lane as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're too worried about Pays. Definitely not worried about Lehens. And in fact, we were. When we headed over to MSI, we were thinking that maybe this bottom lane wasn't going to be able to get it done. As Clear as tanking turret shots and winning trades at the same time. That's a little bit silly as we bring up Pays' win rate while he decides to go aggressive on to Execute. Has to get the heal out in order to keep himself alive, as now Henna's in trouble. There's the re-engages. Pays has to flash, actually. Shattering Strike coming on through there. But it is just for the disengage. A lot of biffo already. Double summoners from Gen G, though, in the trade for just one on the side of Fox, despite the fact that they need a few extra band-aids.
Yeah, B&K, I think, not happy with the health trade on this one, but they will be happy with the double summoner, as you mentioned. Execute knowing he wasn't in kill pressure there, so doesn't drop the Ignite. Probably would have defensively there if Pays and Lehens decided to push the issue. Now here, Execute and Henna getting pushed in, and that was a nice attempt there at getting a huge lead, but the reaction was very quick there on Pays, and that was a very tricky play as well from Execute to go back in there, but Pays' reaction was flawless.
Yeah, really nice little lance there from Lehens, as well as Pays was potentially in a little bit of trouble, of course. Flashless does mean that things can be a little bit dangerous, but with this Sejuani waiting in the wings, could be an opportunity. Execute really wanting to push this advantage. Does still have flash, as he does get slowed down. And now Henna could be in a bit of trouble as well. Pays moving on forward, doesn't find the burst fire just there, as Canyon's just making sure that there's no jungler. But now Lehens having to flash away after he gets lit on fire. And Raptor turning up. This is going to be a difficult one because Lehens is so incredibly low. But Henna and Execute not wanting to go too far forward. Canyon's basically at full health, and Pays is still very scary. Ooh, looking for that little bit of a back. Get that health bar back sorted out so that he can come back in and get aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, audaciously charging in once again is Raptor, interrupted as Canyon misses the flash, but he's still able to get first blood. They go 2 for 1 now, but Raptor, can he get it done? The flash forward, the win becomes lightning, doesn't connect onto Lehens. He's trying to kite it out as Chovy will get in here. Raptor's able to lock it down, but double buffs for the Corki will be the prize in the end. 3 for 3, what? I mean, what the heck just happened?
Well, I mean, all I could think the whole time, Atlas, was it's my first cast of the season, I'm about to certify a Zeri moment, but they were able to get the Hens, or rather a Pays in the end. But man, that was a risky call here on the side of FearX. Now Canyon knows that he has Aftershock and so can buy a ton of time here in this engage. Look at how much damage he absorbs here as Pays gets in there and starts chipping away at Execute. Pays also knowing Henna is super low on health, so he thinks that he should be able to go ahead and win this fight, but Raptor following up early Xin Zhao levels quite strong. This is why Chovy has to rotate down here to clean up the play. At least Raptor was able to take 2, but I think where the kills went here for Gen G, you definitely favor the trade for them because you end up getting a kill on a Corki, he gets double buff, kill on a Zeri early on. And yes, Canyon was the one who got the 3rd kill here, but the way the gold is utilized for Gen G, definitely a huge advantage.
Yeah, and the fact that Chovy gets down there and doesn't actually lose out in the farm game as well, as we do come back from that replay, is kind of absurd. Goes back home and then gets to teleport back in again, so not going to get punished for that rotation. That does mean that Gen G will claim themselves a decent lead, compiling that on top of the fact that they were the ones that got first blood. But still, BNK FearX showing that they are definitely here to play. We'll see whether they can find a little bit more, because an accelerated Xin Zhao is a very dangerous prospect in this early stage. I'm really glad that you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's going to be something that they have to respect 100%, and Xin Zhao is so relevant in this meta. He can cut these team fights in half as well. I mean, there's so many different ways to warp the fights here as FearX, and even though Zeri can be deceptively strong actually in some of these early skirmishes, even before items are online, you have to be careful of all that CC. Now Keen has started to take that lead we were talking about in the top side as Execute.
Yeah.
Doing Execute things.
It is once again the classic 3v3 on the bottom side of the map. Canyon going to get denied an entry and just says no. The bouncer's not willing to stop Bristle and Sejuani from getting on in there. And Chovy making his way back to this turret that he does have some free time with. That should be a plate going on over, as Closer didn't have teleport to get himself back to lane.
I cannot even overstate how much Chovy is crushing this lane off screen. If you yes, he was able to get Merc Treads off of that first back where he teleported back to lane. So Closer just can't hurt him. Has a tier, you know, a piece of the Death Note, the Dark Seal. Like, he has no real offensive stats to hurt Chovy, and Chovy is just pushing him in. He has to Weaver as well back to lane, so he has no impact he can make on the map right now as Talia. And this is a rough time for FearX now. It's only 1,000 gold to lead, but the map control that Gen G are able to obtain bottom side here is massive. They are able to get this top side, take away those grubs, but look at Chovy. He doesn't care about rocks.
God, okay. That's a little bit silly. As now Extended Beam flying in. Pays throws down the ulti as well as Henna. In trouble, doesn't have his ult up just yet, but Pays still not going to be diving that turret right now. Still going to send him home, going to grab some plate gold, and Gen G pretty unrelenting with the amount of pressure they have. Hitting level 6 and then just going for it. Canyon thought that he might be backing there. Henna, not this time.
Why not?
Yeah, you know, you may as well.
I mean, if he's there, you get a kill. If he's not, there's nothing to fight for. Both objectives were traded. You're getting plates anyways. Can't even fault Canyon for that one.
And maybe Canyon thought that he was like really good friends with Jonas Strong, so if he wasn't there, he wouldn't be watching anyway, but we know that that is the way. Is execute the walk up and light on fire tactic. You love to see it.
Nice back delay there. Still not going to really alter the lane state and the disaster that is bottom side all too much. As we haven't really taken a huge look at this, but I mentioned earlier, Keen should be able to get a lot of control. Neither top lane are actually utilizing teleport here, but just walking back to lane, and Keen putting the pressure on, grabbed Swifties. Huni might be a little bit upset at the...
Yeah, we are going to be able to get a little bit of a look in to what he thinks about the Rumble. Yeah. Maybe there's been a little bit of adaptation, some change. But Keen has never really got a 5 out of 5 when it comes to the Rumble. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but he was a bit obsessed with the Swifties, which is just not going to get too much in Huni's book. And as you can see here, That's why Huni was drafted to the military. It's so that he can teach people not to do things like this.
Well, Huni always says, like, don't go Swifties, just don't get hit by the Aatrox, don't get hit by the XYZ, right? But, I mean, Skarner, he's pretty quick, Come on, Huni, like, we can accept the Swifties this time.
Can we, though?
I don't know about the triple tonic, but the Swifties, like, I'll take it.
I mean, I am just a huge fan of Swifties just in general, because I just think that they're fun boots. But I also am a big fan of Huni. And so if he says that we're not supposed to build Swifties, then I agree that we should not be building the Swifties. And Keen so far, with a level advantage and a whole bunch of extra farm, is looking real good.
I mean, look at
that
this
looking
damage.
real good. Chovy walks out of the seismic shove, and Closer is just forced out of lane.
He's not even building lethality. It's not like he's chunking with a Dirk. He has a Phage right now. Oh no.
Oh dear, Execute in so much trouble. Just knocked up forever. Can't even crash down out of it, and now Paze is looking for even more. Doesn't have another dash over a wall, and therefore it will be Henna surviving, but he's not going to be able to take this wave. And once again, as it's crashing, Gen G are pushing them out.
I mean, it's insane, the small things we're seeing here across the lanes, but a lot of this gold lead is just CS diff. Top side 20 CS, mid 15, 20 in bottom lane as well. The plate gold going over here in bottom side, that additional kill, but you give Chovy Merc Treads, and he says, Closer, yeah, PUG last series, not in the game. Yeah. Not relevant. He has to ult back to lane so he can't impact these bottom side plays, and Execute here trying to clear some vision. Just cannot be there. Canyon is around, and that means that's the end of the Rel, second death of the game.
Yeah, where was the counterplay opportunity there as well? Often, we do say that Execute makes some weird plays. That was just, he went toward the wrong brush and was just 100 to 0. Just not really much of an opportunity there. And now 0 and 2, this Rel is not going to be able to start too many fights that he's going to be walking away from as this game continues. 2,000 gold, the lead at 10.5 minutes, and you can see damage dealt, Paze and Chovy right on top. I mean, as Chovy has just been wailing on Closer in this mid lane, I guess.
Clear is swapping. He doesn't want to deal with this anymore. They swap the lanes here. Obviously, the bottom side is a disaster too, but I don't know how great this is actually going to go for the side of Fearex. Obviously, the objective is spawning here, these next set of Void Grubs, so need to try to be able to contest this here. Gen G, will be able to equalize. If you can have 6, maybe you could do something later on to some turrets to get some of that gold back. Great for bounties as well, which, with the way this game is going, might be on the way. But I gotta say, Gen G have all the cards right now. They can make, so many different decisions here around this objective fight. Now, the Weaver's Wall is so critical here for Fearex keeping Gen G out.
This is a little bit scary. Grubs have been started up. Canyon moves on in first as the rest of Fox very ready to rotate over. But look at that, this one extendo beam, and Henna is so incredibly low. The equalizer comes down, and there's the Glacial Prison on top. But the Magnus Storm is fantastic, but it's equalized by an extraordinary Wild Growth, and now Keen is looking to light clear on fire. He's slowed down by the Harpoons. Good flash gets him out of the way, but Chovy's grabbing kills on the Xin Zhao, and I don't think Keen wants to let him go from this one, although he may have to, as his Harpoon just didn't quite have the ergs on it. Chovy going to stop Closer's back here, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to traverse with Henna being at full health. Still, this game is...
It's off the rails, yeah.
Gen G's hands, right?
Something, snowball rolling downhill.
Yeah.
There's the Weaver's Wall. Now, I was going to mention, you might notice the Weaver's Wall was not used in that last fight, and I think the call here was Executes is what you have to imagine, is Closer was in position to wall them out, and I think Execute said, no, I have an angle. I have a Magnet Storm angle here. Let's not Weaver's Wall them out. Let's actually take this fight, because they're in a choke, and look at Execute's positioning. Closer decides not to Weaver's Wall here, but this is the problem. Perfectly placed ult here from Canyon with the big ult coming through from Keen, and the Equalizer does so much damage, and the Wild Growth is perfect. You had the engage, but then it's just turned in an instant. And if they had just used the Weaver's Wall to delay there or try to get space, maybe they would have walked away with something, but instead they walk away with absolutely nothing. Gen G, 4,000 gold lead here. Execute, he tried, but Wild Growth, so fantastic there.
It's just not fair, is it? Because he found a pretty good angle for that Magnet Storm, and the rest of his teammates were just a little bit too clumped up on top of him. So the 4-man knock-up Wild Growth is just kind of dumb. Really nicely played, Lehens. I've always been a huge fan of this guy's Lulu. He is sort of known for his more eclectic picks, the more weird ones, but his Lulu with his very aggressive play, like he doesn't think of Wild Growth as give his teammate.
No.
His Wild Growth is give his teammate the ability to be the guy that knocks everyone up. Like that's what he thinks about. when he's playing the Lulu.
He takes Lulu and looks at the what people say about it. Oh, hold up.
Yep, Glacier Prison, that is Hannah. I don't think he's getting out of the way of this one, although Extended Beam was blocked by a minion. That is a little bit rude. And now Closer is in trouble. Keen looking for him. Seismic Shove just going to zone him away. Of course, if he was going to keep on walking forward to try and get that aggression, it was not going to work out. So Closer has to use the flash, but is at least going to hold on to his life.
Yeah, not a lot of vision for Keen on the bottom side of the map, so decides to just ult to be safe. Look at how smart Canyon is here to come over here because he knows Keen was pushed up. He dropped his ultimate, and the reason I think Keen ults there is just he's like, I need to leave. Like, I don't know where they are. They have the full bottom side river controlled, full of wards. We don't have any vision in there, so I'm just going to ult the wave, and Canyon come over here and block for me.
Well, Canyon is not able to grab the red buff. I don't believe. Oh, no, he was. Never mind. He did have the smite. I was checking the smite cooldown, and as he was using it, he put it on cooldown. So I was like, oh, wow, Raptor got it. But he did not. And then he now looking to take some control here of this bottom side. Could be another kerfuffle as Execute going in for the engage. He's burning down low, but that is another wild growth to keep Canyon alive. Arctic Assault to get himself out of there now, though, is Raptor looking for the re-engage, but Canyon's out of there.
And look at
Don't have the damage.
Mid lane is open. If you're going to come to make this type of play, you have vision control. Henna has to come a lot faster than this because it's not a winning numbers game for Furex unless he's there. He's so late. Here comes the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, they're looking for more 4 versus 3 underneath this turret as now they do manage to get their prize, which was Canyon, but can they get out unscathed is the question. Raptor will end up going down as now the redemption. A little bit late to save his teammates and not able to save Lehens either, although he does get Hannah. Now Pays able to rocket his way over. Is this going to be 2 kills for the Zeri? That might be the certification that you are looking for, as Closer does have double buffs. He does have a Seismic Shove as well, but I don't know how he's going to be able to get himself out of this one. David Blaine Closer. Can we get that skin for Talia, maybe? Yeah, could be an opportunity as no. The turret. The only thing that he didn't take into account.
Yeah, not much he could have done there, but I think he put up a good fight. His first death of the game, despite being bullied by Chovy all game long, and then later Keen. As you don't have the numbers advantage here. Now, Pays instantly pings on my way mid the second that this fight breaks out because he knows Henna's coming. Genji are not surprised by the Varus showing up. They're already gone by the time he attempts the Chains of Corruption here. And then it's basically just Furex hoping they can push a wave in, and Genji never for a moment were really scared anything was going to go down here. Now, this Weaver's Wall does give Closer a nice angle, but Genji played this so well. And Lehens just turns the turret into his own personal machine gun here, is able to trade back a kill himself. As he says, this is not an Enchantress support, it's an engaged support, but Closer does get cleaned up with everybody else.
Yeah, very unfortunate that Henna was the one that actually picked up turret aggro there. The rest of them were sort of barreling in, but he was just one shot away from dead, so that just meant that he was definitely going to die. Still getting a bit of extra money, a good thing. But when all of the money is basically on Genji at the moment, probably isn't the right call.
And I think if Furex were a little bit faster on the call there, because they had so much bottom side vision control, that could have been perfect for them to get them back into the game, but Henna was just so late to it, and then they gave mid turret as well for it. And the Pays still gets all the kills. Like, he wasn't there for the fight, but he still gets the reward. Yeah. And that's the disaster, unfortunately, for Furex. As meanwhile, top side is broken open.
Yeah, Canyon able to charge Shelly into this inner turret. Bottom side of the map, we did see that Clear was at least able to get something back, but then you pan towards the top lane, and it's a bunch of extra money because, of course, these inners are worth so much more. And they also have this bottom lane outer turret that is very, very ready to go down, as they've got a teleport coming in. Speaking of the bottom lane turret, that's what's in Chovy's mind right now as he looks to clear out the minion wave. Rapid Fire Cannon actually going to be completed second. Going to be going for the third item, Infinity Edge, for that little bit of added crit before you get the crit damage.
Yeah.
Love to see the ratios, right?
It's great. I mean, honestly, I got to say, too, Atlas, oftentimes we're seeing just lethality Corki, but this doesn't make sense into a Skarner comp, and the Skarner just itemizing against the Rumble, too. I mean, Corki is just going to be doing so much damage against Skarner later on, especially considering how far behind he is. Again, deathless, but smart build here for Genji. I think the only way... Oh, Raptor's in trouble.
He is in a little bit of trouble. Going to be flashing away immediately.
They got the speed ups here.
And Pays able to dash over that wall. Extendo Beam going to slow him down. Does have the Crescent Guard, as now we've got another Fighting Hail onto Chovy. Let's see whether he can actually get a kill back. He almost does. Raptor's going to die in the meantime, but they do get their prize, which was the first kill onto Chovy of the summer season.
I know, it's something. It's something. They capitalized pretty well on the fact that, they have the Impale, and Chovy's pushed super far up while also topside. Most of Gen G is chasing down the Xin Zhao. As Canyon alone here, Pays heading over. This is actually a scary call from FearX. I mean, this is a big Zeri. Teleport available.
Lahen's moving on over as well. You can see that teleport comes in from Keen. And FearX, they don't want anything to do with it. There's the equalizer, and Closer might have to take the red carpet out of there, but he's not going to risk it. He'll flash away immediately. Pays no extender beam to find any joy onto Clear, who is just waiting to see whether anyone overextends. They don't do so, and it's going to be the first Infernal Drake going over to Gen G. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory. Just a speed up from the Scuttle Crab, and then Zeri has that chase down over the wall. Raptor tries to come back and offer some damage. Nothing much to say there. No, the bottom side play is, okay, we'll talk about this real quick, is Chovy's trying to harass Clear here and actually gets into Flash Impale range. Great call to Flash to guarantee that from Clear, and that's going to be a shutdown that does go over to Henna. Now over here,
Pays is going to find Raptor. Raptor finds Pays, but then decides that he doesn't really want to find Pays. Does get the wild growth out of Lahen's. Certainly good news. Being in melee range with a Xin Zhao, always a bad idea.
Perhaps a more interesting part of the game than those last two replays was the fact that Canyon in front of 3 people just starts dragging almost robotically, knowing that there is just no way that FearX can contest. And that's Gen G,
Chains of Corruption goes wide. Chovy not under any threat, as the wall blocked the rest of BNK FearX from being able to get on over.
And
Thinking about going for some sort of play, it just didn't quite work.
And what FearX are doing is all that they can do at this point is just fishing for picks. And that's what this composition could do from behind. You've got a Skarner, you've got a Talia, you've got a strong team fighting comp in an even game state, but that's not where we are. So FearX just kind of have to run around and hope that Chovy overextends again, hope that somebody is out of position and you can chain those CCs together and blow them up. That's your only way back into this game. And if Gen G play respectfully, it's hard to find those, but you got to try. That's what they did.
I think Pays also just went back and built a full shield bow.
Yeah, he did.
Was that that was?
I think it was a full straight up buy.
There we go. Sometimes you just get to do that in these games. So yeah, Pays is already terrifying, and now even more terrifying. Clear just doing his very best to hoover up these minions, and Keen wants to deny that. Teleport is going to be utilized, of course. Keen, no way of stopping that. Does at least break the Rookern shield. There's something. But still, Clear having to burn the Summoner spell in order to get himself out of there, so now not offering any pressure onto the map. And Gen G with a whole lot of control, especially around this Baron area. Bounties are up and available as BNK FearX moving towards about a 7,000 gold deficit.
It's rough as they, trying to secure their own global red, unsuccessful, and Gen G have their eyes on the Baron here. Clear.
Oh yeah, Canyon gets over. They do manage to get a bit of poke damage, but he's a tanky boy. So this Skarner is not under too much threat. Of course, that Rooker and shield problem where you don't necessarily know whether you're even doing damage. But they were able to do a little bit, just not quite enough.
Riftmaker and the Dark Seal. We'll see what Huni thinks about that here for Keen, but
I don't even want to talk about it. Well,
this game hasn't really been about Keen. Like, sometimes Rumble warps games because the equalizer are great, and that equalizer on the top side fight was fantastic, right? But beyond that, it's just been FearX trying to find picks and then coming up a little bit short and then getting turned on, and Zeri is chasing you down, flying over the walls, and it's been quite a dominant performance from Gen G, and FearX are just trying to get any quadrant of the map back that they can. As Raptor's caught again.
Yeah, Raptor just going to get chain CC'd. Unfortunately, he pops the blast cone, but Canyon just goes with him immediately, and that is another kill going over to Pays.
I know, it's been a tough game for Raptor here, but he has been caught a lot, but that's in part due to the fact that there's no vision for FearX on their side of the map. They're fighting to clear wards, and that's just going to lead to a Baron. No jungler for the enemy team. It's going to take a hell of a Magnet Storm.
Yeah, there is a Varus. We've seen certain Varuses find the steals here, but Henna, he can't even walk up. There's an equalizer that he has to try and get over as now Skarner diving in, but the Polymorph was too good from Lahen's. He flashes, he finds an Impale onto Chovy once again. He's going to get deleted. The Magnet Storm actually amazing from Execute, but they don't have a lot of damage remaining. Still Henna dives forward. They do get the shield onto Pays, but not until that damage does come through, and Gen G have to back away.
Yeah, this turret still being up is huge.
Oh, seismic shove, fantastic here as Closer still going forward. Trying to find some opportunities as Pays gets an extendo beam onto him. Oh, there's the shield to come through as well, as these piercing arrows are scary.
They're going to try to...
They're going to back away. I think that they should.
Yeah, I think they have to back away, though. They're lucky that turret is still up. Obviously, with the controlled lane that they had topside, how much control they've had over this game, you know, that is still going to be up, and they can use it as a bastion of safety. Otherwise, FearX likely just corral them and kill them there and end up getting a lot more gold back. Now, even still, it was a great play here by FearX. Look at the angle for Clear on the flank as well. He comes around and grabs Chovy and pulls him forward. Closer prevents any sort of follow-up here, and then, boom, Execute comes in with the Magnet Storm, and this really helps Hannah buy the space to do some additional damage here with Closer. The Magnet Storm doesn't have amazing follow-up in this fight. There's no shove afterwards because it was used already, but it still allowed FearX to do enough damage to then push Gen.G away with half their damage gone with Corki there. The Equalizer was used just as a zoning tool, so it wasn't able to layer damage there either by Keen. FearX had a huge opportunity. They seized it. Now, they're still massively behind. But I didn't think we were going to see a fight like that in this game, Atlas. They're keeping it alive a little bit, hanging by the thread of the thread.
Absolutely, and I look, I don't think you should feel bad about anything if you're BNK FearX after that fight. I want to say, like, you were one of the first people to really lean into the fact that Hannah has improved so much. His positioning in that fight was
so
absolutely gorgeous. Execute, we've spoken about him many times. He either wins a team fight or he colossally loses. There's not a lot of in between for this guy, but that was a winning Magnet Storm. Absolutely amazing stuff. Not to mention Clear finding the angles, gets the ram onto Chovy, and then the Flash Impale was enough because it was a great polymorph, but he doesn't have multiple polymorphs, does Lens? And Skarner just has too many things in his toolkit. And I remember when it was just Crystal Slash, you know, which was a small circle that did no damage.
Nobody even ever talks about the pylons on the ground.
Right? Where's my crystalline exoskeleton for a tiny shield and a move a bit fast, please?
Yeah.
Like, that was what he used to have. Now it's like every ability turns him into a different version of a freight train. It's not really fair.
Yeah, he is quite good. And the flank position there from Clear was good. Opportunity was seized upon. There's no package for Corki anymore after the rework, so, you know, Chovy has Valkyrie to get out of those types of situations, but it's a lot more limited in terms of really critical team fights. In the past, you could just fly away and basically have a second equalizer in a team fight like that, but somewhat more limited. No flash for Chovy. So they're able to seize on it, but the gold lead is still 8,000, right? And I think the state of the game has been so Gen.G one-sided that the one good team fight for FearX, the one good punish, is all we could talk about because it was quite unlikely.
It was a great moment, though.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm still feeling it here. And Gen.G, you can see that they're a little bit timid as far as going towards another Baron fight. Just because FearX certainly demonstrating that they know exactly what to do if they get Gen.G where they want them. Gen.G just trying to avoid that opportunity at all costs, especially when it's an honest 5v5. Remember that last fight was with Raptor dead. Yeah. So now he's going to try and deny Canyon his ability to get rid of these wards. Doesn't quite work out. As Lahen's going to grab that Whimsy shield to keep his Sejuani healthy. Warmog's in the bank though. Whole bunch of extra health as he's breaking blast cones, having a good time.
It is a tricky game for FaZe to play out. You know, obviously when you're ahead, it's a little bit less tricky, right? But if we're in an even game state, all the different things that can catch this Zeri, all the different things that can catch a Corki, Raptor again.
Yeah, this is Chovy testing his new toy. You can see there's that golden sword.
Yeah, it's pretty big and shiny.
Yeah, I think FaZe and Chovy were at home and they got a present, and it was the same one. It's really cool. They both got that cool golden sword thing.
It's a quite critical item.
It is. It is.
You could say.
And Chovy finding some rockets here. They are not doing quite as much as they used to, but still, FearX a little bit worried. There is a Glacial Prison. Raptor could be in trouble yet again. There is some follow-up. The Equalizer just too strong. Thankfully, he's in Zhao. So he presses Crescent Guard, and then everything is absolutely fine. Does get an ultimate out of Lahen's as well, so it's an R button for an R button. Still, with the positional advantage, Gen.G going to go for the Baron.
He doesn't care because he's got Warmog, so he's just healing right back up. Already have half health. Teleport's coming through here. One more Hail Mary from FearX.
Yep, that's going to be the Weaver's Wall. That does stop the Baron. There's now Keen with no Equalizer. This could be a difficult team fight, but Canyon's still going to try and start this one up. Clear taking about half of his health bar. Redemption to keep Gen.G healthy. Extendo Beam doesn't find the markers. Raptor looks for an angle. He's got all of his health back as well. The FearX just get them off the Baron and then play it slow. See whether they can find another couple of cooldowns, because there is still, you know, the Crescent Guard's down, the Weaver's Wall's now down.
I mean, the crazy thing is Fearx's comp is so good at landing a big wombo. If you end up seeing a big Impale into Seismic Shove and Magnet Storm can set it all up. I mean, this is still losable for Genji if Fearx have one of those crazy fights, and they have the tools to do it. So Genji, I think, making the wise choice to play respectfully here, back off, still have vision control around the Baron Pit, still have a little bit of deep vision that Fearx is now working on clearing. As the next dragon spawns, it's Infernal Soul, and this game has been so one-sided that we haven't even talked about this aspect.
Yeah.
But Genji could just say, look, you can't get Baron either. We'll back away. I'm not going to give you that wombo combo opportunity because that's the one way we can lose this game. Play respectfully, let that dragon spawn. And now that Fearx have backed away and they have vision of it, they're saying, well, we'll trade one Infernal. It's not going to be Infernal Soul for you, for the Baron, as Fearx with a late decision to come over and contest.
I mean, this is going down so fast, they might be able to just walk over to the Dragon as well. It's down to 2,000 health. Yeah, Raptor nowhere near it, so the Baron, not long for the world at all. That is going to be the engage on to execute. He's able to crash down out of it, but the Chains of Corruption do not find the mark. And now Clear just trying to stand in front of his team to keep them alive. My God, these Harpoons are doing so much work, as now Canyon, yeah, he's relatively low. It is going to be a decent Impale to come through yet again, and they do manage to get rid of the Corki, but look at this, it's a quadra kill already. Clear's got a huge health bar, but I think it's another Penta in game number 1 of the summer season for FaZe. He picks up a Penta, and they'll just march towards the Nexus.
Oh, FaZe, another Penta! 11 kills for the man that set the record for most kills in an international at MSI. You give this guy a Zeri, and he is gonna run away with the game. And the redemption dropped in the fight. Everything put on the Chovy. And yes, he ultimately dies, but it's a Chovy for Nexus trade, and Genji take the first win. A bit of a puzzling call from Fearx. I thought the Dragon was closer to spawning because they were heading towards it, but it still had like 25 seconds left. And ultimately, you know, going for the Dragon Pit and then deciding to come for the late contest just gave them such a positional disadvantage that it just wasn't really playable from there. And they tried their best to get Chovy. They got him, but they lost the game.
Yep, the Chovy for Nexus trade. I think Fearx could probably make up for it just by typing Worth in chat. That could certainly be the way. But an incredible game from Genji from start to finish, basically. You know, that skirmish on the bottom side of the map, I think that there were some definite positives, but Chovy having the control of the mid lane, able to get that first roam, really got them off onto the right foot. And Closer, even though he did find some good moments later on, they were already just too far behind at that stage.
I mean, you'd love to see a player who's down on chess pieces make a fantastic move, right? And I think that we did see some of that from Fearx. They were confident. Closer had a tough laning phase, but was very good at setting up a lot of those team fights. And I think this is a good look from Fearx in a loss. Laning phase, we're going to have to work on that a little bit. Some of those aggressive trades and positions from Execute. Raptor, not his best performance here, but Fearx at least brought it back a little bit.
Yep, and you can take away the package, but Chovy is still pretty good at the Corki, as it turns out. And so certainly some things to look at here. But it is a best of 3, so Fearx get another opportunity. We're going to go to a short break, then the space is going to break it down. We'll get the Huni ranking, and then we'll get into game 2.
일단 먹어. 먹고 3점 이거 바로 딜가 간다. 바로 딜가. 일단 먹을 거야. 일단 먹었어. 먹고 천천히 가도 돼.
야, 레부터 올게, 레부터 올게. 레부터 천천히 때려. 레한테 빨리지 마, 레한테 빨리지 마. 내 더블 받고.
야, 나 이거 볼 수 있고.
바로 쓰려고, 바로 쓰려고.
어느 래? 야, 버프 줘. 버프 줬어, 버프 줬어. 이거 레 슬로우.
아.
레 빨리는 거 조심.
레부터 봐, 얘들아, 레부터.
가자. 아 지훈이 죽는 거 봐라. 정지현. 아 진짜 스쿼드 너무. 정지현 개웃기게. 스쿼드한테 당해 그냥. 아 개웃기게 죽었어. 아니 풀사대는 끌려갔네. 아나 진짜 스쿼드 너무 싫다 저거. 와 정지현 개맛있게 죽었네. 와나 스쿼드 진짜. 아 지훈아 나 최선을 다했다. 구원도 주고 힐도 주고 배려도 줬다. 아니 나는 죽어가는데 옆에서 펜타를 치고 있는데? 그러니까 나 개웃기. 아야 더블킬보다 펜타임 이미. 아 개웃기네 정지현. 아 스쿼드 너무 싫어.
Hello and welcome to the space. I am Valdez. I know it's very disappointing I'm not Degon today. He'll be back tomorrow, but we're here to break down game number 1 of Gen.G up against BNK Fury X. And that one, you know, it started off really skirmishy. There were a lot of back and forth moments, but at the end of the day, Gen.G kind of just blocked them over the heads. Right, guys? Hoonie and Ox here. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Better than BNK Fury X are probably after that game, because that was pretty one-sided, pretty brutal. It's kind of what we expect, though. I feel like with other top teams, like T1, you know, they sometimes get a little bit messy with their games. Gen.G are all business.
Yeah, I mean, I probably thought, like, would have been more, could have been more one-sided, but actually I saw a lot of the positive thing, like, from the BNK, like, as you kind of said it, explained it, like, there was a lot of back and forth, and even though there was like a lot of the even traded, it was like challengeable for BNK for sure.
Yeah, you know, a lot of teams will just fold against a team like Gen.G, but BNK did actually put up a fight here, at least in the beginning. Let's take a look at the draft for this first game. Was there anything that really stood out to you guys in terms of this was not okay, or something you really liked here?
You know, I feel like particularly against Keen leaving the Rumble open, we've seen Rumble pretty consistently banned so far, and I think of all the top laners to kind of leave it open, I think that was certainly an issue. I think the composition for Gen.G kind of came together, you know, having Chovy on the Corki as like the second AD carry, and then Pays on the Zeri meant if it did go late, they had that insurance, but obviously they found a lead earlier than that point.
Yeah, I'm still really happy that the Rumble is still being in the meta. Yes, you know, I'm a Rumble main player, and also like I think it really opens up well. The like as you kind of mentioned, is like the AD AP balance is like it's really important for later on the game as well. And then the Zeri Lulu was ready, and the Rumble's on top with a single AP champion, and Corki is in the mid, and it's just like the final balance is really well. But I think if it started from the lane phases that the Rumble has a lane prior in the Corki and the Zeri Lulu, I think they definitely got more lane control than it should be. Otherwise, I think the draft was like just definitely was like more favored to the Gen.G. The time goes longer, so that's why I think it was like kind of smooth win for Gen.G as a draft as well, and the early laning phase with the just mechanical play.
Yeah, and speaking of the Rumble, we do have Hoonie here on the desk today. Even when we don't have him on the desk, we have to talk about this. So we gave a score for the Rumble play. What was your score here, Hoonie? What did you think?
I mean, it's 4.5. I mean, I think generally, generally, I think the gameplay was. I was kind of impressive. Like we will talk. I will be explaining why during the highlight 1, but the missing the 0.5 is a swiftness, but it's obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But play-wise, I think it was really fine. It was really good.
Pretty much every team fight was really solid from him, so I do agree with this rating this time around. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 and talk a bit about how this Rumble was able to do really well here.
I mean, the reason why I think I was really impressive, like he launched the equalizer right here even before the Sejani ulti actually came out. I think he actually found a blunder from the BNK. They were leaning the wall, like the number 1 against Rumble, you're not supposed to lean the wall, otherwise you can't actually have an exit well. I mean, these cases, I think it was a really perfect time to actually just launch the local equalizer right there.
Yeah, and also the follow-up, they all dove in on the Sejuani, and there was this big Lulu ult that came in. They actually buffed the knock-up duration from that, so like it's like an Alistair Q. You know, it is more significant, you get more value out of that. The triple knock-up came in huge, and really that was just Gen.G executing super well in the team fight. They got a big advantage there, and then obviously their comp scales so well, so it was pretty confident going from that point onwards.
Yeah, went really well for them. We mentioned before, you know, there were a lot of back and forths after. There was like a dive in the bottom side from BNK that looked pretty good until Pays got a bunch of kills. And then eventually Pays just popped off in a huge way here in highlight number 2, which was yet another pentakill. This guy just has way too many in the LCK. I don't know how he manages it, but he plays a lot of Zeri, I guess, and here's just another one on the cards.
And you can see from the start, like how on the back foot they are. The equalizer does so much damage to close it here. They're trying to disengage. The harpoons do so much. And the problem with playing into Zeri is you don't get to disengage. You know, she's so good at chasing you down. Once the ult is popped, the movement speed stacking, she can chase down all the targets. They end up focusing Chovy down. The redemption keeps him alive for quite a while. And even though they get him, this is kind of the issue playing into a composition like this, a multi-threat composition. Yes, you kill Chovy, Pays is there to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the Hala 1 was like 11 minutes and the Hala 2 is just like the end, the last fight. It's just like after Hala 1, it was like really hard to maintain for BNK to play it out. It's just like, I think this is kind of same thing. Like it's having a similar mistake, like that being like losing kind of too fast. It falls off like instantly after one fight. But I think BNK definitely shows like their momentum in all the game, especially they can actually doable against the Gen.G. And I think it was like really fine to play it out, but I think it's just like they have to change their at the fight there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Genji picking up the first win here, I'd say not too surprising, but let's see who will pick up the POG for game number 1. As you might look towards the guy who got the pentakill. Very surprising. But yeah, Paze had a great game. He was kind of allowed to do whatever he wanted in this game, I feel like, as well.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of, reminiscent of last year with Paze when Zari was obviously very popular, and also Genji just set him up to deliver when it came to those later team fights. And his Zeri play has been extremely solid, one of his top picks. And it just feels like, especially with Lehens backing him up, especially with such a strong front line for the team with the Sejuani, he's really comfortable just taking over a game.
Yeah, I mean, even though he has a one death, that single death doesn't really matter because everything was calculated by just the whole team on the bottom, just trading 3v3, and it's just so obvious. But I guess it was not obvious for one person.
Yeah, so what's the idea behind the jungle pick here in the POG? Because, I mean, Canyon did go to the bot side. He kind of like set up some stuff, right? I mean, it was okay, but there seemed to be a very... he kind of missed the memo, I guess.
Maybe they're a jungle main, They're like, shout out my boy Canyon, he's my go.
Yeah, well, Media Kick W to start off the day as always. And guys, we're done here on the space for the first segment. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I'd like to defend Meteor on the left guy, and that is Canyon threw that random ultimate into a brush that was empty for vibes, and I think it's just a vibes vote. You throw out the vibes vote, they're going for the victory lap after their victory at MSI. It makes some sense, right?
He had the really cool follow-up ult for the equalizer on
the
fight. He had that bottom side play where he got a lot of aftershock value. But I probably would have gone Lehens second if I wasn't going to vote for Paze. Probably would have gone for the insane support Lehens played that last game, but just me.
If you forget that there was Lehens and Paze and Keen in the game, then a Canyon vote makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have voted Canyon before Chovy.
Yeah, there you go. So he was only like mostly wrong. It's fantastic. All right, let's dive into the draft here, get into game number 2.
Italy is just, they're not allowed to, Canyon's not going to be allowed to play it for a while.
No. And it's interesting because BNK actually won both of their games on red side against Nongshim. And in fact, in that series, it was only red side picking up victories. They have elected to head back towards blue, so they still think that that is the more powerful side. Just an interesting tidbit there. Yeah. Side selection did not necessarily work out in the blue side's favor.
It's really curious to see the Skarner and the Rumble bands coming through here for the side of BNK Fear X. So taking away 2 big tools from Keen, but a lot is open bottom side here. And Tristana will be the first pick here for closer. Now, it's been a pick he's leaned on quite a bit. He hasn't found that much success with it, but he has looked very comfortable with playing it. But now you have the Senna available. Now, what is... And Nautilus was also up, so... This is kind of a sin on blue side to give red Senna Nautilus. Like, you have to first pick Nautilus if you're going to leave this open. I think now the answer is we're going to push this in with Ziggs. At least that's what the concept is here for BNK Fear X, but...
I mean, it is definitely a bit of a Henna vibe. I'm kind of into it.
That's true.
But we'll see whether it's going to be enough. Of course, scales extraordinarily well. Maybe we can also get a bit of a ranking system because we've got both Orcs and Valdez on the space, and both of them are absolute Ziggs enthusiasts.
There you go. Perfect.
Very glad that they're not here on the cast, actually, because it would just be, instead of BNK versus Gen G, it would be Ziggs and Ziggs and Ziggs, and that's what we'd be commentating. So thankfully, we are spared from that, but the whole space is allowed to be Ziggs. I'm giving them the opportunity.
Good luck. All right, so X gets back on the Rel here, which doesn't fill me with joy considering this composition, but obviously he's going to have a lot of opportunities to warp this game. But I look at this draft for Genji already, and I go, okay, we have Senna Nautilus, which is the strongest bottom lane that we've seen this year in the LCK. You've got Chovy on Corki. Got caught a few times, but had a fantastic performance overall with the lead that they had last game. And they have consistent damage output and a little bit of sustained healing with this Senna. And Ziggs is not going to be able to compete with that in late game teamfights. Now, maybe perhaps he could burst somebody down with his Leandries. He might in the longer fight if he could hit all of those abilities, like his Qs repeatedly landing, maybe. That gives you some longevity in the fight. But I feel like specifically Ziggs and how his damage works compared to Senna is a mismatch if you don't get ahead early. See, the Sejuani is taken away here. So a lot of jungle bans that could continue to come through here now. see what this final one is going to be against Raptor.
It's feeling like there's already 2 jungle bans. The Talia feels like it's definitely aimed towards Canyon, given the fact that there is already the Corki there, and the center is locked in. So jungle bans are the focus. The Lee Sin going to be the 3rd one to go down.
I mean, Raptor has been pretty known for his Lee Sin in challengers, so not a surprise to see that one the choice here. Also can give you a lot of agency at potentially kicking that squishy Senna into an uncomfortable spot.
Are we getting towards like Lilia bans or something like that? Like, where are we for the jungle choices for Canyon?
The thing is, Canyon he'll play anything. And the ban here on the Jax does kind of make it seem like maybe Clear was leaning towards a Twisted Fate pick.
Another jungle ban. Another jungle ban, there we go.
Could be. But I do wonder what Canyon's plan is going to be, because he has the opportunity to play Brand here if he wants to add some additional damage. He could play Karthus and just try to take over the jungle. They're going to deny the Twisted Fate pick here first away from Clear. And now like, oh, well, now you don't have the Jax. And, okay, I was going to say, it's either gonna be a sad Cassante or something like a Cannon. And they do end up opting into the Cannon. It's a lot of AP damage here for Fearex.
Yeah, and a lot of circles. I do like the circles. You got Magnet Storm, Slicing Maelstrom, you've got Crescent Guard, you've got all of the explosions from Ziggs, Mega Inferno Bomb being the biggest one, and I guess Explosive Charge does a circle of damage. That's Karthus. I was wondering which AP jungler he was going to go towards, but I wanted him to play Zyra. That's how you counter circles, with another circle.
You remember that really great game that he played on Damwon against Genji where he pulled the Karthus out?
Oh, yeah.
And I always remember that specific game when I think about Karthus Jungle. I always associate Karthus Jungle with Canyon because he's really the only one who played it in the LCK before it was very meta as it is now. And, you know, for me, I was like, well, it wouldn't be Genji winning this series in style if he didn't play the Karthus. Now, they haven't won it yet. We haven't even loaded onto the Rift. But this draft here for Genji looks so incredibly powerful in terms of what it's going to do in lane and in the late game. You've got a fast-farming jungler that could zip through the map at light speed. And Ziggs really have the power, the agency to actually get anything done against this Senna lane. If you're a BNK fan, you better hope so, because I think that's the one real sticking point in this draft for Fearex in the early game. And then when you get to mid and late, it's just so difficult. And Senna is going to become so powerful with the AP damage profile for BNK as well. You can see some itemization here on that Nautilus towards a little bit more magic resistance. And it's going to be so hard to kill that tanky Nautilus. And he's the main Senna guy. Like, he is the one. And we talked about this all spring season. And yet, on blue side, they left it up. We'll see if Genji can get the punish.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, you had to ban away the Rumble, you had to ban away the Skarner, and Nidalee is not allowed to go to Canyon, so they just weren't, they didn't have the options. Let's dive into the Rift, see whether they can get it done in game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And Genji already all grouped up here, moving towards the top side of the map. Maybe not exactly huge fans of Pikachu, perhaps, but they're not going to be able to find any, not lurking in this tall grass. Of course, obviously a very low encounter rate in Viridian Forest, so you're not going to always find it, but they do leave some wards down just to see whether it does crop up.
Is Cassante Metapod?
Oh no, they're in the Harden War. It's awful.
Oh boy. Well,
I think more like a Kakuna.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's got more of the yellow clothes vibe.
Yeah, that's true.
I think.
I'd agree with that.
That's what I'm going with. So wait, which one was that? Was that red or blue?
I think
didn't they like, because they both had both, right? But there was higher encounter rates in one than the other.
I think red was Weedle because I had blue and I only saw Caterpies.
Yeah, Caterpies all over the place. All right, perfect. I'm really glad that we got to have a little bit of a Pokemon chat as this one started up. I do want to say that I am a fan of one thing in particular about BNK Fearex's draft, and that is there's a lot of just go in and do things.
That's true.
You know, like Execute starts it off. Think about the follow-up, right? You've got Raptor diving in. You've got Clear, like dash cannon his way forward. He has his ult at the ready, and then Henna presses R from 6 screens away, and they can make a team fight happen. And Genji, they're going to take a while to get online unless they do some like crazy things in the early game, and Lehens and Pays just demonstrate why this particular bottom lane is just illegal here in the LCK. It's the first time we've seen it because it's the first time it's been available.
And I think you made a really good point about the bans that Furex chose on blue side, and I feel like it's a symptom of how strong Genji is that we are witnessing here. And I think Furex didn't just forget about Senna-Not, right? But they had to make a tough call. Would rather deal with this, would rather deal with Canyon's Nidalee. These are some really tough choices. You could have, tried to take Nautilus Skarner yourself. You could have taken the Nautilus yourself as well, but they didn't opt into that. And I think a lot of the heavy lifting in this game for Furex is actually going to have to be done by Closer, because when we get to the later parts of the game, he's the only one who should be able to realistically do a ton of damage to Lehens and actually take him out, because obviously he's going to itemize against the AP here a little bit, and it's going to be really only the Tristana that can take him out consistently, or otherwise you could burst everybody down if you're on an even game state as Chovy.
Oh my god. Normally you'd have a fair bit of lane control as the Tristana. Obviously, Closer struggling a little bit in these initial trades, as the last time was, in fact, versus Peanuts Skarner. Was that the game?
I think
it was the game.
Yeah, I think it was the game.
Oh my goodness. Of course, he did play it at MSI as well, but it was 2 years ago?
Yeah, I didn't really remember what Peanut was playing. I only remember the Karthus.
Yeah, right. Me too. And that was just an epic series, right? Like, there have been way too many, to be honest, of like Genji versus Damwon, Genji versus D+ series that have just been absolutely extraordinary. Yeah. Very much looking forward to our first matchup of that variety here in summer as well. But that was definitely one of the bangers. There's a few of them that I like less, as you guys may remember, but that one, just incredible.
Henna opted not to teleport here, and as a result, they will lose a whole wave. Okay, Henna got plus 14, so not the whole wave, but nearly a whole wave. I see a little bit of his health bar, and this is going to be the first prio that Pays has. Now, not much he could do here at level 3, roaming around, but definitely not feeling great here as Furex to be losing control of this lane this early, and that's another root, and that's another stack, and Pays is already starting to get online. Clear.
Yeah, Wall of Pain coming on in there, and oh no, the gold card actually eating up the entirety of the Lightning Rush. He's exhausted now. Keen pulls out a card, doesn't even need it. That's first blood going over to Canyon. He'll grab some Dark Harvest stack while he goes through it, and that is not the start that BNK Furex wanted Canyon to have on his Karthus.
And there's, no opportunity to make a counterplay bottom side for Raptor. He's on Krugs, but they don't have prio because Henna didn't teleport back to lane, so the wave is crashing. Pays is free to back off, so there wasn't really anything Raptor could do cross-map in that moment, and I think it just really caught Furex off guard. Execute, not going to be able to find the angle, but man, this is really awful. I mean, I can't really overstate the Karthus that's already so good at free farming the jungle. Getting this gold this early, Lehens free farming bottom side into a Ziggs, and already Pays is like, cool, I'm making an impact on the map. Furex really going to have to hope for a big early skirmish, I think, to go their way to bring this game back. There's just so much to talk about here. The exhaust is so good into Cannon in general, but they have the slow, obviously, from Canyon putting up the wall, the gold card, and even with the speed up that he has, and even with the flash, that far up, you're not getting out.
Yeah, and the problem was the speed up was eaten entirely by the stun, right? Like, your Lightning Rush needs to be used so that you can actually use it, but instead, he is just unfortunately left to the Wolves. Nothing he could really do there, and getting a stun so that these Skittles can all land effectively as well. I mean, there's a lot of synergy between Twisted Fate and the Karthus here, and in metas past, it just wasn't really a combo that we'd ever see, because both of them used to occupy the mid lane, but not anymore. They're top lane and jungle, so it's just crazy how things do change. Canyon, not a whole lot of mana, but he will still be able to take down this dragon, and then has a Ocean to help him get a little bit of that back. It's very, very nice.
Also, he comes over, helps out, is going to get the whole wave as well without having to teleport back. So really nothing lost here. No damage done to the turret. His Closer is playing with fire here against that armor shred.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't have a Phosphorus Bomb left as far as mana capabilities are concerned, but you can see Closer feeling a little bit like he can stick around a little longer. Actually try and get a little bit of added pressure if you would like to, but I don't know whether you'd really test Chovy at this moment. Hits level 7, and Closer's like, nah, I'm just not into it.
Yeah, Closer's like, he's got the big one, and those don't cost mana. He got the level up, he has additional mana. I'm not playing that game. If he shreds me again and tosses those rockets in, I might be donezo. So, I mean, it was a fine line they were both walking there, but I think walking away is the right call for closer.
Well, Canyon is going to discover that Raptor is trying to take away his Brambleback, which he definitely doesn't like. It gets a little bit upset about the whole situation and decides to go for a reset. Is now, speaking of which, okay, execute, moving on over. Raptor back on it once again, walks through that wall of pain one more time. And Canyon says, well, we'll just have to move away from that one. Nice little hook here from Lehens, getting a little aggressive onto Hannah, who does put down the Hextech minefield. Bit of added damage.
It's not what you want to see, though, if you're laning into the Nautilus, you know? If Nautilus takes half your health bar, it's not like you can solo kill the Ziggs, but the Ziggs has no pressure here. The Nautilus is pressuring the Ziggs in the 1v1 solo here because he's not able to maintain the proper range to avoid the hook. And Lehens, he's just so calculated. He knows he has the angle. He goes for it. If he misses, no harm, no foul. If he hits it, you know, that's a little bit of extra pressure on the Ziggs. It's not going to affect the game state all too much, but I think it's really just a small picture of the larger issues here that are happening on this. It's just 1 kill to 0, but CS leads again on the top lane. It's a smaller one than last game. Mid, pretty big advantage, and obviously Canyon is just going to out-farm the Xin Zhao on the Karthus.
Well, there is the Destiny. Immediately, Keen is going to come down, finds the gold card, on to clear once again. Snare going to come on through, and there is the ulti from Canyon. Going to help take down that kill, grabs himself an assist, and he is just still farming his blue buff.
Yeah. Well, you know, he didn't even need to use it, but he'll take the gold. And, you know, will hurt the whole team at the same time. You know, small advantages elsewhere as well.
Yeah, he may have won the trade in mid lane as well. As you can see, Closer makes his way back
in.
Chovy, very, very happy at this moment in time. Ahead by only a wave at this point. I think that Closer definitely doing a little bit better on the Tristana than he did on the Talia in the last game. But still, it is control definitely going over to Gen G here as Canyon protecting his control ward. You love to see it.
And I'm not even sure why Execute thinks he's ever going to win that one.
Just hoping that Canyon had left to go and do something else.
And once he's there, he's like, well, I guess I just can't stick around anymore. As Closer is eating a ton of damage here from Chovy, who's on plated steel caps.
Yeah, rocket jump flies forward. He does get an electric explosive charge, but that is not going to do too much without any charging up.
The armor shred is just so incredibly oppressive in lane with the Gatling gun, which is why Corki is so meta right now. As FaZe this time has ult, so if they set up that gold card into root combo again, they have that additional damage even without the Karthus ultimate. And man, Gen G just not letting off the gas this whole game. Incremental advantages, but they're really starting to stack up.
And the fact that FaZe just sort of sits up towards the top side of the map, Clear just wasn't really able to lane that much. Of course, not punished too much when it comes to farm, things like that. It's just a wave on his side as well as now FaZe in trouble. Slicing Maelstrom going to come in, and that should be the first kill going over to Fearex for this game. That's definitely good news. FaZe just caught a little bit in no man's land.
Insane greed trying to poke in there and get some additional stacks going up. That was very aggressive, and Arel will turn on you in an instant in that type of moment, and they have the tools to chain that together. So a bit of a whoopsie there and a big punish for BNK.
Whoa, okay, Chovy diving on forward with the Valkyrie. Execute does eat a bit of that damage with his Aftershock, so that's certainly better news. As Canyon throwing Skittles around. I don't think FaZe dying really does too much as far as the game state is concerned, but definitely good news for Fearex. Being on the board, certainly important. They will be able to take a plate, though, here in the mid lane is Gen G, as Lehens even sticking around taking 3 turret shots in order to get a demolished proc. You love to see it.
I was going to mention that maybe we'll see a contest of these grubs, but with the push there onto Closer, there's not much they can do. There's a question mark ping from Gen G when they see Henna teleport. I think it's pretty obvious that the game plan for Henna is to try to get some Ziggs damage done to this turret. Does obviously a lot of damage with his passive and grabs a plate. Meanwhile, Clear not in the clear.
Oh no, they are really just against the Pikachu this time around. The cannon once again going to be removed. And Keen going to grab yet another plate for himself and for his teammates.
Now, Ziggs is great in these scenarios because he can rush turrets down so quickly, and obviously Lehens, he doesn't have teleport. There's not much he can do to stop this. It will take a long time to punish him, but like, you can't even kill this guy. But anyway, they're at least going to be able to get Ziggs some farm here. He's going to pick up a ton of plate gold. Should be able to get the whole turret. He's got the execute with the satchel.
Yeah.
And he wins the race.
Hey, there we go. So first turret block going over to Fearex. That is certainly good news. Still, I mean, the rest of the map kind of on fire, and Gen G with a lot of late game insurance. But for right now, they do at least manage to get that. And now they get to move Henna into these other lanes, utilize that satchel in order to get more of these executions on the structures. That's what you want to be doing with the Ziggs.
It's really strong that he's able to pick up the torch here now as well. He could start to be relevant on objective setup. They're able to get a dragon here. It's going to be Infernal Soul again, which is actually huge for both teams. But the Ziggs is really going to love that later on if he is able to stack some of those up. But this is just Gen.G making an insanely tight call here. Clear knows he's likely dead, right? He doesn't even end up flashing here. He still has teleport available. And the teleport call on the other side of the map for Henna is absolutely the right one. So they end up getting first turret blood off of this. And yes, it's not the same amount of gold equivalently, but I think it's the only choice that Fearx could have made given that scenario. If Henna teleports top there, you know, I mean, he's not going to... Maybe they don't get the kill, but then he's in top, but it's super awkward. Then Kennen has to teleport bottom. They get a whole turret's worth of gold. He gets his first item. So Fearx, I mean, still hanging on here in this game. The game state's not great, but some of those win cons coming online. Now, let's see if Clear can make a high-impact ultimate happen in a team fight. Because the exhaust is on Keen, he's not necessarily going to be in the thick of things when that ultimate goes down every single time. And we're going to have to see if Clear can actually make something happen proactively here on the map.
Yeah, Execute moving up. Keen could be the one in trouble here, as he did have the information, but there is the dive in. I don't think this Twist of Fate is going anywhere at all. And even the kitchen sink thrown from the Ziggs from downtown. Mega Inferno Bomb, there was no way getting out of that one. And now they can move Henna towards this top side. They've got another minion wave conga lining in. There's a fair bit of damage available, and there are still plates up for the next 20 seconds. So that should be yet another one going down. That is going to get them pretty close to parity, to be perfectly honest, after this does fall, unless Clear is going to go down as well. Some extra plates as the cross map does come in from Gen.G. But I would say, I mean, this is closing the gap for Fearx.
It certainly is, and this is making the Ziggs now finally truly start to get online. And this is what you have to do as Fearx. So they made the right choice twice, and I think Gen.G trying to pressure the cannon bottom side again, obviously just two-man down there, doesn't end up really working out. 5 plates in total here for the Ziggs as he picks up those additional ones top side there, and very much a lot of money.
Yeah.
But it's all about how you use it, right? And this is where things are going to get tricky later on. As Keen here, not much he can do when this engage comes through. Double controller means Execute knows there's no information here for Keen that he's coming up. And Gen.G get punished here. They get the whole turret as well top side. So this is very good news for the side of B&K. But how good is it? We'll have to see how the team fights go. As this next Dragon, I think, is going to be our first taste of a Cannon Maelstrom.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. I think it's the first 5v5, and B&K Fearx, they need to win that. That is what it's all hinging on in my mind. They have the tools, but it's whether the execution is going to work out. Speaking of which, he is making his way into this mid lane, and his rel is going to be so incredibly important. These Magnet Storms going to need to hit, because that is what sets it all up. That's what gets that lineup working. Hold them in place so that Clear can get on top, stun them all up. You've then got Mega Inferno Bomb that should be able to land, as Lahen's trying to get out of there with his dredge line. Will be able to do so. Execute slowed down as the Wall of Pain comes in. Gen.G with control of the river for the moment. A little bit of a group up, as we can see. Destiny at the ready, so Keen can get over there. Almost level 11 for the extra range on that one.
And the Blackfire Torch damage will really stack up as these longer skirmishes do occur, so you don't really want to stick around with Ziggs in the vicinity in that type of jungle exchange. If you can get the lockdown onto somebody, you get the kill, it's absolutely worth it. But if you're kind of, you know, happy feeding around trying to find that engage for too long, you're going to lose value, and Fearx will end up winning out on that one. The Gen.G just trying to get as much control of the map as possible before this Dragon spawns, because if Fearx do have Prio on the Dragon, they've got a ton of wave clear with this Ziggs to earn it in mid, then all of those circles, all of those combos become so much easier to execute. And it's always funny when Execute is playing, because he always plays engaged champions. We always have to talk about this, but those types of combos are what is going to bring Fearx back into this game, and Prio is the first step to that. So Gen.G just trying to deny as much as possible, and doing stuff like this, just kind of walking around and harassing and keeping them occupied where they're not bottom side, is actually pretty huge.
Oh dear. Clear is putting on a lot of respect, and understandably so. Gets the information as Canyon and Keen go for the jump scare. not going to be enough to grab them a kill. The rest of FearX now moving on over. Pei's doing more damage than I would have expected here. Level 8, almost 17 minutes, but I guess Execute is a little bit squishy.
Herald plus Tristana damage. I mean, this is not a bad call here for FearX.
Yeah.
If they relinquish bottom side control, Clear knows that there's a pretty good chance that Canyon is pushing down into that vicinity. They don't have any vision, but they have vision top side, so going for the Herald drop here and trying to utilize the fact that Ziggs and Tristana could take turrets off the map so insanely quickly is what keeps this gold. You know, it's still 2,000, the deficit, and Genji had a nice lead, but it's keeping it relatively playable, this game here. So FearX making some good macro decisions. The problem is they've relinquished their ability to fight this dragon as a result of that, and that's why Genji putting Canyon bottom side there, pressuring Clear, is trying to gain that prio we talked about just moments before so that those engages don't come through. And look at Lehens, he's just keeping Execute at bay here.
He's
four levels up.
That's so silly. And of course, Pays is the support in this lane, but he is a level ahead of Execute right now. And Henna, at least, is up at the same point as now Closer having to get away. The Phosphorus Bomb is going to connect, though. There's the Buster Shot. Oh, the Requiem. And that is going to be enough. Canyon takes down the Tristana. There was too many things to dodge. The Dawning Shadow flies past. He dodges it, nailed it. And he's like, how do I outplay this giant beam from the sky? Oh, I guess I can't. And so he's just dead.
Not going to happen. No play for that one. As, I mean, Genji, they get the Dragon. And yes, some gold did go over, but the Herald doesn't secure the turret top side either. Unfortunately for BNK, gets the charge, but if you don't get the full turret, you don't get the money. And so we're kind of slowly cruising towards a mid-game where if Genji can continue to just control the map, and you see the Karthus just take more and more farm away, it's really tough. I mean, the split push win con of this Twisted Fate as well, the fact that his ultimate can reveal any sort of flanking Execute angle, is really frustrating to play against here for FearX. I feel like they played the macro as well as they could, but ultimately, even things like this, you know, like Chovy sees an opportunity, Closer goes in to clear the wave, and he's like, all right, shredding that armor, hits the Phosphorus, Valkyrie forward, and he's going to get the kill, but it doesn't matter because Canyon presses R.
Yeah.
That's more money for Karthus.
And his whole team was rotating up. This is the problem, is that FearX made that decision on purpose, right? Because they did have the backup that was ready to come in. The teleport comes out immediately, but he's just dead way too fast. And Canyon isn't even there, and he kills him, right? Like, Chovy gets enough work done. They throw out their globals. They don't need anything else other than that. And even though Closer was trying to bait something, I guess, just wasn't able to last long enough in that instance. Or at least that's me giving them the benefit of the doubt as best I can.
No, I think you're absolutely right on what the thought process was, but, you know, Genji had backup too.
Yeah.
Canyon pressing R. And that's a red smite that even Chronicler can get behind.
Absolutely.
Goes for the ult cooldown reduction as well. You know, he's got
two items. He's 186 CS.
Yeah, he picked up those assists, grabbed the second kill there. He just has so much money. He's got 6 stacks of Dark Seal as well, and he's not even really team fighting. He's just skirmishing and pressing R sometimes.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good. So, FearX now spotted on the Destiny. Gate not really going to be utilized too much here, as Keen is just going to look for a little bit of a reset. Spotting out where everyone is, making sure that he does have the opportunity to go towards that. 2.5 minutes on the Dragon. The Baron has just spawned about 15 seconds ago. So Genji making sure they have full vision of that area, and this is impressive. You can see just how much vision they have of FearX's side of the jungle. Making it very, very difficult to make any sort of play. And we were talking about that 5v5 that we could potentially get
just
to.
Not
haven't seen it.
Yeah, Genji just deny it every time. They avoid FearX and...
Oh, okay, there's the flash forward. Canyon may be caught out of position here. Wind becomes lightning, comes in. Chovy will turn up. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down, as well as now Canyon trying to get in position so he can die at the right spot. Chovy's going to go down as well, though. That is two, but the Requiem coming in. Pays should be taken down as the explosive charge, not actually to come through. Finally, he does fall, and that's the double for Closer. And FearX, they're on the ball. They only had to sacrifice one. This could be a Baron.
Now this is massive, because this is the type of play that you can't make with this draft for Genji. Everyone's too squishy. The Karthus especially, even if he dies, can get some value done as they're all so low. But with this Ziggs here, I think they definitely have the damage to sustain through. Raptor will tank it up here. Right? Don't stand on that, Henna!
Well, Henna is just going to get out of there. Clear is taking more damage than he'd otherwise like.
It's okay, they did.
Raptor's like, guys, like, I've got this, it's fine. Just leave me alone. and he is going to be able to get that walk away.
Some aspects of that Baron take were more impressive than the last team fight.
Yeah, you can imagine there's closer in chat. There's closer in chat. He's like, no, wait for me. Raptor's like, I'm gonna die, dude. Hilarious. Anyway, they are able to grab themselves the Baron, and this is that 5v5 that we were waiting for, that we were talking about, and it works.
And this is just, again, a little bit of greed here from Canyon trying to shadow Chovy here, and it is cut straight through the river. And yes, you can have long-range fault with Arthur regardless, but you also can with Ziggs. And with the Tristana in a fight like this, the resets are going to be insane, and they just don't have any consistent damage here without Chovy in this fight. And unfortunately, the Requiem damage isn't going to be enough without some sort of lead-in. And even with Karthus in the middle of the team fight with his E turned on, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
And this is rough.
There's a max range hook that's going to connect here as Gen G. They are angry about losing that last fight, but they're going to lose that Twisted Fate immediately. Lehen's taking a lot of damage. He'll flash away, and now Closer turns up. You can see that DPS really starting to get up there, but oh dear. This should just be 2 kills, 1 kill. Never mind, Execute tanky enough to survive the Requiem there.
Doesn't work on the Malignance at least.
Did you see all of the gameplay that Fearx were doing? And then Gen G, like Canyon's just like, yeah, how about this gameplay? Presses the R button.
Yeah, he definitely let his team carry the kills there on that one, or kill in this case, but still a little bit of a sloppy setup there from Gen G, I will say, if we want to really nitpick, because they let themselves get into a position where Execute can get high value on this rel, walking into a choke point. And this is what's so scary about walking into this competition. It has so many circles, as you mentioned. Look at the Ziggs fall up here from Henna instantly. The damage is there. Now, the problem is long-term, that Senna we talked about is going to offer some sustain, a lot of damage here from Chovy and Pays, and then they just decide, all right, if we press R, we get Dragon, and Fearx don't get to take the fight on the objective. I think Gen G could have played that a little bit slower, could have waited, forced Fearx to actually move towards the pit itself. Got a little bit antsy, but ultimately they're so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And the Baron's still there for Fearx. We got out of the replay and then immediately we're into another fight, but they only lose 1, so keeping 4 of these Barons alive, definitely important. Actually, keeping 3 of the Barons alive, as of course Closer didn't manage to get the first one. Gen G, I don't think they're going to be too worried, Wolf, like you were saying.
I think Gen G are still feeling pretty good about the game state. They have, obviously, the Soul Point. But this game is much closer, I think, than it looked like it was going to be as Execute finding Lehen's.
Yeah, Magnustorm to come on through here as Closer rocket jumps forward just to close the distance, and Lehen's just dead. No follow-up available. And of course, nothing to really get on the map here because, of course, the Baron not available. And Keen is on the bottom side, and he has Destiny up. So he can just put the gold card down and then gate away if he would like to. Doesn't even feel the need as he just wants to keep getting the pressure down, gets the information, knows that there's no one coming.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about Closer, though. You know, I do feel like he's starting to get a little bit larger, and once he gets that 3rd item online here, we saw, and we discussed it earlier, Lehen's won't last too long against that Tristana damage, especially with some of that Ziggs burn coming through. So Gen G, I think, really need to tighten things up because they still have a lead. They still can try to dictate the pace of this next Dragon fight and try to force a fight on their terms and not allow Fearx to use all of those engage tools we're talking so much about. But a few more mistakes and Fearx can absolutely win this game.
And the thing is, if Fearx win a fight, the game's over.
It's done.
Because Ziggs and Tristana together will just demolish everything in front of them. And so if they do manage to win a team fight, then it's very, very quick for them to just move up and wipe out the Nexus. So Gen G going to have to make sure that they do not let that happen. A team wipe would be absolutely devastating, even this early in the game.
And I think the difference in identities in the comps is Fearx wants to win a fight instantly, essentially. Gen G wants to win the longer fight. And if you keep getting caught, if you're splitting and being a little bit greedy, there are definitely openings for Fearx. Even if it's not a wombo combo, just one single target can be enough to turn the tide.
Well, you can see the gold moving back towards Fearx just a little bit. It only really crested 4.5k as the largest lead that Gen G were able to get to, and that was immediately stifled by that great Baron play that BNK Fearx did make. And so Gen G grouping up once again. This time the Twisted Fate is with the rest of his team, and yeah, that's a big old flank angle. Keen smells something, has a feeling that there might be something up here, and is going to go searching for the cannon. Clear, not going to give his position away just yet. Fearx able to take some control back of the map.
That's some game sense right there from some veterans.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely realizing cannon's not showing on the map, there is a decent chance, even though we have some control vision in the jungle, that he's wrapping around and will not get caught in mid lane, because that could have ended the game right there, essentially giving Fearx a massive lead. and Baron spawning in a minute's time, so you do not want to be messing around with a cannon flank. So great reaction there from Gen.G to back off, realizing the potential of that threat there, especially with a Xin Zhao could also then split the team in half. So really good game sense, good call there from Gen.G. Now, this next fight is really awkward for Fearx because Gen.G can choose between Infernal Soul and the Baron, and they can just avoid that 5v5 fight whichever way they like. They could take a 5v5 team fight almost at this point as well, with the Senna really and truly coming online. But as Fearx, you have to be decisive, and you need to look for a pick. You need to look to force Gen.G into a fight on your terms before those spawns happen. You've only got 25 seconds to Baron. It looks like the call is around topside here.
He's got 3 items, Wolf.
It's a Void Staff.
Yeah, Void Staff finished. Coming in third. He's probably going to buy himself a cool hat after this. Does need some added funding before he can get to that one, though. That is going to be in a little bit longer time. But BNK Fearx, they want Gen.G to come to them.
And Gen.G,
by starting a Baron, that's going to do it.
If Gen.G can just let this go and not force here and say, we'll take Infernal Soul instead, but the timing is a bit awkward. They're going to just let this go for now, pushing mid to try to draw some Fearx members back. There's no wave here. Very awkward for Gen.G. The Baron, it's gone, Atlas.
Yeah, and Destiny's popped. They know exactly what's going on, but there was no way for them to contest.
Requiem just for the poke?
Yeah, yes. I mean, is that poke? You almost killed Closer. Okay.
I mean, the timing of this is really thin for Gen.G. Keen doesn't have
stopping
Destiny.
the back, so just make sure he can break open the base.
Yeah.
They get Infernal Soul, and they expose the bottom lane inhibitor.
Now, the Baron buff is going to be fantastic, obviously, with the Tristana and the Ziggs push we talked about. So this is still a threat here for Gen.G to deal with, but great call, using the Requiem, stopping the backs, poking them down a little bit so they can't actually try to catch Gen.G after the Drake is taken, even without the Destiny there from Keen, because he used it moments before. They know there's no way they can actually stop that. So they made their call to go for Baron. Gen.G react very quickly. Let's see what this Baron can get done, because that is really probably going to be one of the big deciding factors of this game is, can they break an inhibitor?
Yeah,
and I think they just have to group as 5 and hard push.
I respect the decision from BNK Fearx as well, because this is a Hail Mary. This is like, well, we know that we're never going to outscale, so we may as well try and find a pick and just win the game. And with a Baron, Tristana, and Ziggs, you're going to be able to do it. But Raptor, he is a little bit on his lonesome. Does have, of course, the Crescent Guard available, but my God, Infernal Soul, ladies and gentlemen, and a Corki with 3 items.
Just push together, fight on your terms. They left the cannon on the top side, so Gen.G know where he is. They know there's no flank threat. Gen.G are like, all right, cool. Well, we just took half of Raptor's, or 3/4 of Raptor's health bar. He's not relevant, and that's the end of this Baron. Essentially, any real threat to Gen.G. And with the Infernal Soul, clearing these waves becomes so much simpler. And yes, you have Closer now pushing bottom side, but I think the decision to try to get value in 2 lanes and now 3 was not going to be enough to break an inhibitor. Now Closer's in danger.
Yeah, Closer actually thinking he wants to try and kill Keen here. He took the blast cone in, but you can see the rest of Fearx rotating over. This time, Closer doesn't start the fight too early. And if they do get in here and manage to find something, it is going to be important. Good buffer to get Closer out of there, and Raptor taking so much damage. Oh my God! Even the Piercing Darkness is so scary as Raptor! Will he survive? He will! Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He had hysterics, so I don't know, Atlas. You need to just look at the items before you get excited.
He does not have Warmogs, though, so I don't know if he's going to live much longer.
Okay, there is a Destiny coming in, as Henna's going to have to flash away, but there is the depth charge. And Keen's on the flank angle. There is absolutely nowhere to run. Raptor tries to flash for him, but the gold card was in the air. And they start off the fight with a kill. The Magnet Storm, it doesn't do anything. The Slicing Maelstrom doesn't either. But he is still able to take down Pace. Clear, just exploding. What was that damage? It was absolutely insane. And now Keen looking for a little bit more. Already the bottom lane is being wiped out, but Chovy comes in for the cleanup. And the Closer is still alive, trying to get something done. But you know what? This was not the cleanest, and a 4 for 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. I think that if the Slicing Maelstrom was a little bit earlier or onto more members, it could have been huge, as Keen is going to get a lot of gold card value in this one.
Oh, man, that's a lot of cinders.
There, yeah.
I love seeing that. We see so many cinders ignored, Wolf.
Yeah. No, Ox is like, ooh! You know, everyone thinks Ox is the big Chemtech guy, but we all know the truth.
Oh, he's just a Cinder Man, and absolutely fantastic.
This Raptor's health being this low, and even with the Sterix shield that he's going to get here, doesn't necessarily matter. He gets Senna ulted. that is the crux of this fight because he dies instantly to Keen's Destiny. The Destiny angle is super intentional here for Keen. Wants to target Raptidon first, has a gold card ready, is able to negate the flash entirely, and now it's already a losing battle here for Fearex, despite Clear and Execute's best intentions here. Watch what happens when Chovy shows up.
Yeah.
Infernal Soul, Armor Shred, bye-bye, little Pikachu.
That was just ridiculous amounts of burst damage. At least Fearex were able to get a little bit back. I really did like how Henna kind of kited it out because it looked like Gen.G had them exactly where they wanted them, but it was Lahen's walking all the way through the Hextech minefield that was a huge problem. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be avoided there by Pays.
Pays
takes so much damage.
He's Senna though, and he can just back here. There's no objective up. You know, a bit of a interesting call. Now, I will say, I think in Henna's defense, if you hit more members there and force multiple backs from Gen.G, you'll get a lot of vision from that. You will get a win from that. Perhaps he thought he had the burst, but with this build, you're not going to kill somebody with that, unfortunately, but even with Horizon Focus. But, you know, it was a nice try.
Yeah.
If there were objectives up, maybe that would have been valuable. He will get his ult up relatively quickly, obviously. He has Ziggs after all. This Elder, you know, and Baron are spawning at the same time, because we kind of had these Dragons and Barons in sync this game, so really interesting to see what choice Fearex makes this time around.
And they've had 2 Barons this game
Yeah.
as well. It's actually just kind of nutty. That's what's kept them so close in the gold.
Exactly.
It is under 4K right now, despite the fact that it feels like Gen.G have had full control. And speaking of which, here is a Destiny in. Slicing Maelstrom is going to stun up Keen for the moment. He does have his Zhonya's at the ready as well, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Yeah, 4 members of Gen.G probably going to be enough to take down the cannon once again. 2, 6, and 3. Unfortunately, Clear has really been the target.
He really has. Some backs going to get stopped, at least one.
Yeah, they tried to stop them from being able to defend, and honestly, they couldn't defend anyway because the turret just kind of fell over when it saw Gen.G. We are quite late into this game, and they do have a lot of damage available. So and that is going to be that top inhibitor wiped out.
When you see the call to go, or rather the cannon death here, and Gen.G's call, of course, to punish him, you'll also notice there's a lot of vision for Gen.G. They know Fearex don't know about this. They know that Clear has pushed that far up, so he probably feels safe. But there's just not a lot of information for Fearex to be that far up, and that call from Clear to be that far out means they lose an inhibitor right before this Baron spawns. And with the speed at which they can take this Baron here with this extremely fed Karthus, I mean, it goes quick, and then you go straight to Elder, you got Exodia, and we'll get our fancy little graphic for it, because I mean, there's just no stopping this, and they're going to try to maybe rush this down. I don't think so. You have to win a wombo combo. Vision is cleared. Maybe Execute, make a hero play. I don't know, Atlas.
There's no Destiny, there's no Requiem, and there's no Dawning Shadow. Gen.G are not at full power right now, and this goes down so incredibly fast.
Clear has teleport as well.
Yeah, good satchel to try and get Lahen's out of there, but he still manages to land the hook. It's a steal from Canyon! Really? You do that to them right now? That is so unfair. Now the Executes come in from this big old dragon. That is the very cool borders around the pictures for Gen.G as well. And oh man, it was so close!
I mean, the thing too is the teleport from Clear, if it's faster, maybe he gets a huge slicing Maelstrom, but it's too late. He's not there in time. Keen just Destinies on top of him and kills him as well. There's no hope for B&K and Gen.G. As we're going home early tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are the 2-0 for the MSI champions, but in this game, B&K Fearex, they made them work for it. I actually think that they played very, very well to their win conditions in this composition. Just didn't quite work, and with the fact that they fell behind early, maybe we could have seen something different if the early game had gone better, but I think it was still a valiant effort. Still, Gen.G will walk away with a 2-0 in today's match. Big congratulations for them really getting out to the summer season on the right foot.
Really good game from Gen.G. Both games, there were some mistakes. They weren't perfect games by any means. I think we did see a big glow up in a lot of ways for B&K here compared to last season and compared to the Nongshim series. They really came in with a clear plan. I kind of raised my eyebrows at the Ziggs pick, but how they were able to lane swap and then get all those plates and punish Gen.G a little bit on the map and still get the Ziggs some money, I felt like they knew how they wanted to play their composition, and that's not something we can always say about our East Side teams when they play against our top teams. They stumble in draft and then don't really find any sort of angle. I feel like they definitely knew what they wanted to do. Gen.G was just definitely the better team today. Kind of with a thumbs up, but Fearex, I think this is a loss if you are a B&K Fearex fan that you're going to be okay with, because they definitely had some shining moments.
Yeah, I think so too. And look, you might look towards the top lane and say that Yes, Clear didn't exactly have the greatest day. He has taken the Kane exam before, and it did work out, I think, once, maybe? Didn't work out today. It was a flunk. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go back and do that one again. Thankfully, he will have that opportunity in round 2, because thankfully, this is a double round robin.
And I think Alice, you know, to your point about Clear, both he and Raptor had some tough games, right? And I think with the oppressive control that Gen G had on the map, you can kind of
it's sort of like a trickle down, right?
Yeah, you can kind of give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt for some of those picks, but I think it was a lack of focus for both players when they were behind that really gave Gen G a little bit more control. And I think if you just focus up and don't get caught, not in moments like this, because this is just a really nice gank for Canyon, and when the gold card comes out, you panic, you put up the speed boost, and it's completely denied, as you mentioned. That means it's just enough damage here, even without the Requiem. But I think some of the decisions we saw in the late game for Clear, a little bit too slow or a little bit too, I almost want to say lazy in terms of where the map reads
maybe.
yeah.
It's more like he was trying to farm side lanes that he couldn't actually, but he did need the money, right? Your cannon, like if your Sasuke Maelstrom doesn't do anything, you are absolutely useless. So caught between a rock and a hard place, as we do like
love
to
say that, yeah. And I think that this week for BNK gave me some hope, because if you guys watched the Pog State episode, I said I was super down on this team. I felt like, you know, Closer was past his prime. I didn't feel like it was going to be a strong meta for his champion pool. But after watching this game in particular, more than the Nongshim game, I do have a little bit more hope for, you know, the cool kids who don't panic.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that a lot of our sort of eastern side teams have looked better and better. I think that even DRX fitting into that category a little bit as well. Certainly a lot of things to be interested in for that team also. So a lot to be curious about.
And that's what's so great about summer season, because rosters have had a whole split together.
Yeah.
They've had the teams that don't go to MSI, the east side teams, they have some additional time to scrim and actually practice and prepare for the meta, so sometimes they have a good read.
Okay.
As we'll watch these final moments here on the Elder. And the shutdown on the teleport from Cannon as well. So crisp from Keen. And the steal from Canyon.
Yeah, Canyon just coming in. I mean, these Skittles do so much damage as well. Let's see how this one happens. As it's going down incredibly low, he just flashes in and finds it.
Yeah, with a Skittle on top of it to get it to 1200.
The good old Skittle smite.
Yep, and you see Keen is like, well, you tried to go for the teleport flank. It's way too late, even though they had the ward. He shuts down the cannon. Oh man, he was so close to the 444.
I'm gonna need the boom boom damage vote. I think that is more damage than time in the game. You know, like 44 versus 35. It's just a bit silly.
I think people will be pretty surprised by my POG vote. I'll keep it a surprise.
Ooh.
I'll keep it a surprise. He didn't get 444. I didn't vote for Canyon. Just so you guys know, like 444 is basically the 666 of Asia.
Yeah. That's why you can't go to floor 4 in very many places in China, which is very interesting stuff. But it is now time for us to throw it over to some Ziggs enthusiasts, and Hooney, take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for casting that series. And yeah, that was a Ziggs performance of the day, I suppose. But it wasn't quite enough to get BNK across the line, unfortunately, for them. Gen G was a little bit of a struggle. You know, it wasn't the cleanest game from them. They got caught out a bunch of times. But at the end of the day, they finally did get the win with the 2-0. Guys, thoughts on this game and on this draft?
Yeah, so I think first off, I actually liked what they did with the Ziggs. You have like the Tower Buster combo of the Ziggs and the Justana. And also in game, you saw they managed to get Ziggs alone time with bot tower. There were 3 people pushing top, and he won the race solo. That's how good he is at pushing towers. And I feel like if you have Ziggs in a game, you should be playing to get him some plates. And he obviously did do a lot in this game. They were rewarded for it. Something I really didn't like, though, from BNK Fairx was the cannon. Ziggs does so much damage. You don't need a second AP champ. You're completely fine with just one. The cannon got really bullied out in this lane, but also it just means it's easier for the enemy team to itemize MR. And we saw, like, you know, the Wit's End being picked up by Keen and things like that. So ultimately, I think some bits of the draft they used well, and the cannon was really just the outlier that didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Gen G draft from the 4-5 too. It's just like actually just increasing the range with it. Also, just pair well with the Senna Nolus and with the 4-5 TF, with them actually having gold cards, just the point CC, and having Karthus is on the team. Like, it definitely helps a lot, especially when you have a Senna and one tank team comp. But the thing is, like, I just didn't really like the gameplay like early on. Like they up into the race against the Ziggs on turret that actually kind of boost up for the BNK, the snowball, and the Ziggs the fastest. He can actually get the turret, but they could have just kind of make more just longer lane phases and go like later on the lane, swap the laning. I think it was like a little bit faster. That's why Ziggs seems a little bit more stronger.
Yeah, the Ziggs did have a pretty fun time. He got a lot of plates in the bottom side. He went top. He got a lot of plates in the top side, or at least was able to push down the turret. And eventually it wasn't quite enough, though, to get them across the line. Let's take a look at some of the highlights in this game. We do want to talk about how this game did pan out, starting out with some of these early plays.
Yeah, I mean, this was just super rough for the Kennen. I feel like Kennen thrives when he's in a lane against a melee champion. He can bully out. The TF can just set up these ganks so easily. It's such an easy play to make. We saw a situation where you end up not only getting the TF allowed to get ahead, but you also, Karthus comes up and is able to get gold. Senna comes up and is able to get gold. And then this dive just ends up being so easy as well. Yeah, the Kennen just felt really rough.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely upside for actually just the strong side, which is like when Genji was playing top side and Kennen, he was actually kind of feeding on the top side. But the thing is, like, the other side of the map, the Ziggs was really happy to take a turret, as we said. But I think the Kennen should have been more, like, a little bit delicate. That actually boosts up so much for Kenyon to be able to just build up his item-wise. And also even TF, he was, like, just so free just the whole time in this map.
I do wonder what you guys would think would be a better option into the TF, right? Because they saw the TF, right, and then they picked the Kennen into it instead. So is there any other champ that you think they should have picked instead after just watching this highlight where he kind of just got bullied the whole game?
I think maybe the angle is you have to kind of prevent the TF pick from coming in, because the problem is TF has shown that even if you pick like a melee, like, these sort of weak side picks like Asante or Zac, where you're like, okay, we'll just survive, they still have a really rough time. So maybe the Kennen into it is obviously a rough answer, but I think maybe eliminating the TF would have been the better call.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. Like, there's just no point for them to just giving the TF away. It's just like benefits are better, but I think picking the Kennen, it was like probably the worst of the choices you could probably done it.
Yeah, there were definitely better choices. But let's take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which we did see some crazy shenanigans in the bottom lane here, which BNK FearX, they're pushing up. They're feeling pretty good, but then they get collapsed on really quickly with the high map movement from the team and the global ults and everything on the side of Genji.
Yeah, and also, we didn't see BNK FearX build a Locket, which is so good against Karthus. The carries get chunked so heavily by this Karthus ult who's doing 1 million damage, and then the flank comes in, this TF zoning them off. They try and collapse on him. You see the flash in there to try and punish, and it just doesn't work, and they frankly get picked apart here.
I mean, the game state was like so really playable for BNK, which is like they had a bear and then a Baron buff, and it was like the second one, and also it's just like there was a huge misplay from just the Raptor. He got just too much chunk, and even flashing into the gold card, and he just kind of got popped. Like there was a lot the fact that it's just like it came together and then multiply and and that causes actually just huge loss in team fight, and after that, it's pretty rough.
But also, you just have to build Locket against Karthus. Like, I feel like this item is there specifically to counter this champion. Like, he's bounced around the fact Locket exists, because his ult does so much that, like, it's such a good item just to have into him. And I know Warmog's Rush is the meta at the moment, but, like, come on, Execute, you need it.
It definitely would have helped a lot. And, shout out to BNK FearX. They got pretty close here in game number 2 against Genji. But Genji pick up the 2-0. Let's see the POG for game number 2 on the side of Genji. As, it will be Keen on the TF, just some of his maneuvers. There were some rough moments, but generally I feel like when they needed him most, he was there to put that gold card in.
Yeah, did a lot of work setting up these plays in the top side, really made the top matchup super uncomfortable. And, we talked about the Kennen being an issue. It was him who made it an issue for BNK FearX. And also there was that clip we just saw before where he ended up getting that big flank to solidify the advantage for Genji.
I was actually considering almost voting for Kim, but it's just like thing is one time he kind of make a mistake on top side, got caught when there was like swapping the lane, and he kind of boosted up the 4 Ziggs who can get the 5s played instantly, immediately, like so fast. And that's why I went for being ends up just voting for Canyon, but I think he really completely makes sense then.
Wow.
My reasoning for Canyon was he pressed R, and in the final fight he pressed Smite and got the Elder.
That was big.
Karthus in a nutshell,
It was a really big part of it.
It did feel like one of those games where it was like Canyon had some really nice ganks, Keen set them up, so they were kind of like in tandem together, making a lot of plays and doing a great job. And essentially winning the game together. So good shout out to them. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Pace and Keen on the side of Genji, who just took a quick 2-0 victory. Congratulations! Keen, following the Spring and MSI titles, you secured another amazing win for the first match of summer. How do you feel? I'm very, very happy that I'm able to get our first win with a 2-0 victory today. And Pace, you also scored a pentakill number 1 of summer. Congratulations. How do you feel? Yeah, I know that I've had some pentakills under my belt, and I'm really happy that I was able to grab another pentakill with Zeri. And Pace, with today's match, you have surpassed 860 all-time LCK kills. Is it safe to say that Pace has the greatest kill-catching senses of all time? Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at getting kills. But I don't know about being the greatest. And Keen, what are your thoughts on Pace's kill-catching abilities? Yeah, when you get to play with Pace, he's definitely greedy for CSing and KS, well, really just getting kills. So we try to compete and contest for these kills. And yeah, honestly, I was trying to contest for it this time around too, but I saw him get double and triple kills, so I just had to give it to him. Yeah, so I know I really wanted the pentakill, so I asked for it. And with the crit item buffs, there has been a shift in the bot meta, so compared to MSI, can you feel the difference? Yeah, crit items have gotten a lot of buffs, but I think the laning phase is what I prioritize a lot more. So I think that's why I try to go for builds that actually do focus on allowing me to do a better job in the laning phase. And now we have to replay the pentakill moment. How did you see this pentakill angle? Yeah, this angle, the picture was so beautiful for me. I think the way that my teammates funneled the resources to me actually paid off a lot more. So did you yell for the pentakill when you got triple kill? Yeah, I think I was shouting for it the moment I sent out the Zeri Q. Let's take a look at some of the milestones. It looks like the all-time LCK pentakill standings. It shows that you're in the second place with 5 pentakills. And you now have your personal career, some accomplishments right now. It looks like 5 times in the LCK, 2 times in LCK CL, and 1 time in the MSI. So apparently the champion with the most pentakills in the LCK is Zeri. So what do you think enables her to get so many pentakills? I think just because of her skills allowing her to hit multiple enemies at once, and I think her base attack is just so high that it just makes it so much easier to get pentakills with her. In game 2, with TF and Karthus locked in, you guys had early control of side lanes and you scaled really well. So how did you come up with this comp? This isn't something that we came up with prior to today, but I think we just communicated about what kind of comps or what kind of picks are good for us to play with the given draft. So is there anything you remember from calming with Canyon? Nothing memorable, but in game, we just noticed how often the Senna and Karthus ult was getting shot top, so I just felt like it was such a blessing. In game 2, BNK's aggression really stood out, so did they give you a trouble in any way? I feel like they were attempting to do something and trying to... They were just trying to, I noticed, make some moves so that they can actually make a difference. But I do see that they're trying really hard to make a difference and turn the game around.
이제
And
LCK
Pace.
개막전을 치렀고 또 이제 LCK 프로비랑 결승전 가려면 아직 시간이 많이 남았기 때문에 그때까지 메타 파악 잘하고
This concludes our opening week match.
이번에도 우승을 노려볼 수
I
있을
believe
거라고
that as long as we're able to keep it up like how we did in the MSI, we would be able to win the summer title as well. And Keen, just like Pace said, as long as we're able to get a good read on the meta and continue practicing really hard, we have a very good chance for the summer title. Congratulations again, and that's the end of the interview from Pace and Keen of Gen G, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for that awesome translation. As always, great to hear from Keen and Paze, who that was a very interesting description of why Zeri gets a lot of pentacles, because her attack is high, and so she gets a lot of pentacles.
I feel like going through his head, he's like, don't say she's super OP and she should be removed, you know? He doesn't want to get a nerfed.
It's just right click, man. Just right click.
Just right click.
Also, just be modest at the same time. You can't say, like, you're so good at this champ or anything like that. I don't know, man. Zeri's just busted. Let's take a look at the standings now after this victory from Gen G. They will be up there tied with Quantum Freaks, who also did pick up the 2-0 yesterday. And will be in first. They might just stay there for the whole split. We'll have to wait and see.
I feel like it's always funny when like a new team gets that first win and then we see them move to the top and it's like, oh look, like how long are they going to be at the top? With Gen G, it's like, well, probably a while. You know, signs of things to come, you know.
And Tiona's at the bottom, and we'll see with the next match if they can go 2-0 or 2-1 or maybe loses.
Yeah, fantastic transition, Huni. Maybe you should be the host. We do have our next match on the way. It is going to be T1 versus Nongshim. You guys won't want to miss it. Always a banger between those two teams, and we'll see you after about 30 minutes. Stay tuned.
진격의 오케이 전투군에 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 두 번에 잡아요.
최근에 오케이 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Prisoner
어제 베트남에서 들어왔는데 오늘도 이렇게 또 바로 한국에서 촬영할 수 있어서 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
저는 콧대가 높아가지고 아래서 위로 올려다보는 게 잘 나온다 하셔가지고 그래서 좀 느낌 살려서 해가지고 그래서 빨리 된 것 같습니다.
액션.
정리하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 OK 저축은행이기도 하니까 뭐 OK는 OK입니다.
친구들이랑 이제 친하게 좀 지내야 될 것 같아가지고 열심히 그냥 적응 중이라고 생각하면 될 것 같습니다.
도엽이 형 아직은 반말까지는 아니지만 곧 있으면 이제 반말까지 해볼게.
국원님 촬영 잘 보겠습니다. 멋진 거 잘 보겠습니다.
근데 국원님이
맞아 진짜?
형도 아니고 님이 맞아?
진짜 좋았다.
그냥 선을 그어버린.
진짜 좋았다.
앞에서는 저랑 그래도 제일 이렇게 뭔가 친한 척 해주려고 하는데 뒤에서 그럴 줄은 몰랐네요.
그냥 재밌는 것 같고요. 처음이어가지고 이런 경험도 재밌을 것 같아요.
여러 가지 촬영을 했었는데 이렇게 뭔가 저희 팀 컨셉에 맞게 진짜 촬영하는 거는 처음이라서 좀 설레기도 하고 뭔가 잘 나올 것 같기도 해서 기대하고 있어요.
이찬이 형이 평소엔 안경 끼는데 오늘 또 타이틀을 촬영한다고 안경 벗었거든요. 근데 그게 훨씬 더 잘생긴 것 같아요.
뭐 동생이 그렇게 봐준다니까 네 좋네요. 촬영한 거 다시 보여주실 때 좀 잘 나오는 것 같아서 제가 잘 나올 것 같긴 한데 전 개인적으로 동주 같은 듬직한 게 좋아서 동주가 잘 나올 거라 생각해요.
맛이 없을 수가 없는 빵이긴 해요. 그래서 맛있게 먹었습니다.
이렇게 뭔가 저희 팀원들 것까지 많이 사다 줘서 되게 고마웠습니다. 고맙다.
웃으면 괜히 지연돼서 피곤. 프로페셔널하게 한 번에 열심히 하면 된다. 잘 수 있어. 카메라 자신 있게 보고 어깨 피고. 야, 안 되겠다.
시즌이 이제 곧 다가오고 있다는 생각이 들고 이런 거는 별로 찍어본 적이 없는데 잘 찍어서 멋진 장면 만들어 보겠습니다.
일단 뭐 용혁이 촬영 긴장 안 하고 잘했으면 좋겠고 근데 워낙 좀 관심 받는 걸 좋아해서 촬영 같은 건 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 맨날 제 핸드폰에 셀카 찍었거든요. 저도 모르게 그냥 이런 데 놓고 가면은 혼자 이러고 있어요.
옛날에 잠깐 봤다가 그 뒤로 아예 질문이 없는 상태입니다. 앞으로도 LCK에서 서로 좋은 모습 보여주면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
루시드 선수만큼 좋은 모습 보여주도록 노력하겠습니다.
저번 스프링 때 뭔가 형들이 하던 거 하게 돼서 좀 놀랐고 좋은 것 같아요. 재밌는 것 같아요.
이번은 저만의 팁이긴 한데 살짝 좀 피곤할 때 저는 좀 잘 지키더라고요.
눈빛이 좀 부담돼가지고 음마했을 때 좀 웃겼던 것 같은데.
네, 영준이가 살짝 처음이라 걱정됐는데 잘 나올 것 같아요.
네, 오케이 하겠습니다. 네, 홀 오브 레전드 이번에 그런 컨셉으로 촬영이 된다고 해서 되게 멋있게 나올 것 같습니다. 기대해 주셔도 좋습니다. 약간 양아치답게 거리려고 해가지고 건들건들 노력은 많이 했습니다.
네, 꺼져 필요합니다.
괜찮아요. 괜찮습니다. 네, 저는 하는데 괜찮을 것 같아요. 네, 그럼. 이렇게 키고 보니까 예쁘네요. 젠지에서 저밖에 할 수 없는 거냐고. 지금 촬영 컨셉부터 다 마음에 듭니다. 아, 이거 보여주면 안 되는 거 아니에요?
비하인드가 생겼지.
근데 이제 비하인드가 퍼지면 이제 보일 때마다 아, 저 반지 이게 있겠구나 하고. 네, 만족스럽습니다. 네.
여러분 긴 오늘 생일이에요. 나는 긴길 생일 축하합니다. 뽀뽀해.
저를 그거는 저는 먹이는 거기 때문에 저는 정확히 않습니다.
역시 비주얼 담당은 다르긴 해. 대답 없는 거 보니까 맞는 거 같은데 무안해가지고
양력보다
제가 영상을 봤는데 너무 잘 나와가지고 너무 기대됩니다.
저희 이번에 새 친구도 있고 서머 때 진짜 열심히 해서 저희 색깔처럼 빛나도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
앞으로 오는 썸머 시즌도 팬분들께 잘 좋은 기억 남기도록 하겠습니다.
팬분들 긴 여름 보낼 수 있게 해드리겠습니다.
서머에는 다 같이 만족할 수 있는 성적 내도록 하겠습니다.
플러스 기어 화이팅!
화이팅!
T1 화이팅!
BNK PX 화이팅!
고맙습니다.
And
it
it's
was
about
about
who
the-
you can go on that journey with. And we do have a special surprise that is going to be coming up very, very soon after this episode is released about a certain new face that you're going to be experiencing.
A new face, but also not an entirely new face for the league.
That's true.
For the whole league.
But we're very excited to be inviting a new person to the LCK family, and we're hoping that he doesn't screw it up, because that'd suck.
No pressure.
About
Yeah.
40% chance, so.
Yeah. We don't have very high hopes, so I guess doesn't really need to worry about it too much. But that'll do it for this episode. We're incredibly excited for summer, and we'll see you for the next one for our ludicrous predictions. Bye-bye!
Bye!
souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
T1 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. This is the final match of new debuts for the season, and we're finishing off with a bit of banger here as T1 are going to be facing off against Nongshim. A task that Nongshim has not been able to succeed in for like the last couple of years, but they have always brought it to 3 games, Wolf. Is there hope?
I mean, I want to say yes, but I can't. I can't say it, Atlas. We have a bottom lane that's still figuring itself out. Obviously, with Gugur coming back to pro play after such a long time against one of the best bottom duos of all time in Guma Keria. That's my big sticking point in terms of the top lane. Dindin versus Zeus, you know, that one's looking a little bit rough.
We've seen that one before, yeah.
And Fisher's laning not looking great, so even if Faker's having the MSI form, I don't know if that's going to be the angle of attack.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Let's have a look at the roster, see whether there's been any changes. No, there has not. This is the T1 that you know and love. Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumushi, and Keria, and we'll see how they're going to do in their first match back, because of course, you can imagine not exactly psyched about how MSI went, obviously wanting to grab the trophy themselves. Unable to do so, but we'll see whether they can put their best foot forward here as we start off Summer and really make a splash versus Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah.
There is Guga joining the roster, but there's also Fisher there in the mid lane. Interesting tidbits, you know, there's a few abound. Faker in the past has struggled against EDG mid laners, dating back to an MSI many years ago, that I do often like to talk about, as they did lose that one.
I mean,
Fisher also started on T1 in 2020.
That's true. You know, there is some history there. It was discussed a little bit. I'm sure we'll hear about it more in the Trash Talk interview. Fiesta is off the roster, and Calix is not registered to play. He, of course, can if they decide to call him in with the new rules for call-ups, but you know, I think it's going to be mostly Fisher focused here for the first few weeks. And then we talked about the losing streak already. You did mention it. It's 10 losses in a row. And as you mentioned, sometimes T1 gets a little happy when they play against Nongshim. And sometimes Nongshim actually does bring them to 3, and it's happened quite a lot recently. So maybe there's an angle there. I think Nongshim are going to have to play a lot better than what we saw against BNK if that's going to happen. You can see, the mid-veteran in Faker and
That is
Fisher.
a menacing photo as well that we have here. As Fisher, of course, in his debut game looked okay, but I do think that Closer was kind of star of that series, so Fisher needs to do a better job sort of keeping his lane opponent down a little bit. But I think that when Closer's feeling himself, it is very, very hard. He's a bit like one of those feels players.
This is my biggest concern going into this series is the big bottom gap here between 4-year synergy and the 10-year difference. And it feels like it's been 10 years since Gugur has played professionally. It hasn't, but it has been a very long time, and there's definitely some rust that needs to be shaken off.
Yeah, I think it's about 5 years since he faced off against Faker, at least, when he was playing on Team Dynamics. But it is now time to hear from the players. Here's the interview.
안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 용신 레드포스 서포터로 복귀를 하게 된 국어 김도엽이라고 합니다. 상상하지도 못했었고 생각하지도 못했던 거기도 하고, 저는 이제 옛날에 성공을 했던 선수는 아니라고 생각을 해가지고 미련이 많이 남았었는데, 진짜 말도 안 되는 기회를 받은 것 같아가지고 감회도 새롭고 열심히 좀 해보고 싶다 이런 생각을 많이 하는 것 같아요.
도전은 언제나 아름답지만 그 이후의 과정도 중요하기 때문에 좋은 결과가 나오면 또 긍정적인 영향을 줄 수 있다고 생각합니다.
국어 선수도 예전에 몇 번 만났던 선수인데 이렇게 또 다시 경기를 하게 돼서 신기하기도 하고 재밌을 것 같습니다. 코치를 하고 왔다 보니까 운영 쪽에서 많이 편하지 않았나. 국어 선수가 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 일단 저희도 지금 최대한 합을 맞추는 단계고, 지우 선수랑 저랑 라인전부터 이제 하나하나 디테일하게 맞춰가는 중이거든요.
저도 거의 4년차가 돼가는데 경기 수가 어마무시하게 많거든요. 거의 모든 경기를 참가하는 수준이어가지고
안 맞는 게 이상한 거 아닌가. 합은 항상 잘 맞는 것 같습니다.
지우야, 형만 믿어. 내가 할게. 형만 믿고 따라갈게.
서머 시즌 첫 경기가 농심인데 되게 저력 있는 팀이고 항상 정시즌에서 위협적인 모습을 많이 보여줘서 제가 잘 준비해서 첫 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
아직까지 살아남았으니까 이제 베테랑의 모습을 한번 보여줄 수 있도록 잘 해보겠습니다.
매도 먼저 맞는 게 낫다고 먼저 크게 맞아보시고 천천히 적응하시면 될 것 같습니다.
신라면 저 레드처럼 진짜 매운 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Man, that was ice cold from Gumiushi. Absolutely love it. Sometimes we do get some of the good stuff in these trash talk videos, Wolf, and I think this was a good example.
Yeah, Guma definitely is the guy who makes it happen, but we're going to welcome T1 to Lal Park for the first time this season. The last team.
Oh, that was cool. I was like, what happened?
Oh, Faker going to do it too? Oh!
Whoa.
It's like he appeared. Guma's mouth was shut on that one. Maybe he's like, I'm trying to say I wasn't trying to go too strong on the trash talk.
He actually posed for the pillow with the mask on.
Yeah.
So that's actually just it.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice. I thought it was just covered.
No, it was just covered.
I mean, like T1 was a team, always has been a team that is at the top of the popularity polls, right? And I think because standards are so high for this roster, walking into this season not MSI champions after being defending world champions does give fans a little bit of a frustrating feeling, but I think every T1 fan knows that this team is going to be a top 2 team in the LCK season, as the prophecy has always foretold. And they're on a collision course with Genji. They will face against them in their second match of the week. This feels like otherwise just an appetizer.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the fact that Harmalife Esports have already lost, I think that challenger that we were expecting is not quite there. Maybe this is going to be one of the challenges, though, as the Spicy Noodle Boys making their way down. Nongshim Red Force, led by Dundun here, going to make their second walkout of the season.
Challengers indeed, with a roster that has been a revolving door of Challengers players, one of the most successful orgs. Chronicler talks about it a lot. The best org at using Challengers talent and rotating them into the LCK But I think also in a lot of ways a reminder that there is still a massive gap between CL and LCK. And people still call this team the team of rookies, but with the experience that this team already has, and with Guger and Fisher on this roster, can we really say it's a team of rookies still? It has a few of them on there, but they've had a lot of games under their belt. Now, Fisher's LCK debut, 3 days. Faker, about 4,088.
It's I love it when we do this. We often do as well, and we're illustrating sort of the age gap as well as, yeah, the experience gap between these two players. As you can see here, it was Fisher debuting with T1 sort of through their academy system, right? And then joining Live Sandbox Challenges, then on to Edward Gaming, where I imagine many of you learned his name.
Excuse me, Live Sandbox Youth?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Guy dropping the ball on this.
Wow, that's well. I mean, it's not Live Sandbox Youth anymore.
I know.
Maybe it was Live Sandbox Challenges at that time, and they changed it to Youth.
I think
afterwards.
it might have been like it's like Live Sandbox Challengers one year, then Live Sandbox Youth the next year.
Yeah.
But it's the same team anyway. I just want.
And then B&K, Fearx Challenges Youth.
I just have to say though, like, it's 3 days since debut, but he did spend a lot of time playing for EDG. He has a lot of experience, and we can call him a rookie because technically for the LCK, that's still accurate.
Yeah.
But this team needed, I think, veteran voices. I wouldn't call Fisher the same type of veteran that Guger is, who spent many, many years.
Oh, and he went through the flames as well, man. Like when I
debuted times.
Yeah, exactly. But when I debuted in the LCK, it was with him playing on Kongdu Monster, a team that even was better at losing than Jin Air Green Wings, Wolf.
Yeah.
They
best
certainly
result
paved the way.
Was showing up to IEM Gyeonggi. But
I mean, the van didn't crash. It's a beautiful thing.
But I have to say, you know, I think this is in part what Nongshim needed, was to bring some voices that have a lot of experience. I mean, very few people come from Faker's era. Not LCK, but Champions Korea, and that's where
I mean,
Guger
technically,
came from.
Faker and Guger debuted in the same year, although Guger didn't do a lot of playing in 2013, started mainly for real in 2014, but you're exactly right. Like, as far as, like, the amount of time played, it's basically the same.
Yeah, now, obviously, Guger took a large break, so we're not saying that he has the same play time that Faker has had, nor has he had near the achievements, but bringing in a veteran voice like that can be what helps foster rookie talent, because players like Sylvie, Dundin, they still aren't quite there yet. Even though Ju has been such a shining light for this team, even his performance earlier this week wasn't inspiring. The cost, though, of bringing these players in is Fisher's laning looked a little bit suspect, wasn't the shining light on EDG that EDG was hoping for him to be. And Guger, because he's been out of the game for so long, he's still a little rusty. So while they may have some good decision-making and some good calls, I think there's gonna be some growing pains, especially for Guger, to get back to where he once was.
Yeah, and we have heard, word on the street is that scrims have been going a whole lot better with Guger. He's sort of like stepped in, and then things got a whole lot better in the Nongshim camp. So looking forward to seeing some of those results here on the stage. Yes, there was some signs of life against B&K, but wasn't quite there in the end, right? So we'll just have to see. This is a much bigger test up against T1 as they have their first match back. It's the second for Nongshim. Already, the Jax and Corki band away as we dive into the draft, and the first ban is going to be the Ashe. And on this patch, kind of confusing as to where that ban is going, because I always associate it with Carrier.
Let's see where the Rumble/Skarner goes here, because this ban specifically right here is the tough one, because you know that T1 will pick the Skarner if you leave it open. Are they going to ban Rumble now? Is Dundin comfortable to try to Rumble against this Skarner? These are questions that we don't know the answer to just yet. But we know that Zeus is going to love to play any prio top laner if they can get their hands on it, and they have often given them counter pick.
Yeah.
You think about playoffs going into the LCK finals, that was kind of the MO. See what this final ban will be for T1. A lot of thought going this one. It will be that Rumble ultimately banned by them. And now the Senna/Nautilus question has to pop up.
Very true.
Karyaguma, you just don't want to let that one through.
And thankfully, I mean, Nongshim can pick one of them away. I think first pick Nautilus is very powerful, though, just because it does fit with so many things. And if that Senna does end up going through, then you do get that. But then they get the suboptimal Senna lane
if you don't. So I think the Nautilus ban would make a lot of sense. However, Twisted Fate is certainly one of Zeus' favorite champions at the moment.
Now, we talked about this a lot earlier this week. Is it the Senna you want, or is it the Nautilus you want when both are left up? Because Keria has loved to play Wukong even in the type of line.
True. It is very different when it's Guma Keria, and so I maybe should have caught myself there because he's looked better on Ornn than on Nautilus half the time.
Now, you have to deny it, right?
Yeah, you do.
Because if you had given this over for a Tristana and, say, a Prio jungle pick, I would have been very disappointed. Now, Nidalee is still up in this game, and it's been one that we said it's advanced only. That was kind of the theme of yesterday. I think Owner definitely has the skills to pilot this champion, and I think he will take the opportunity to do so if T1 allow it. And
for me, like, I actually think you could even leave Keria's pick
until
after the bans if you wanted
absolutely.
to. But I think that Talia would have been an absolutely huge one to lock in second because you can theoretically still flex that one, and we've seen it be very, very powerful. You can then threaten with some other options, maybe find something that you can challenge the Tristana on. But instead, it will be one of his old favorites, sticking to the Shadow Isles theme as well, which I do very much like. Let's hope for a Gwen lock-in. But no, it is going to be Azir, as Faker going to pick up one of his favorite champions.
Yeah.
Just go for stock standard. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
A strong mid-jungle with Azir, Viego, post 6. You know, it's not as strong as, say, Ahri or the Talia. Let's see what the game plan is going to be here for Nongshim. I mean, this is definitely the memorable pick, so this hover is very funny. And if it actually comes to pass, like, we might have a repeat. I don't think so. That champion's been changed a lot. Not really viable at the moment, but
I don't know. You could talk to Team Liquid, man. They still like to play it.
That's true. And
that being said, I don't know whether they still like to play it. They did a couple of matches
They
ago.
did play it.
Yeah.
That's the fact of the matter.
Yeah.
But the Ziggs Nautilus lane here into Senna / did not go well against the Nautilus lane of Pays and Lehens earlier on. We'll see if it's going to be a different story this time around. As Keria, he's going to lose his Ornn here. This is not a shocker. That's the most common next to the Kench, which will also likely be banned here as well. And it's strong bans against Keria, but you know that he has a lot of other stuff that he's willing to play, so I don't know how much of an impact it'll really make, but I think it's a stock standard and probably the most optimal choice.
I'd actually really like to see Senna Seraphine. That's what I'd like. Maybe you can get some pushback against the Ziggs, who's going to be poking a lot. You'd have double sustain, be kind of absurd. The Nidalee going to be taken away here from Sylvie. Not going to have his hands on that one. Maybe even, do you look in Wukong to deny Keria's Wukong? Like, Wolf, is that what you do?
Oh,
like,
I mean, everybody
of course,
knows
it's Sylvie's favorite.
Yeah, everybody knows I love to talk about Sylvie's Wukong. So I'd love to see it, but I don't know if it really...
Isn't that the world door in there? Like, that's a silly world. I don't want it, like, it's too silly. You know?
It's Nongshim. Sorry, Atlas. That's how it goes. Now, this is the other pick I thought he might play if Tahm Kench was banned, was the Camille. They're more worried about that than the Tahm Kench we did see fall flat on its face earlier this week. So
True.
It is possible, in fact, that the Tahm Kench they feel is weaker here, and it's pretty weak into the Ziggs. Obviously, is it going to be able to punish the Ziggs as well in the lane matchup there when they're left solo against each other when the Senna is roaming around? So perhaps they're just happy to play against the Tahm Kench. I think that's a wise choice. I'm more concerned about something like a Camille that has a lot of agency and combat power into a Ziggs.
I do really like the Maokai ban. I think Maokai Tristana just a little bit too strong to let through.
There's just, there's so many different picks that can be played here for Sylvie, and I wonder if he's just going to end up going with the Xin Zhao that has been kind of the one that's left up.
I do think that Sejuani is a little bit better because it's also denial from Keria.
That's true. That's a good point.
Potentially wanted to play that. And so that's the only thing that would add. I do agree that Xin Zhao probably would have been what he wanted to play. And he's like, damn, I guess I have to stop Keria from doing it. And now Keria is going to go through a gigantic list of things he could potentially play and then land on Tahm Kench. Oh.
Well, I mean,
he is probably the best Tahm Kench that we have.
That's definitely true. I mean, he's had some insane moments on this pick during the Senna meta that we've had this year, and it doesn't always feel safe to just take the Nautilus away from T1, as once again the Kennen to be hovered here. Now, of course, this is not going to be a counter pick for Zeus. They are on blue side. Let's see what Dundun's answer is going to be into this. Twisted Fate that we saw crush earlier is gone. This does not spark confidence. I much prefer the Gnar.
I like the Yordle off, Yordle off kind of fun towards that top side of the map. The Gnar version of it is better than the Teemo version, I guess, but It is. We have seen Na one other time so far this season. He's sort of making a little bit of a resurgence after a couple of buffs.
It can be decently good into the tanky, farming Tom Kench as well later on into the game. Another additional damage threat with this Tristana to actually burst down that tank, the front line that's looking to keep the carries alive. But I gotta say, I feel like the ease of execution for Nongshim just isn't there. I feel like this comp is quite complex to play out because you're once again Tristana Zig, so you have some burn damage in the longer fight. You can take out structures very quickly, but that's if you get control. You don't get control against T1 unless you play out a flawless early game. They should be able to get some power in that lane down there, but I really worry about what Owner is going to be able to get done here in these lanes here, mid and top, with this Viego pick and how disastrously this could go in the early game for Nongshim, and then recovery is just not going to be an option. Plus the fact that you have to manage Narbar in these team fights, and T1 has been we've seen some of the cleanest turns in fights and Baron takes at specific timings where your Narbar isn't going to be ready, you're not necessarily going to be in position. I feel like the complexity of this draft is over Nongshim's head, if I'm honest with you, Atlas.
Yeah, it could certainly be. I do think that if there's anything that Dundun can do, it's find miracle team fights sometimes, you know? And with some miraculous utilization of that Narbar, maybe he can sort of crush his way into these fights and find that ultimate that could be really pivotal with exactly what we saw BNK Furex try to utilize in our last series. We'll see whether it works out better for Nongshim here as they try to take down T1 here in Game 1. All right. Nongshim fans, actually, I think, almost evening out the chance here in Lol Park. A very difficult task up against the incredible amount of noise that is made by the T1 fans. Definitely very, very good here for Nongshim. So we'll see whether they are going to be able to translate that to some success on the Rift. A difficult one, but not impossible, Wolf. I think that this is like as good a draft as any. Let's see how they go. I am very, very happy to see Zeus once again on Kennen though, because you know we know him. He's the god of thunder. You know, we do say it a little bit differently, but that is still who he is.
Yeah, no, I mean that is his kind of his namesake, and you know it's a strong pick for him. It has been historically. He's played AD on it. He's had a lot of fun going first strike in this particular case. And one thing I want to talk about is Faker because you know it's been talked about quite a lot, but I feel like it's good to have a refresher that his MSI performance versus his regular season performance for Spring could not have been more different, right? We've known Faker's had wrist injuries in the past. We know he's, you know, been pretty successful at dealing with burnout as a player, as our longest standing pro player. And you'll see how well he plays in these first few weeks of LCK because he's also been dealing with a lot of media stuff, right? The guy's been busy. He's the first inductee to the Hall of Legends. He's done a lot of media events here in Korea, right? So he's extremely busy, right? Hasn't had a ton of rest time. So I do want to, you know, look at Faker through a really, I guess, not microscope, but kind of like a magnifying glass in terms of how his lane performance is looking and how his wrists are looking, because that's a big question mark we're going to have in a long double round-robin season that's ahead of him.
Yeah, and let's hope that, you know, I did see that has been playing a bit of solo queue as well quite recently. We know that there has been some issues there as well, just to pile onto it. Practice hasn't exactly been the easiest for T1. I did see that he has been able to at least get a couple of games in, and that looks like it is going okay. Hopefully that continues, and we don't have jerks being jerks. As Fisher, decent trade there, but you can see Faker just going to drink some potions. He's got some cookies there as well. He should be all right. As everything kind of business as usual here in this laning phase.
Yeah, so far, nice level 3 there from Fisher to try to get an advantage, but Faker handles it well. Top side is where Sylvie is doing Krugs right now. And, you know, AS obviously being Kennen, and with the passive is going to be able to have this lane pushed up. Owner's coming over. There is a ward in this brush, but he's here faster than the Sejuani. Going to try to actually threaten and threaten Sylvie really by pulling him over here.
Gets that ward over the wall. Doesn't know that Sylvie is right here as they do manage to start this one off. Dundun able to get the hop over, and now Owner doesn't have turret aggro. That's extraordinarily important, but it's a great boomerang to help get a bit of extra damage, but they still turn it onto Sylvie. Shuriken lands, but Dundun enough distance has been gained, and Zeus not able to get that W off. So it is a few summoner spells now down. Double flashes used by both of the Nongshim players. And oh, the back almost stopped there by Faker. And you could hear it here in Lowell Park. Everyone doing the whole ooh.
A little bit of a groan there, but
yeah.
I gotta say, I thought the game plan was gonna be a little bit different. I thought Owner was specifically gonna try to go and pressure Sylvie and pull Dundun out of the turret, but he actually just was so fast on the play. He looked for the pick on the Dundun first, and Sylvie a little bit slow there. And as you critically pointed out, the lack of turret aggro meant that they both had to flash, very concerning there. And if Zeus gets the stun, it's even worse here, and Dundun likely goes down. Not able to get it though, not able to press that W. Just enough distance gained there for Dundun, but a successful play here for T1, even not in kills, or if not in kills, by the double flashes expended.
Yep. Still not end of the world, and of course T1 with a fair bit of scaling on their side. You can see already just naturally ahead in gold, largely to do with Zeus and his CS advantage that he has built up for himself towards his top side. Dundun with a little bit of a pushback as both of the top laners are fresh off some teleports. And Faker holding his own, like you were saying, in this mid lane. Fair bit of pressure being put on by Fischer here. So far laning very, very well.
Yeah, much better than what we saw in the BNK series. Also grabbing a cull, so just trying to, basically invest in hitting that spike later on. I think this is a goodbye. Zeus, level up. That's half your health bar. He doesn't have teleport anymore, he just used it, so...
Yeah, wanders over and gets level 5, but needs level 6 if he wants to start repairing that health bar by just turning Mega over and over again. Certainly is a way that you can do it, as Faker looks for an opportunity, gets the rocket jump out of Fischer there. Faker knowing that if he presses R, a W is the problem that he has to deal with, so just baits that one out. And then looks for a little bit more, fakes it back there as well, which was kind of cute. And now Fischer just going to try and push this in once again. Explosive charge, just helping the Tristana get control of the wave over and over again. Cannon going to be dealt with now by Faker. So, if at first you don't succeed, Wolf, you try and you try again.
The sequel, if they can hit this timing before Dundun hit 6, Zeus has 6.
Oh, Sylvie going to move on over. Oh, Guga! Anchor comes out of the wall, but great reaction there from Owner to make sure that he doesn't get hooked up. That could have been an absolute disaster. Big jump scare as well. Shoutouts to Jonah Strong for keeping the drama.
Yeah, that was a really good call from Nongshim. And Guger having the experience to realize, look, Zeus is up on experience. He's going to have ult advantage before Dundun hits 6. And with flashes for both the jungler and top laner down, it's a really easy play to make. There's no getting away from that slicing Maelstrom. So it's a good roam from Guger to go over there and support that. So Dundun now does have 6. All that pressure is relieved. He's still very far behind in farm. So this is not great news, but it could have been worse, right? And Guger is able to shut down the play.
Yeah, I actually, I kind of don't mind where Dundun's at, right? He just needs to not die. I think if he doesn't die, then he can still possibly find himself an ultimate in the later stages of the game. This is what we're used to seeing with Dundun, and I'm going to cast a curse in instantly. Now gets underneath
he's still alive.
the turret. All right, he's alive for now. He's down to 100. The Shuriken is not going to land, but there's the Heartbreaker, and it does exactly that. As that's first blood going over to Owner, and Dundun is now lying flat on the dirt.
Let's be real. We all knew he was dead. I just wanted to say he was alive so I could also even up our caster curses.
Oh, thanks, man.
He didn't have flash. Heartbreaker was up. And Onar has flash as well. I mean, had and still does because he didn't have to use it, but there was no getting out of that. He could flash Heartbreaker.
Ooh, nice satchel.
Yeah. Not going to lead to too much here as Keria just tanks it up, but ultimately it's a dead top laner, but the Dragon does go the way of Nongshim on the bottom side, so not empty-handed here by any means. We'll see what soul it's going to be. It's not going to be Ocean or Chemtech, so at least chances are good that it is going to be valuable. The Drake lead is meanwhile.
Yeah, we got a gobble towards his bottom side. Mega Inferno Bomb going down though as Keria's taking so much damage. In goes Gumayusi, just trying to keep them busy, and eating the Grey Health is Keria, but Gumayushi's going to be left to the wolves, and Sylvie locks down the kill. Owner not able to get anything back on the other side, and Fischer is coming in as well, looking for some of these resets, as he does manage to get the explosive charge down, but another nice use of a bit of that thick skin, and Keria is just fine.
Keria calculated as always,
obviously.
Knows the damage, knows the numbers, knows how far he can push it.
He was at 11 HP, so he had even 10 HP to work with afterwards. As Flash being drawn by Dundun hits Mega Gnar and really starts to put some of that pressure back. Zeus, I think, was Oh, he had actually just come back, did have some money on him, and now Dundun in mini-Gnar form has Gumayusi coming up, and once again, he's going to be pushed out of the lane.
No ult for Guma just yet, so can rest easy and take this back, but it is going to be another wave crashing into his turret before he has teleport back, and this is really unfortunate. I mean, T1 get the kill, bottom side, yes, but Faker is able to, because of Fisher's roam, grab a plate. There's a plate top side. They had that plate top side earlier, so this is a good proactive punish here from Nongshim. Really, I mean, Kerio had no business going to look for this, and he does survive in part due to his gray health, in part due to Guma's heal coming through, but it is going to cost Nongshim a lot this play, and the fact that the kill goes over to Sylvie as well and not Jiwoo is just the kind of the icing on top of the cake of how unfortunate this is, especially with Kerio getting out here, the shield going to block the extra damage from the charge there attached to him. So Fisher tries to get the kill, but ends up giving a plate to Faker instead.
Even gets his Buster shot out as well. That'll be up relatively soon, so not exactly end of the world. Is now Gumayusi still here. Hop out here from Dundun, and Sylvie not going to pull the trigger. In fact, didn't have a trigger to pull. Still reloading on the Glacial Prison.
Indeed.
Fine. It's back up now, but not going to be able to be used just yet. Owner waiting in the wings as well, as he is going to be discovered by the Sejuani. Dundun wondering why everyone is in his lane.
Yeah, Dundun is the main character of this game.
He often is, for better or worse, is what it feels like.
We're definitely in the part of where the conflict is really rising. We'll see if we can find the resolution. If this was a story, this is the toughest part.
Did we start with Empire Strikes Back? Is that what's happening here? Oh, dear.
He is missing an arm.
Oh, no.
And it hasn't even been made robotic yet.
Yeah. He's learning who his father is. Actually, probably already knew that.
Yeah. We all know Zeus is his father, let's be honest, Atlas.
That's not what I meant.
That was foreshadowing, Atlas, come on.
Not shadowing. Speaking of which, that's where Owner is right now. He'll kite back towards the Grubs. That was the best segue that I had. He will be able to at least...
He's also Keen's grandson, Atlas! Come on, have you been paying attention?
Oh, God. He's going to be talking about this family tree the entire time. His fathers and fathers and fathers. Okay.
His great-grandfather was Smeb!
Oh, now it's playing Kennen. It's just too beautiful. Oh, God. All right, well, it is going to be Nongshim taking a couple of grubs. T1 did manage to grab their fourth. That is certainly good news for them. But Nongshim still getting a couple back, so will not have maximized grub power on the side of T1. Gold advantage, it is just kind of ticking up.
All right, so if I was to cup half full, if you watch the Wolf of the LCK for the last few years, you know it's a rare occurrence, but you know sometimes we do it.
Bated breath.
The fact that Nongshim is only 1,500 gold behind in this game, where insane pressure has been put on top side, and it's been handled pretty well by Sylvie. He's been able to match Owner decently well. Dindin only 30 CS behind, not actually killed multiple times, relieved the pressure decently well. I feel like, you know, I mean, Nongshim's holding their own. That's where I'm getting at here. And
are we going with a could be worse?
I feel like a year and a half ago, we'd be looking at like a 4,000 gold lead here for T1, but I think these players are leveled up.
Heck yeah.
That's it. That's the cup half full.
I like it. And I'm looking forward to potentially a team fight for Nongshim. We were talking about this the entire time. BNK had a very similar composition. There is certainly a lot of R-button presage that you could do with this comp that could eventuate in something good, as Sylvie here does have the Glacial Prison. Owner playing very aggressively, and that's because Carrier's on his way in. Guga's in trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but unfortunately the depth charge just a little bit mistimed, and therefore the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't really do too much. Fisher with some time in the mid lane, and Faker was roaming down. Nongshim intelligently backing away from that one.
Really good buffer on the route there from Guma as well by Guger, so he's able to get out of dodge there, doesn't end up falling. So well handled again by Nongshim. It does feel like T1 had a huge opportunity there, but Nongshim were able to walk out relatively unscathed. Fisher does pick up a plate, but they will lose the Dragon after the exchange, and that's really the ultimate prize T1 was looking for. We just go straight back to lanes, right? And then it's Zeus the lead here, and mid lane Faker's starting to get back control.
That's a pretty nice Dragon there as well. Hextech, Soul going to be on the cards. Both teams with one Dragon as well, so a possible 3-stack of these Hextechs if they are going to get towards that Soul as well. Very, very dangerous. So Dragon's going to be, I think, a bit of a focal point in this game.
Look at the jungle proximity, and the fact that that's only 3% different here. I mean, Sylvie's really had great sense of what T1 is trying to do with this draft and with this cannon pick.
Yeah. Sylvie as well just hasn't really been as active around these lanes either. Pretty cool that we do get to see that graphic in action. And despite that, Ona's still able to grab a few extra camps as he's Blade of the Ruin King now. I do love that it's like more accurate. Yeah, more accurate first item finally back. There's been so many Kraken Slayer first items for Viego, and it bothers me, man. Like, you've got an item that is your item. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to build that one, so that feels real good.
Even worse, Divine Sunderer, remember that?
Oh, no. That's not what you want to do. Although, I guess the name is kind of like Viego vibe. Sure. You're like sundering the Divine, and he's kind of got that bad guy attitude. I'm into it.
Well, we're going to see this Herald start up from T1, and, you know, this is a Senna early game, right, with sitting on a Dirk, and they're still happy to take this fight because the bottom side is where Nongshim are trying to make a play here, but even Faker is not really under any threat. Okay.
Ooh, Glacial Prison, just barely out of range.
Faker's calculated. You know?
Yeah, that looked like it hit, but didn't.
He doesn't flash those.
Nope. I would have. I would have flashed as I saw it coming over the wall, though, to be perfectly honest. I was like, oh!
He baited Sylvie's ult.
Yeah, there we go.
Hold on, walk up, walk back. It's the walking strategy again, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, the walk is the most powerful. I'm really glad that Orcs did bring that to our
He's got two boots. He knows the strat.
So many boots. I thought you said 2 boots. I looked down. I was like waiting for Swifties and Sork boots just to really get into Hooney's head, you know?
Faker's been looking for a way to unlock that lock that's on the boots in the shop for years, man. He spent the last decade trying to figure it out, but he hasn't been able to figure it out yet.
And they keep changing it right as he's on the cusp of figuring it out. Oh, man. All right, well, Gumiushi and Carrier now just shoving in this mid-wave. We'll be able to get a bit of damage down. Not a lot of people here at the ready to try and defend, but I don't think they're going to stick around. Not enough information to know exactly what's going on. And thankfully, Jiwoo does have a lot of wave clear, but they haven't really utilized satchels too much. They have managed to take down their first turret as Gumiushi gets half health very, very quickly.
Yeah, he is obviously, you know, as the Senna in this case, significantly behind in experience, and it's the burst build. So I was going to mention this earlier, but we can start talking about it because you can see in action now. He has a Ludens.
Oh man, isn't Ludens into Shadow Flame as well for like Mega Burst?
So Ox is already getting excited because he knows there's no Leandries, okay, there's no Blackfire Torch, and this is the burst that we didn't see in the previous BNK game where they tried to burst down the Senna and got her to like half health, and then she just backed and didn't care. This time you will actually have the burst against these squishy targets, right? The Viego that's not going to have a whole lot of MR, the Azir, obviously the Kennen. This is a fantastic choice by Jiwoo, and he's one of our more creative players, but I also say in terms of itemization, he's been pretty intelligent there in the past. So that's a good sign. I like that a lot.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually think that, and Jiwoo honestly has been one of our greatest players at adapting his builds to certain situations. We know that he was pretty famous for, you know, just picking different mythics when they were a thing on Neela over and over again, finding different opportunities and them working out most of the time. So very cool to see. And he is going to finish his Oblivion Orb as well. As now Sylvie looking for Ona. He will be able to find some Permafrost here, but that is going to be a nice buffer on the Heartbreaker. Still gets an ultimate out, and Sylvie holds on to his.
With Faker being so close by, I think Sylvie really was considering just ulting the Heartbreaker landing location, but he was like, we can't really follow. Faker's going to be there. He's got Emperor's Divide, so let's just hold it. Gets an ultimate for free.
Yeah, and also holding the ult, and in 30 seconds it's the first Hex Deck Dragon. Actually kind of huge that he will have that tool and Owner is out of his. So that is certainly good news. Still a lot of very pivotal ultimates now on T1's side.
One of the weaker parts of this build for Ziggs, though, is he's not going to have the same long-term damage output in these fights, so he needs to find a target with Guger and blow them up instantly at the beginning of the fight. And then Nongshim have a real fighting chance in this objective. Dundun also getting his Narbar ready, potentially for that teleport in. We'll see how well he can manage that here. Does have it now, but obviously is going to back here, so won't be able to Gnar at the beginning of this fight. But that's one of the tough parts of the ease of execution we were talking about this composition. We'll have the TP to show up, but the Mega Gnar, unfortunately, already timing out.
Yep, Trinity Force is done, so that is item number 1 here for Dundun. But Dash Cannon and 2 needlessly large rods are already there for Zeus. He is very, very, very far ahead. And that I don't think even was enough berries, you know, and that was, it felt like a lot.
Needless to say. Needless 2 rods. Yeah, he's big.
He is. And now Nongshim possibly set up. They do have control of the Banana Brush, and we know that that is always very, very important. They also have Rift Scuttle Vision. Dundun wants to charge this Naba. T1 very, very good at turning on a dime just in general.
Dundun, they're just not giving him a ton of opportunity to charge this up. There's no blue buff or anything like that either for him to get that up with. He actually has to just auto carry or get over this minion wave. Getting closer to it, but he's under threat. And then now this is a good opportunity. I mean, look, Fisher can rush this dragon down so quickly. I think T1 are just going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, too much vision control here for Nongshim. They had control of the river. Face checking wasn't really an option here for T1. And so Nongshim able to grab that first Hextech Drake. It is not the end of the world, right? This wasn't Nongshim stacking the first two. T1 being able to get that Chemtech Dragon actually kind of important here to delay that potential soul.
And Jiwoo's wave clear is so good that even though T1 were able to charge mid, they're not quite able to actually take the turret out itself. So Nongshim were able to defend that one while also taking the dragon. A big win would have been bigger, obviously, as you mentioned, if the Chemtech had gone their way, but still, Nongshim playing very well around this first objective. Now, T1 have gotten a lot elsewhere. It's not a huge win here in terms of the bigger picture for Nongshim, but again, as this Ziggs gets more items online, the burst gets stronger. There's definitely a world where with proper engage and that burst landing, it could end up winning some team fights here.
Yeah, and it doesn't get that much better for T1 in the next fight as well, because the 2-item spikes are starting to come in. Fisher finishes his fidget spinner, as Dagon coined it, in his very first day. And then we also have Jiwoo heading towards 2 items very, very shortly. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Nongshim can actually accomplish with that, as Guga is going to hook in a direction that wasn't exactly great for his health bar. As Gumyushi does punish him there just a little bit, but he will be absolutely fine. And there is the Horizon focus now done for Jiwoo.
Trying to keep this turret alive, I think they will.
Dundun, that was beautifully played by Zeus here as he dash cannons, and Dundun runs the other direction. It looks silly from Zeus, but Dundun has sealed his own fate. As on the top side of the map, we get a big ol' zoom from Jonah Strong as Sylvie flubs the ultimate, unfortunately. So no punish on the cross map here for Nongshim, and T1, they'll just get another kill under Dundun.
Yeah, Aslan's chilling in Narnia with all the ults that you asked missing, man. He's like, man, stop
He's on his throne of glacial prisons, you know, and crystal arrows. Yeah. Oh, and we got another team fight as Jiwoo is really dead. Zeus
is so huge.
Yeah, he has just come out of his short break, and he's like, I'm going to play cannon, I'm going to kill everyone. And that's what he's going to continue to do. As another Yordle is on the ground. He's like, I am the Yordle that's allowed to exist in this game. He killed 3 of them, one after the other.
It just doesn't even matter. Like, he doesn't need his Zhonya's to set up a good ult. He's just picking people on his own. Okay, here we go. Is Sylvie the hero?
Yeah, Sylvie was looking for an angle as everyone closes in on him. And that is going to be the Baron going down. And all of a sudden, T1 are excruciatingly far ahead, and it is almost doomed for Nongshim.
Would have been easier to steal if he was playing Wukong, but
yeah.
But he probably still would. With that setup, it would not have mattered. And now finally they will get that mid turret. As owner, will he get punished for it? There's no one near Sylvie, but there's a Ziggs ult. Okay, Dundun teleports in.
Yeah, Dundun does have a decent Nabar as well as he's about to hit Mega Gnar. There's the flash. Another miss, unfortunately, as owner is in the mist heading towards that top side. Fisher, maybe you can. No, it's a bit too far away as cue the music as
they got him right.
Down Permafrost, that one's targeted, baby.
No!
Never mind, it doesn't matter. He's back into the mist.
No!
The Gnar goes completely the wrong direction, and I'm so sorry.
I get up and walk off the stage if that's.
I wanted to, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was flipping my microphone.
I mean, owner played it well, but like they should not have gotten out.
Oh, we needed to cue the trumpets. The yakety sax wasn't there, but it needed to be. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
In Nongshim's defense, I mean, the last play was probably worse. Like, that was probably the game over moment, right?
Yeah, but this one was more painful.
Oh, God,
how do they play the rest of the best of 3 after that?
Well, we're going to watch it happen. That's what's going to happen from here on.
I feel like I always cast the T1 Nongshim game.
Yeah.
And they always have their own special charm.
You know what the best part is? They're almost always 3 games as well. You get it on every side.
Yep.
And this is the very serious, we're going to win.
Okay, watch this part. Watch this part.
Yeah.
Watch where he dodges it. Oh, deft play
Yeah.
from Owner.
Yep.
I'm glad we got the first person for that.
I mean, he did aim it towards where Owner's base was sort of... yeah, there's no saving it, really, is there? And
What does he say? What does he say? Okay, that was clever.
He wasn't even on the screen.
Well, he can't see him, obviously, so he doesn't know. He just guessed, but like... he doesn't have a sweeper. You know, there's nothing you can do.
I like the commitment from Dundun, though. If you're gonna do it, you may as well do it with all your buttons.
Yeah,
you
if
know?
he didn't do it at all, it would have actually been worse. So
Yeah.
you gotta press the buttons.
Well, now Owner is going to start up T1's first Hextech Dragon. That will even things out at 2 dragons apiece. The Rebel Baron power play sitting at 4,000, and now we have a gold lead that's moved up towards 7, and it was kind of 3 or 4 throughout most of this, but now we've got Void Staff, Death Cap, and Dash Cannon for Zeus.
Zeus, he does not trust, man. He's checking with his Dash Cannon, he's sweeping.
Oh, it's also the Yoda Cannon skin, one of the oldest in the book, but and it doesn't really look like Yoda until you're in-game, and then you're like, hang on, this is Yoda, this is amazing.
It is great.
Yep.
I like Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Oh, that was clean.
That was pretty good. Bust Shot getting the extra value with the AoE. Just used for disengage, though, as Dundun on the split push. This is how they won Challenger that year when they shouldn't have, right?
That's true.
He's not quite at 7 deaths yet, but he could get there. As Guga making his way forward.
T1 are just not taking any chances.
Nope, no risks at all.
And unfortunately...
Oh, look at the highlight.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to...
Would you say 4.5 thousand gold is a big lead?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I could say that.
When the stats come up and it says time spent in a major lead, a major advantage, you know, that you sometimes get, I think that's what that means.
No, I think you're just T1 biased.
So is the golden top lane. Well, the golden top lane absolutely is as well. Oh my god.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
I mean, that play from Owner has actually broken both of us.
I know.
I'd like to apologize in advance for the rest of today. That's just, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm so glad Dagon isn't here to see us like this. Well,
he's watching at home, though.
Yeah, oh no. Oh, please tell me he isn't. Dagon, can you send us a message and say that you're not watching? That would be fantastic.
He's on, he might be on like google.com/flights right now. He might be sending a message to the LEC production.
Things have gotten too silly over here.
All right, so, well, I mean, T1 are just grouping and taking turrets off the map. We haven't been talking about this game in a very serious light because, you know, it isn't very fun to do so, but it is fun to talk about how, you know, the cannon is basically a fountain laser, and every shuriken takes half the health bars of Nongshim away. Yeah. And then if he stuns you, you just die before he gets to ult. So he doesn't need his Zonias, he doesn't need protection. He has an extra needlessly large rod on top of the Void Staff he built third. You know, normally we're like, oh, okay, Void Staff second, you know, and then Zonias, or you go Zonias second, and you're like, ooh, can he take in that Void Staff for damage? No, he's got a Death Cap and a Void Staff.
Yeah, and also, like, Zeus has always been the guy that, like, most people think of Kennen, they're like, you need a Zonias, you know, you dash cannon into the fight, you press Slicing Maelstrom, and then, haha, you can't hit me because I press Zonias. Zeus says you can't hit me because you're dead. That's been his theory on this champion for a really long time. As there is, unfortunately, another dead Dundun carrier with a beautifully placed Abyssal Dive. And just set up for all of that damage, like you were saying.
Dodge the Abyssal Dive, he could not. How it goes.
Wait, no, Baby Yoda doesn't sound like that.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
He just croons and stuff. As, all right, Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. They're trying to get a kill onto Carrier.
They get him right.
He is so tanky.
Okay, they got him.
Finally, he is going to be taken out. I thought maybe he was going to survive there as a Heartbreaker over, but Fisher actually flashes it. It's a double for Sylvie.
All
and
right.
now Zeus is here. Guga is just going to die. Fake is able to pick up that kill after just the edge of the dash cannon from Zeus helped him grab that with a Sand Soldier auto. And T1 are going to try and knock down this bottom inhibitor turret, but they're not actually going to stick around. They lose Owner, they lose Carrier. They don't push the situation.
Yeah, they lose the wave too, so it's really just not possible as Carrier is just chilling here. Meanwhile...
Oh, we got a... Faker had his back stopped. I was
Proactivity?
actually wondering whether that was going to happen.
Nongshim!
And Fisher is able to cancel it. Zeus, he finds a Slicing Maelstrom, but unfortunately would have really like Dazonias, so maybe that's a caster curse as well. And they get 2. Both solo lane is dead. The Baron is up. That's bounty gold. Oh God, the Yakety Sax Wolf!
It is a T1 Noxian series.
So
it's coming early. All right, so big punish onto Faker there. He does not have teleport, so when he respawns, he won't be able to get here. No, Zeus could, but this is only if they can delay this Baron. So
They
Owner
need
is coming
25
over.
seconds. They need 25 seconds. Dundon on the turn. There is Guga with a decent hook carry, able to tank for a while, but there is no way that they could do anything about it. And Nongshim, they turn on a dime. They grab the pick. There's 12 seconds on Zeus. It's down to 50% health, but with Jiwoo and Fisher, this is not long for the world. And the Baron will be taken, one apiece, and Nongshim on their march for the comeback.
All right, there's a lot of vision that needs to be cleared here. Nongshim can get a big push, but they have to be wary now of that teleporting cannon because he didn't use the TP. As this is Faker getting caught here, interrupted on his back. And just a lot of greed, honestly, here from T1. Zeus also getting caught by the Satchel Charge. Decides he can 1v4 and decides to flash in an ult. So if that's not happy game, I don't know what is. But look, he almost made it happen. Like, I was actually a little bit scared for a second.
And then instantly builds an arm guard as well, I'll have you know.
Yeah, he's like, all right, well, maybe this is now we need to play a little bit more respectful. But they're going to get soul point off of this. They have the Baron buff. The cannon flank angle is something they need to be aware of, so they need to make sure they clear vision. You can see they really did.
Double bounties as well, man, and they get soul point.
They're only 4,000 gold behind now, and you can see all those words around the dragon there, like, no flanking cannon angle. Guarantee the dragon now push as fast as we can here and try to get some more gold out of this. 1,000 gold from the bounties. 2,500 gold here, the Baron power play. They're looking for one more turret here.
And it's the Yordle Demolition Squad as well with the Tristana and the Ziggs. Look at that, it just explodes. Zeus, he's another, Yordle towards the top side. He does a fair bit of damage to this turret as well, as T1 look to try and hold on to this push.
And I mean, all that AP that Zeus has means that when he starts hitting turrets, he actually hits them really hard, but with an ult here coming through from Jiwoo and Guger, or rather Dundon coming over, he's not able to take out that inhibitor turret. And Nongshim, cresting 2,700 gold here on the Red Bull power play. Significant comeback in this game now. They still need to win a team fight to really put themselves in the lead, but a series of unfortunate events and greed from T1 is punished here, and Nongshim showcasing once again that they love these scrappy games and they will drag you down into it.
Yeah, and we're also seeing more proof that Dundon is 100% untiltable. We were almost tilted off the broadcast and we're not even playing the game, and they stuck to their guns. They fought back. They've still got a minute left on this Baron. 3.3k on the Red Bull Baron power play as well. This is anyone's game now. This is the ridiculous part about what's happening here. And now once again, you've got Fisher and Dundon. They're going to be able to take down this inner turret, and that gold gap has closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what is happening in this game too. And Faker has gone full aggressive build as well. Like, he doesn't have any defensive itemization. He is not going to last very long. For example, if he gets interrupted on his dash in by Sylvie's ult, he can't set up a big Emperor's Divide. He will get burst down. I mean, this is a big Tristana now with all those turrets going down, IE completed, and there are just really no real tanks outside of Keria in this game. And T1, I think, really need to be very careful about how they play out the rest of these skirmishes, the rest of these side lanes. And Nongshim, they have Soul Point, and that might just be the final nail in the coffin that actually wins them this game, if they can actually secure it. The burst build on the Ziggs has definitely been working out here. Look at his itemization now.
Damage in the game, and he, like I was about to mention, Wolf, like, he is about to finish his Rabadon's death cap, and then he's 6 items. And yes, some of them are cheaper items, but my goodness, he is definitely going to do a whole lot of work. And we saw already that he is absolutely executing these turrets. Level 17 as well. Faker level 18. So we are getting towards the late stages of this game.
One team fight is all you need, and, and the Nexus explodes. Like, it's that much damage, it's that much AP, and keep an eye on Gumayusi's Edge of Night, because if that is on cooldown and Ziggs interacts with Senna, she disappears.
Yeah, 100%. As Sylvie is brave enough to try and go for Ona once again. He flashes this time around. The Glacial Prison will be respected. And that's how most of the time it should go. Not like the weirdness that happened before. That was much better as Zeus Ooh, on a bit of a flank angle, still 4,000 gold ahead, but you can see some weird center shenanigans happening towards the bottom side of the gold graph that makes things very confusing.
Yeah, I'm not even going to acknowledge the center situation.
I'm just like, I could do some calculations, but my brain's already mush from previously in the game.
The key here to note is Ju has a lot of money, and he's built a lot of turrets. He has 327 CS.
He almost doesn't need the money anymore. And that's when Dundun might be able to get a money in this game.
He might get just exactly one money.
One money.
Well, this is it. Like, this fight is likely to decide the game. Even though for T1 it's not Soul, the wipe with all the damage they have in the glass cannon build here for Faker, but they may just be able to push down and end. Death timer's getting longer. Baron is up in a minute as well, so
oh god.
T1, I mean, they can try to delay this dragon and see if they can make a mistake out of Nongshim, but Nongshim have full control right now of the pit. Full proud. Sylvie, I don't know if he wants to be like doing this right now, but he's got a big amount of distance he needs to cover to get back to that dragon.
And Dundun is also, he's level 18, right? Like, he's got his 3 items, and yes, he's... Okay, Zeus is going to stun him up. He does have his Merc Tread, so that's going to make him okay. As okay, Bishop finds the Buster Shot. There is the Zhonya's from Zeus as Dundun finds himself in a very awkward position and will be cut down. But Zeus is out of the fight for the moment. Carrier is just going to gobble up Fisher, though. And now the Abyssal Dive comes in. He's trying to get out. Fisher survives for so long, but Ona is able to pick it up. And now the resets come in. How many resets on resets right now as he does get one with the rocket jump also. And now Carrier finds the tongue lash. Sylvie not going to get knocked up, but he is in so much trouble. And Nongshim, they did so well to try and bring it back, but like dominoes, they fall one after the other. And T1 will be able to find the fight. It'll take a while because Sylvie's got a decent health bar, but there is the ace, and it is clean from T1.
Yeah, unfortunate for Nongshim there. Really a sloppy catch there on the bottom side. Dundun not able to use his Mega Gnar there, unfortunately. Good Zhonya's there from Zeus. And his play, it looked greedy. I was worried for him, but ultimately will be what causes Nongshim to lose this game as Fisher tries to turn around and fails, and T1 will win it in the end.
And I don't mind. I just love the fact that there is so much drama. Whenever we have a Nongshim versus T1, it never disappoints. Faker picks up a double as he shuffles them out of the fountain.
I will say it never disappoints. But if you are a T1 fan, and if you are a T1 player, probably not too happy with how that one went.
I think it never disappoints depending on what your goals are, right?
I think there was definitely a lot of shenanigans that did occur. I think Zeus played very disrespectfully, but it was very fun, and it was very obvious that there was some limit testing going on here for T1. Like, the coaching staff and the players' faces does show the sobriety of that T1 is now feeling after nearly tossing that one away. But they do ultimately win it again. And the fundamentals of the early game, the laning, the top side focus were good. But I gotta give Nongshim credit, almost even more so than BNK from the previous series. They punished well. I think Sylvie, who's had a lot of problems in terms of his early game pathing and being a little bit lost in terms of following the enemy jungler, tried his best to bail Dundun out in this game. Obviously, it didn't end up working. And I know it sounds crazy, but like, yeah, and Sylvie was so good, even though they completely lost top lane and Dundun fell 30 CS behind. It could have been way worse, and I know that's becoming a bit of a catchphrase here, but I have to say, Nongshim, it was cleaner than I expected.
Yeah, I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the Noodle Boys. T1 were ultimately able to take it in the end. I think, like you say, I think most of the homework was done correctly, and then they got a little bit sleepy towards the end. You know, it's just before you're going to go to bed, and some of it sort of slipped. But otherwise, fantastic work. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down. Then we're going to have game 2. We'll see you there.
앞에 있는 것만 먼저 줘줘.
나를 풀 모르겠어.
일단 트리는 높여. 나를 풀 쓴 거 같은데?
내가 우물에다 W는 던져 넣을 수 있어.
나이 듯? 나이.
내가 우물 W 보러 갈게.
켄치 다이브 한번 갈래? 해도 돼. 나 먹고 가줘. 가줄게. 간다. 간다. 뭐야, 어디 갔어? 뭐야? 궁 키고 갔어야 했는데.
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space, and as always, once again, T1 versus Nongshim delivers for our first game. I'm still Valdez, joined by Huni and Ox to break down the beginning of this series. Guys, thoughts on that first game? Seemed pretty close there for a while, but then eventually, a sad chill happened.
I feel like this is the tragedy of Nongshim, where like you have a game where you get so close to winning. Like you're going through the whole thing, you go through all these emotions, like Nongshim can actually beat this. They can beat T1. It's happened before where like they can actually win against T1, and then they just make these mistakes where you just kind of sitting there like, why? Like just it just feels like it always gets to that breaking point and the pressure just cracks them.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think the other side, T1 definitely make like the huge mistake, the biggest blunder they could have done it, and they toasted the Baron to the enemy team, and they suffered really bad when it was like kind of easy game. So, I mean, I think that draft-wise, it was like perfectly fine.
Yeah, and there was a moment as well for T1 where they want to fight at 21 minutes and they got an early Baron, so maybe they felt like, okay, this game is kind of over, but it got delayed for quite a while by the Ziggs and by Nongshim actually having that catch that you were talking about. We should talk about the draft and talk a little bit about the Ziggs and what else we saw picked in this one.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing more Ziggs. I love also people have been dropping the Archangels. I think the pick is usually safe enough that you don't need it and just going for more damage. We saw Jiwoo do a ton of damage in this game and also go on First Strike, and sort of like mid to late he generated almost 1,000 gold to just get him free money. And that combination with the Tristana, you have the AD mids, you can have the AP bot, and then both of them just shred towers, ends up being really effective. We did see though the Kennen being picked up for Zeus, which caused a lot of issues for Dundun on the Gnar. And I feel like Gnar is one of these champions where you kind of want to be playing into a melee champion, and if you fall behind compared to a Kennen, you can really have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have a Sejuani jungle with a Gnar top into picking Cannon, I mean, that's, you're gonna suffer. And especially the T1s are so good at playing on top side, and it's coming, you're gonna get bullied. And I think they playing from just like the draft, I think it was like just kind of lock off there. And I still think that like the Nongshim 1-2-3 draft, like it's really playable. It's just like it was, as the caster was just talking about earlier, just like the Senna Nolos together is too strong, so you kind of have to separate. So taking away the Nolos, I really liked it. But the thing is, like, it's just at the 4-5, the TK left open, and that makes like even really harder for Nongshim on the bottom especially.
Yeah, like I feel like you have the Nord, you have the Ziggs, the one-shot combo is so powerful, you just center on the other side. I feel like the Tom should have been a must-ban in that situation.
Yeah, instead we had Camille banned, which, we've seen that here and there. But let's take a look at the highlight number one, because this one was, some shenanigans around the map and then some big shenanigans in mid that eventually did lead to T1 getting a very large lead with a very early Baron, starting off with Dundun getting caught in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it just felt like that was the story of the game, just constantly this pressure being applied to Dundun and looking to target him. And then it feels like a lot of time we try and see the counterplay from Nongshim doesn't necessarily work. And here, this is a big pitfall for a lot of Ziggs. You want to satchel the tower, but your satchel is your most powerful escape tool. You take it down and immediately T1 know, okay, double TP, Ziggs does have flash, and with the satchel here, he would be out. He could satchel over that wall, he could then flash over to where the red is, he would be out. Without that, though, he doesn't quite make it, and it was a huge disaster.
Yeah, I think T1 was just so smart about, like, they knew, this is like counter play, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they knew it. Oh, he's gonna use a double. There's no way, like, any other Ziggs player would do the same thing. You have to use a W that when you can actually destroy that.
That's why you play Ziggs.
No matter what.
The most enjoyable part is satchel towers, and I can't fault Jiwoo. You have to.
The tower has to go boom, and he did that at least, but, nice lane ward as well. The double TP comes in and the Ziggs is just dead. But that wasn't the end of the sadness of the Ziggs here, the satchels that we had in this one, because eventually it was very close. It was very back and forth. There was a moment where it looked like Nongshim actually were coming back in this one, but then more shenanigans and more sad satchels.
Yeah, it feels like here once again, it opens up with them trying to aggress on Dundun, and here Nongshim are in a position to try and save it, but it just really puts Fisher in a really awkward spot. He does get a reset on the bomb, but then here in the follow-up play, they end up losing Fisher, so 2 members down, and then here we see Jiwoo.
Uh-oh.
You need to save your satchel defensively. because now he ends up getting destroyed by the Tristana that's been taken by the Viego and didn't have an escape other than the flash, which came out too late.
Or if you don't have ability, just use the flash faster. I mean, obviously it's easier to say also because we are watching the replay, but still, like, it was like it's a too huge mistake, and also didn't really like the first initial fight. The Dindin is like he's shown the weaknesses this game multiple times, and it's still going one more for that play. It opens up the 4v5 already. The down number starting with. It's just really not good.
Yeah, something I will say is I feel like we're being harsh on Jiwoo here. It does feel like, a lot of the mistakes came from Dundun. Jiwoo was kind of like the tipping point where he's often like the last person to make the mistake in these games. It was the same in the last match against T1 that we saw when it was the Smolder. And it was his final mistake lost in the game, but he was the only reason they were still in the game in the first place.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick this one up on the side of T1. It will be Owner on the Viego, which is, spoiler, not who you guys voted for, but we thought that Owner and Zeus both had some good plays up in the top side.
Yeah, he had the fancy footwork when he made his escape later in the game, but also part of that duo with Zeus that made the pressure happen, kept punishing Dundun, and really made this Gnar an impossible pick to play.
I mean, yeah, it's 100%. I definitely agree with the Owner as well. I mean, he did kind of like overplay one time around the bottom, but regardless, he definitely hard carried this fight. It's just we had to go for the Zeus. Yeah. There's some reason.
It wasn't just us. It wasn't
you
just us.
And one Korean analyst. We don't know exactly who that is, but
look, as long as it's not just us, that means it's valid. As long as it's not media as well,
valid enough. And it wasn't media, but guys, we're done here on the space. We got to go back to the cast. Let's go into game number 2 of T1 versus Nongshim.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. It sounded so serious, Wolf. I'm so incredibly proud. I'm almost disappointed in us because we did struggle. But welcome, Mihail.
Yeah.
This guy is Cassante, epitomized. We know that there are so many Cassante players here in the LCK. We call so many people, oh, he's just playing Cassante again. Mihail plays Cassante. That is basically it.
Yeah, I mean, that is,
he did branch out, but he just played it so much in Challenger that that's all I can think of.
Yeah, we were like, he is like Dundun 2.0. Now, Call Me coming in here for Fisher, I have mixed feelings about this because I think Fisher's laning was actually a big improvement, but the decision-making in terms of fights and some of the side lane stuff was definitely not ideal.
Yep.
But Call Me has been so hit or miss, and the hits hit hard, but the misses have been more frequent, unfortunately, and they also hit just with the same intensity, which is why we had this revolving door of Calyx, Call Me, and Fiesta towards the end of spring season. And to pull Fisher out this early is a little concerning for where Nongshim's identity is, but look, it's still early on in the season. You could take some risks like this. It's the T1 series. You usually bring that one to 3, at least.
Yep.
Maybe Call Me and Mihail will be the ones to do it.
And Call Me, always one of these players that in an off-season just destroys solo queue as well. Currently, he is rank 4. The guy he just gets it. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this version of Nongshim is going to change up this draft. As we dive into it, it is once again going to be the Ashe ban first. The Jax actually immediately taken away from Mihail, definitely one of the favorites of his, so T1 not going to be caught unawares. I still think Cassante is probably where he wants to go.
Yeah, it's been, we've had a Cassante-less day so far here.
It's been like, I feel like the champion is just, maybe Cassante isn't good anymore, Wolf. Maybe it's just we're not going to have Cassante meta anymore, Wolf.
Don't jinx it.
Maybe that's what's going to happen. It's just no more. Obviously, it's just fine. As Faker having a chat to the rest of T1, we'll see what they do decide on for their final ban here. It was Jax, Corki, and Rumble taken away first, and they have decided that is precisely what they're going to do this time around as well. Curiously, T1 chose the blue side to start off this series, and Nongshim chose red, and then chose red again.
Yeah, I was going to mention, that's a little bit puzzling to me with how strong the blue side picks are right now. We're just going to leave Senna up again.
Yeah.
Senna was not ultimately the problem, and they can Ziggs again and try to play better. It could be a salty run-back situation here. But I don't know if you're going to get that big whoopsie from T1 like you did last time, because the game was playable not because Nongshim played out the drafts early and middle stages to a T. They kind of stemmed the bleeding, and then T1 made a whoopsie, and then they're like, we have Tristana Ziggs, and then they came back into the game. So you got to get Nautilus. that's a given. I think it'll probably be Ziggs again that they do go for it. They'll take the Tristana, and I think this is going to be, at least for the first half, the same draft. But T1 can make some adaptations of their own.
No, well, actually, if you're going to be doing experiments, Wolf, it is much better to lower the amount of variables so that you can make the right assessment of the situation. So I think it's not even a salty run back. They just need an accurate run back.
Yeah, they need the control variables of the champions.
Straight up. And they're going to have to convince Owner to switch off Nidalee here. And unfortunately, he didn't go to the Viego. So we've messed it up entirely. Thankfully, it's only one whoopsie, as they do prioritize getting the bottom lane that they were looking for, of course. Can still be flexed towards the top side of the map, but there is the Ziggs. As Nongshim, they can at least control their picks to see which top and mid lane combination is going to be the best for their team.
Yeah. I will say Faker also largely invisible that last game on the Azir. The game really just wasn't about him. It was about the carry top Kennen. And that's something that they can now take away in the second banning phase if they would like to. The jungle options could also be pinched here significantly, as the Viego did end up getting POG, much to Huni and Ox's chagrin.
Yeah.
And it definitely might have some PTSD as well on the team for the unfortunate chase situation that didn't go so well. It will take the Kennen away. I like this more than banning the Viego because there's so many viable options with this Azir that, I mean, Owner will happy to play Lee Sin instead, for example.
Yeah,
so,
Lee Sin, Vi, Xin, like there are so many champions available, so I don't think they needed to worry about it.
Nidalee taken away here from Sylvie. Strong to have Tristana with the Nidalee in terms of damage profile, but they already do have the Ziggs here. I think Chronicler's probably thinking, don't ban the Nidalee. There's no way Sylvie can pilot that. And that's kind of where my mind's at, but they don't want to deal with the variants. They don't want to deal with the poke either in the late game with this squishy Senna.
I do think that Nidalee without setup in mid lane as well just feels pretty bad, and Tristana doesn't really offer too much of that, but still just not going to take the risk. There is a Vayne ban. I wonder if that means that T1 are thinking about a K'Sante.
I think it is definitely the thought process right now. I think some K'Sante considerations are happening. Could be denied by Mihail since he loves it so much.
He does.
But he's going to save the 5th for counter. Ooh. As I think with Ziggs, I much prefer the Maokai here than the Sejuani, especially when you consider how poor the Glacial Prison usage was in Game 1. Did not inspire confidence in this pick, especially when you consider there's not really any permafrost synergy in this composition at the moment. But he will lock it in just the same.
Let's see what T1 does to round out their composition.
Vi is a given, I think.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about prior, and that does make a whole lot of sense. Very difficult to buffer out of a cease and desist. But that is the K'Sante picked up by Zeus, just denying Mihail's favorite champion. And a Graves hover, at least for the moment, was something that Owner was playing a heck of a lot of, and flexing it with Canna when he debuted on T1. Hovering Karthus for the minute, but I don't know whether Karthus Azir is the way. And like you say, the Vi obviously
has to be Vi. Karthus doesn't make as much sense in this draft. And it doesn't follow up, doesn't link CC together as well. Aatrox. Now that's a callback. That is not what I expected. But there's not really much ranged top lane options left to try to deal with this K'Sante in lane. The Gnar is still available and could have been played here, and they could have run back the draft, right, completely. The Aatrox is going to have a very different mid-game and is going to be able to, I feel, deal with this K'Sante, if played well in the early game, has a lot of synergy with the Sejuani, more than the Gnar does, obviously. And so, you know, this is a good adaptation here for Nongshim Red Force, but it does, I feel like, kind of warp how this draft works scaling-wise quite significantly, because the Gnar is always going to be a pretty consistent engage tool, even from behind later on. As we saw, Dundun did not have a great game, was subbed out, but even when low resources was able to potentially set up for some nice Gnar bars, set up for some engages. It didn't really happen that way, but you could see that Gnar could still be relevant. Aatrox, if Mihail has a rough debut here, does not have the same level of control. I mean, if he plays basically the same game that Dundun had, falls behind, the Aatrox will do less than nothing, unfortunately. So that's the risk, that's the trade-off that you get with this one.
Yeah, I do not mind it just in the context of Mihail, right? We mentioned that he is kind of the Cassante guides. Obviously, he's most played by double that of the Aatrox, at least more recently. And, you know, he does just prefer it. But the Aatrox has a really high win rate from Mihail. Like, he has been very successful in Challenger on this champion. So a lot of comfort. We'll just see whether it translates to success here on the main stage as we dive into the Rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift. Game number 2, as we do have Ona scuttling up against Sylvie as Faker in position. Once again on the Azir, not mixing it up too much, and still base skin. A lot of skin swaps coming through for Nongshim though, trying to change the air, you know, a different vibe coming on in. And I think that if you're not going to change the champion, just changing up the skin choice, it's a great way of doing it. And so Call Me changing it up a little bit here. You can see that Jiwoo, he's ready to go on holidays. Definitely, like, Pool Party Ziggs is one of the better Pool Party skins in my opinion.
I feel like Guma definitely learned the patrol key from Innovation, his older brother, on this one. He's doing a bit of a StarCraft right there. He's like, in StarCraft, you press the P key, but in League, I'm going to right-click to the left, to the right.
Exactly. I wish you still had, like, the patrol option like you used to in the previous game. You remember? Ah, good times.
The previous game.
The previous game. Call Me jumps onto Faker here for a moment. And let's see how his Tristana is going to do, as we do have a controlled setup. Unfortunately, Mihail not on the Gnar is very sad because we don't get a direct comparison between the Nongshim top laners. But Call Me, he's been playing a lot of Tristana in solo queue as well, as we mentioned before, pretty high up there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Call Me's he's been able to lean on this Tristana pick quite significantly in the past, and laning-wise, I think Call Me, that's where people usually are drawn to him as,
Ooh, nice little hook here as immediately Gumayushi not going to waste any time, throws out the barrier to make sure he minimizes the amount of damage. Guga kind of wishes he has one of those. I guess his W kind of is one, but it's on cooldown for the moment. They do back away. Still decent trade, as Piercing Darkness not going to get that little bit of extra damage. And there's another hook. Bellow's Breath comes in, but Carrier's still going to take the damage.
Yeah.
Fighting back.
Satchel back up as well. Carrier needs to be careful, be respectful of that damage. Could potentially come through here as he continues to pressure. First strike picked up again here, so no sort of Comet to continue to put this pressure on and then maybe actually get a big edge here. So I think Carrier and Guma will be fine ultimately, but some nice proactive plays from Guger landing the back-to-back hooks with that reduced cooldown. And it's going to be a nice trade. The first Satchel, unfortunately, not really doing him any favors in terms of putting Guma in harm's way, kind of pushing him further away. But yeah, otherwise a calm early game here.
Yep, just chilling. See Mihail trying to find some of these sweet spots, not going to get them onto Zeus, at least in this moment. You can see Sylvie rotating over, looking for a bit of a dive. Down to 400 health is Zeus. This is a possibility. As Permafrost up and available as well. Going to be starting it off with Sylvie tanking. There's the flash and First Blood with an aftershock. You love to see it. It's pretty cute. As now, Ona looking for a potential 1v2, but by that I mean looking for a way out. And he does manage to Vault Breaker over that wall. No interruption there from Nongshim, but that is a great start with First Blood.
And I think it all comes back to the sour spots. You know, Owner was up there, but Mihail missed all the cues, and he was like, nah, Sylvie can't be here. There's no way. Like, he otherwise would have hit those. But no, in all seriousness,
I like sour spots. Have you been doing that before? Are you debuting sour spots for us right here? Because I love that.
I mean, I think that's what people call them, right?
Do they?
I don't know. It's the opposite of sweet, so
I thought it was like not sweet spots, you know, and I just didn't think of the sour spots. I think it's fantastic.
I don't think I coined that, but you know, I'll accept your.
Well, whoever. Well, let me know on Twitter who else coined it. Otherwise, I'm giving it to Wolf. Okay.
All right, I'll take it.
As Ona is going to be able to take this one down, but Sylvie is here. Permafrost to come in as well. And does just wait for him to get over the wall before he chases him down with that one.
Close call on that. If the Permafrost hits on the other side of the wall or interrupts his dash through it, he might have to flash there. So Sylvie really getting a lot of value in this early game. Was pretty high resource last game as well.
That's a nice satchel there from Jiwoo.
That's the one that you want to see. As Nongshim, you know, starting off with a really good kill in the top side means that, you know, we're not talking about Mihail getting pushed in and losing lane. Like, push the lane aggressively, set up for that dive. Sylvie cuts across. Permafrost is good. Flash for the guarantee. You know, he might not be hitting his ultimates, but as we've seen in the LCK many times, especially, you know, with good old Umpty, hitting the Sejuani ultimate's not always what, you know, the key part of the champion.
Absolutely not. And actually does have a fair bit of early power with the Frost Armor as well as Aftershock. You're extremely tanky. So it can be dented by the Vi. Of course, she is often picked into Sejuani for exactly that reason, but can be used for dives quite effectively. Saw that really come into effect. So nicely played by Sylvie. They're going to have to keep it up because as it was in the last game, T1 have a lot of late game power in this one. Good vision now available here as Colmy knows that Ona is in the vicinity. He's going to slink back into the fog of war. Sylvie is going to take his Raptors. So
Sylvie just having a great game, you know? Now Guma roaming up here. See if Miao gets baited.
Not looking for it just yet as Gumyushi will just fade away from the brush. Sylvie moving up as well. I have an idea, an inkling that this could be happening as now he comes in. Mihail trying to keep them interested, but they're going to sweep out this brush, find out that there is some vision there as Ona starts off these grubs. A lot of people in this area, but you can see Colmy a little bit later on the rotation over
with
Baker
Baker.
Gets here first.
Baker having 6. I just don't know if you really want to try to force this, Nongshim. The Emperor's Divide can be fight-changing.
Oh, Hook is going to connect, but it is onto Zeus. Colmy now waiting for his opportunity. He just dives on in. Emperor's Divide pushes him out immediately and all out. He's going to get rid of the Tristana. Gumyushi's already taken down Sylvie as well, and it's an absolute disaster here. Ona also tanking forever. Finally, he falls down, but Guga has to overextend in order to get it, and it's a double kill for the Cassante. It looked pretty good for a few moments, and then it was all over for Nongshim.
The problem is no matter what engage you end up getting in that scenario, Faker says no. And that's the problem with engaging into the Azir. One of the reasons why Azir is so meta and has been for basically forever is it's a team fight warping ultimate that he has. He has good prio, he pushes well, he does a lot of damage, he scales well. But those first fights on Herald, in this case Grubs, he is going to be so incredibly strong there, and you have to follow up on a hook, and that puts you in harm's way.
Well, speaking of harm's way, Colmy gonna have to get out of here, and does so. That explosive charge ignorable here by Faker, and he does so, as he does get another shove out on this wave.
And I can respect the concept of this, obviously considering that it is that early Aatrox power. He doesn't have a ton of items just yet, so he's not that strong, but he is going to be good in those types of skirmishes. I think if Faker wasn't able to rotate over or had to rotate over late, you definitely look for that hook, you definitely look for that fight, but Nongshim, they made it look close, and the engage was good. But ultimately, they do end up coming up short here.
Yeah. And
2 kills for the Cassante is a big problem.
No, it certainly is. He's well and truly back into this one. Bramble Vest as well as the Steel Caps. And it means that Mihail is going to have a much harder time. Probably going to be more of a bruiser build, I would imagine, for the Aatrox. Of course, you have a fair bit of flexibility. But that's likely what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, Mihail's searching Gore Drinker in the shop.
Where's my Divine Sunderer?
He's not too happy about the changes to the itemization.
Yeah. Nah, there's a few of them. There's that cool one that's kind of like that item that used to be in the game a million years ago. And like the Atma's Impaler guy does a bit of damage based on your health. I don't know whether that one's any good, but
now,
it might work.
He hooks Zeus as well, who's one of the tankiest members here, right? And if he hooks Faker, they might be able to burst him down despite the Emperor's Divide, but he's unable to get Faker. Faker doesn't get caught by that. He hits Zeus instead, and then Faker just warps his fight. Now, this is still, I think, as well played by Nongshim as it could have been with the Emperor's Divide coming through, and it's not a nothing they end up picking up here, but ultimately it's giving T1 a huge leash here in this game.
Well, Guga going to taxi through via a minion. I'd like to say that that is intentional, but he may have just missed. As, all right, Gumyushi not going to get pulled back. How did he break those chains? Mihail kind of robbed on that one. Nicely played. Watching that back and actually during the fight itself, I was focused on Colmy, and I actually think that him rocket jumping right into the middle of people, probably not the way to start that fight. That's the thing that I was a little bit worried about, is he's going to jump in yet again on top of Faker, but not going to quite find the angle, just shift some sands, and the GOAT's going to get out just fine.
It's so big if Calmy can get that pick. If he's able to get that kill and get that reset early on in the fight, I mean, you have the Tristana, you have Aatrox, you just steamroll the fight.
And what happened was like a ruler situation, right? Like he flashes, still gets caught by the ult.
Yep.
And it's kind of all over there. Zeus even using him to taxi where he wants to go. Even after the flash, caught by the Glacial Prison here is Gumayusi. So he's gonna have to burn his flash. And also still gets caught. So nicely done by Sylvie. Still not able to get the kill, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I'm just proud of Sylvie. He landed it.
Now, this time Jiwoo is playing into a Cassante and an Horn, so the burst build can still be viable, but it's going to be a little bit tougher to pull off here as the front line is much more robust this time around for T1, not going to be a Kennen. So we'll see how well this goes. It's going to have to be good target selection as Mihail's in trouble.
Yeah, Worldender is going to go down first up here as they do get the teleport in as well. It's a really nice Infernal Chains, but unfortunately it's Cassante, so he just dashes one of 700 ways out of there. And he is going to be absolutely fine.
Would you say he's unstoppable?
I would say that he is difficult to stop, Wolf. Almost impossible.
Unchained.
Indeed.
Well,
Calmy just back to laning. Faker with a decent CS advantage at the moment. And I think that, you know, T1, they've just kind of caught this 1.3k gold lead. They're probably looking to hold that for quite a while. And then just use it to very slowly get Gumayusi online, get Keria to masterwork some of these items.
I saw a comment after the first game about how T1's playstyle is so boring these days. Like, they keep drafting the Senna drafts, and it's always Faker's this year, even though he's, like, super famous on it, and that's very boring to me. But, look, T1 want to win, and they get early leads, and then they can just kind of chill. And that's, I mean, ultimately what these drafts are looking to do. They play aggressively early, they get some advantages, and then they're scaling with an Ornn composition. That's what this comp's designed to do. You don't have to just run around the map looking for picks non-stop. That's kind of Nongshim's job in this game, especially at this current game state. Speaking of...
All right, Jiwoo just throws some water bombs around. Not too much else is going to occur.
But you know, it does remind me of like 2021, early 2022 Gen G, where they play the standard comp every time. It's very slow, and they always win, but it's not that exciting. It does feel reminiscent of that in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I also think that that's entirely irrelevant and a dumb take. Because if you want to win, do it in the way that is the best,
yes.
Right? And this is what they've discovered is the best for them. And I think you have to applaud it. And while I understand, you know, it might be... not necessarily your favorite thing to see it over and over again, but if you're a fan, you probably want to see him win.
Yeah. As they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. But
yeah.
Actually, the game's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Freak's doing all right.
And I'm neither here nor there when it comes to the Fearless draft. You know, I kind of wanted to have that conversation. Maybe we'll save it for the POG stage. Maybe we'll have a big discussion on it.
You know how I feel.
I know, change, Wolf. I imagine you love Fearless draft and just want it in the LCK tomorrow, right?
The way I feel about Fearless Draft, the TLDR, is we already played it in the LPL, so like Fearless rules, you can't play it in the other regions now. It's done. You put Fearless in LPL, and now you can't play Fearless in LCK. That's the Fearless rules.
Is that why everyone has different takes on how Fearless works? Because you have to have different rules in every region? Oh, God, I didn't know that was the way. Oh, man, I hope we get some cool rules.
Yeah, in the LCK, you only do it for CL.
Yeah. Wow, it really goes deeper than I thought. I didn't even know.
Owner is over here. I don't think they could dive a Nautilus Aatrox, but they're putting that pressure on the plates. And meanwhile, Jiwoo, out of mana, isn't going to be able to get the same pressure done here. So clock ticking against Nongshim here a little bit. Is Calmy maybe dead?
Yeah, Owner actually not pulling the trigger.
The spacing on this, man, that was actually clean because both ultimates for Owner and Faker there would have linked together to actually get his demise if he was like 1 centimeter closer in that instance, but he handles it well. He's also got flash.
Faker just walking towards Calmy. Nice flash. He's able to get out of it this time. Sylvie doing one of his patented ultimates here underneath the turret. And they are going to be able to make their way out as Hook just narrowly avoided by Faker with the blast cone. Can't avoid that one though, as he does flash to get himself to relative safety. Mihail with a nice flash Q, but that's about all he really got out of it. Dawning Shadow comes in, decent little hook. Mihail stays alive for quite a while, and Sylvie gets over the wall. Owner will go down, but it's another double for the Cassante, and they just took too long. And Zeus is going to be able to cut them down. Keria finds the knock up onto Sylvie as well, who's on the wrong side of the rift here, and he just gets searingly charged by the Ornn.
Zeus did so much in that fight to keep everybody alive. Faker narrowly escaping the initial parts, and then Zeus just comes in. If someone ever wondered if you're like new to MOBAs, if you're new to like game terms, if you're like, oh, somebody said that he peeled for him, what does that mean? What Zeus just show them that clip of what Zeus did in that fight. That was insanity. 4 kills now on the Cassante. It was accelerated a little bit earlier on in this one. He is sitting on a bunch of components, but he's got big money and he's going back to the shop right now. We're going to go all the way back to this moment here where Call Me does have the flash perfectly used against the Emperor's Divide, but Sylvie, you said his ult was patented. It feels like it in this series so far. If that is connecting, maybe they end up getting something back, and then they overforce and overchase. Yes, Faker gets caught here, but look at Zeus blocking all of Nongshim, and then Call Me just goes in. He's like, no, there is no way we retreat. I'm actually going to hard force this, and then just gets absolutely bopped by Zeus again. Yeah. Baker doing damage over the wall the entire time, and then Keria with the TP flank here on this Ornn is going to secure the kill on the Sylvie. Nongshim, they saw blood in the water, and look, last time they got the punish in game 1, but this time it backfires in a big way.
It did not quite work out, and I'm thinking about your Aslan reference again. I mean, someone should check on him. He's just covered in prisons now. There's so many of them. Unfortunately for Sylvie, not able to find that one. Hook is going to connect here from Guga, though, as Keria in position. And Guga immediately feels a little bit uncomfortable about the decision he just made. Punished immediately, Faker able to grab that kill. And Nongshim now find themselves without a support, and it's kind of crumbling, it's kind of falling apart, and it's feeling like T1 just has Nongshim exactly where they want them.
It really does. And it's a comp that scales incredibly well, but the Cassante is just so large already. Like, he went from components to a big fist and some really spiky armor very quickly.
Yeah.
He's so incredibly tanky now and so sticky as well that you just can't break through him. I mean, a Kraken Slayer only Tristana is going to take a long time to actually get through that, and the Profane Hydra Aatrox, he's going to hurt himself more than he's going to hurt the Cassante trying to swing that thing around. So
it feels real bad, doesn't it? You see 2 full armor items, and then you're like, I just finished my first lethality item.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh god.
It's just, it's not a good situation. And I mean, again, in this fight, it's optimistic to think that you could actually end up forcing this Herald fight, even if you have the numbers advantage. Ziggs isn't here. Doesn't have the ability to teleport into the fight. Like, it's very disjointed. I think Nongshim really just falling apart at the seams here after a series of really close to greatness plays, but
yeah,
you know, T1 were just the stronger team on the day. It's not over till it's over, but it's feeling pretty close.
Feeling like it's getting there. I also think that T1 upgraded their draft as well with this one as Cease and Desist comes in. Mihail is going to get all-outed and destroyed. The Mega Inferno Bomb just not as mega as it has been in other games in the past. And T1 looking for an inner turret here as well. They've got a cannon minion. They will be able to cut this one down. Oh dear. This is getting into shellacking territory as we crest the 18-minute mark. Baron not even on the map yet, and it's a 6,000 gold lead for T1. Yeah, we're going to have a look at this gold gap. And it's only, the damage cap is only 1,000. So there's that. It's 3,000 on the gold though.
So Zeus is like, all right, after game 1, where I had my jungler just completely camp and get a huge lead, I'm going to show you I could do it on my own in game 2. Baker, whoa, going to be all right.
That water balloon did some crazy stuff, man. That was like the wanted water balloon.
Yeah, that's like the moment where, you know... Okay, hold up.
All right, Sylvie, he's looking to try and get out of here. Might be able to do so as Bellows Breath is going to absorb the Glacial Prison. Pulled back by Zeus as well, and he is just being thrown around like a ragdoll, or a rag 4. And Ono was fighting Mihail and realized that he is not Zeus, and that's not a blast cone, and he's able to get out.
Well, you know, I feel like Poolbay would be proud of what Sylvie attempted there.
Bit of flanking?
Yeah, a bit of flanking. A very deep one is...
Oh, max range hook from Guga, and he is going to be placed underneath the turret. Mega Inferno Bomb does go down. The Ignite absorbed by the Zhonya's and Faker. He does have to flash, but he does make it out as well.
Baker's got perfect KDA despite a series of shenanigans, let's say. It's like Nongshim are just trying to annoy him, and he's
also absorbing all of that pressure. Yeah. All Nongshim want is to kill Faker. As Jiwoo once again going to take down this turret, and once again going to get punished. No, never mind. Oh, there's the season assist. 1v3. Owner says, all right, he'll trade his life for it. As Faker, he was rotating over, but he is now, he was sort of 1v3, but he's actually just fine. As he is going to survive once again, walks away with 300. Zeus goes all out underneath the turret. The double knockup is just gorgeous from Carrier, who's able to tank for about 16 years. I think I was rounding down on that one as well. As Sylvie, he's able to Arctic Assault his way out, but the rest of his teammates are lying in the sand, and that is going to be the outer turret falling. T1 making short work of this one.
I mean, it just cut the tape. I mean, Faker's got plot armor like I've never seen in this game.
Yeah.
The satchel helping to save him in that last exchange.
After game one was a little bit close, everyone went to the Faker temple that was set up. As, oh, okay, maybe this is the caster curse. As Jiwoo looking for that flank angle. Gumayushi gonna flash another one to Aslan. As now Guga, he will find Faker. How does he get out of this one? He's got, no, never mind, he just doesn't. And Zeus, he's found Mihail, does push the Aatrox into the wall, but maybe that's exactly where Mihail wanted him. Finds the third Q, and that is gonna be the kill going over to Call Me. Where have I seen this before?
Okay, so this
the
is
eulogy was read way too early, I think.
This is when Nongshim hold up the game one playbook and they're like, all right, Baron, go to Baron now. As Cougar's gonna buy time.
He is definitely doing that. The Ram comes out, nice buffer on the dredge line. As we can see, he is buying time because the Baron currently going down right now. T1 taking their frustrations out on the Nautilus. Final punch does come on through. Looking forward to Arcane as well as the Rift Herald is going to do some scouting, and he gets the information that the Baron does go down.
Wait, how many laps?
And Guma's like, well, now it's time to take the inner turret, and he's not going to be able to get there. Runs out of time on that one.
I wanted to see a second lap.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool.
Could have made a Mario Kart circuit. Well, they do end up getting the Baron ultimately here after a series of very strange events. This is how it all starts off as Faker is able to Emperor's Divide, dash, satchel bounce, and then go Zonia's and then escape despite being ignited there with the flash ultimate. He did all of that to try to save his flash, and he said, okay, fine. Decides to flash in the end. And then we'll see, I guess after this, the second exchange where he comes over here, and then the satchel actually ends up kind of ultimately saving him here as they try to collapse onto him. Watch this.
Yeah. Decent buffer from Colney as well to avoid the Ram, but in the end, Zeus is really large.
Yeah, and Carrier
very good.
He's very large as well. He's very in charge. Now, this is where things get a little bit too greedy for T1. We've seen this before.
Huh.
He just wanted to,
I missed the Mega Inferno bubble.
Yeah,
that
he wanted to see if blue buff was up. Didn't want to check the minimap, but look, T1 could have all been in there backing, wants to get some information there. He misses, so does the Sylvie ult, but T1 are too low on health and too far up. I mean, there's not much to explain here. There's not a sync play. It's just T1 once again stepping a few too steps far past the line. Nongshim take them out, take Baron. And hey, it's only a 5,000 gold lead. Last time we were like, oh, it's only a 4,000 gold lead. Then they were able to even that up.
I mean, it's basically the same. It's the same situation all over again.
Yeah, and it's still Ziggs Tristana, and it's still turret bursting.
Yeah.
There is a Cassante this time, though. The Cassante has Jack shows.
And there is also an Ornn, and I feel like Carrier on Ornn has a lot more agency, not to mention the fact that he's level 14 now, can start upgrading these items, the Master working to come through now, and so there are a few extra variables that Nongshim are going to have to take in mind, but if they don't mess up a huge team fight like they did in game number 1, this could easily be a W. That's absolutely, well, easily is a weird word to use there, Atlas, but
it could strangely enough be a W.
Yeah, it could. It could difficultly be a W. As Mihail, not going to be able to find those chains onto Owner, but they still do manage to get him out of their jungle as the Infernal Drake up and available. Last time around, Nongshim did manage to even out the Drakes, getting to 2-2, I believe, at one point. In fact, I believe they took the third dragon.
All right, Owner is, if he gets seen on this flame, and he definitely has seen, if he gets caught by Sylvie's ult, you know, it might be the first time this series, but it could be enough to stop the jungler and take this dragon. He does wrap completely around now.
Yeah, Mihail on that flank angle as well. He can get into that pit with the Umbral Dash if he would like to, as Sylvie is looking to try and make sure he's there to contest this smite. I mean, Zeus, I think they want a team fight. I don't think they want to go for, let's just take the dragon and get out. think it's just trying to find that ultimate angle.
And Pope needs to hit for Ziggs. He's got 800 damage. This fight needs more.
Oh, Sylvie with the steal, so we even out the dragons.
Okay, T1 just walk away from this one, and there's no Constellation mid turret to take. They're just going to try to push up into the mid lane, but Nongshim will be able to get these backs off. I don't think they get the inhibitor turret here. They just get a push in, so T1 really gaining nothing in relinquishing this dragon, and the game continues. T1, they have a draft that scales incredibly well, right? They have these ornaments coming through. Faker's the first recipient here, and we will see some of those come in as time goes on. Obviously, Keria has the upgraded Frozen Heart as well, so I mean, Mihao gets less relevant as the game goes on for a while. Then he gets more relevant if we get super late.
Yep.
But this isn't the way. Back away, back away. That's not the way to get more relevant.
He is, yeah, he's just looking for his opportunity. Throws down the World Ender, but that's not on exactly the hugest of cooldowns, so not exactly too worried about it.
I mean, Faker does have the shattered arm guard, and that means he's going to have a Zonias. That'll be pretty helpful defensively against this Aatrox, but on the other side of things, Guma only has the Edge of Night, so if Mihail encounters a non-Cassante, non-Ornn champion, he's going to do a lot in these fights. So a lot of this is going to be determined by how well Gugur sets up these hooks. If Sylvie can hit some ultimates, maybe lock down one of these squishies, then Mihail can do a lot of work, and in the longer fight, then be able to take out the tanks later on. So that was very satisfying CS right there. I really feel like this game is still T1's to lose, but you know, we have seen some crazy things in this best of 3 already.
We certainly have. If it's going to go the way of game number 1, then there's some funny business, and then ultimately T1 gets their act together and finds a team fight, and then wins it out. But Nongshim, let's see whether they can get their ducks in a row. Find some of these big circle ultimates to start things off, get a pick into, you know, one of these team fights where Mihail can get some of these resets as well.
And after mythic items for so long, the Ludens plus the Leandries feels like an identity crisis. I look at it, I'm like, you can't do both. You can't be like burst and sustained burn damage. But he kind of is going to be able to do a little bit of both with this build here. And I really loved the point that Ox made. It was so beautifully said on the space when he said, you know, Jiwoo often makes that weird mistake at the end of the game, even in the last T1 game when he was on the Smolder, and you're like, oh, if he had just played it better. But the only reason they were still in the game was because he had played so well the entire time.
Yeah.
Game 1 was just like that, where he was able to clear so consistently all of the waves, and that's part of why, again, in this game, Nongshim are still in it, because he's got such great wave clear, especially now with this Leandries, to where it's hard for T1 to go, okay, we gave the dragon, but we'll push an inhibitor, because he's just going to keep cleaning that up, even using his ults oftentimes to clear the waves. He's keeping them in it, and if he plays out that last team fight a little bit different than the one we saw in Game 1, maybe they do get that W.
There is certainly an opportunity.
I feel like I have to be like a mystic to discuss this series.
No, I know. I don't know. Like we need to get to that part of the newspaper. You know, like what does your horoscope say today, Wolf? I'm a Taurus. Can you read mine out for me?
Call me Drew the Hierophant card.
Oh god. I think I got the full, unfortunately. But I don't necessarily know what that means because I don't know which card I played previously.
I think we're all fools to predict this game as they're doing Baron. It's a T1 moment here. Rotation coming up.
It's going down extraordinarily quickly. The teleport in from Mihail will get him into the fight as Mega Inferno Bomb to at least lower the health bars somewhat. And Zeus maybe caught out of position. Well, he's Cassante, so never mind. And T1, they move back towards the Baron. It's secured by Ona. The double knockup comes in from the Call of the Forge God, and now they throw the kitchen sink at them. Call Me to be taken down so low as Zeus gets into the fight in the nick of time, and Keria somehow survives as well. Faker is able to take down yet another one, and he's able to kite them out as well. And Jiwoo, once again, the last man standing. Game 1, Game 2. Is there a difference, Wolf? It's another team fight for T1.
It's another one, this time on the Baron. And for Call Me, you've got to be the one who lives there. You go in to secure the kill and you die, and that's all the damage gone as T1 still have Faker, still have Guma. It should be Jiwoo who dies to go for the kill. He's the one who's got the burst. And now you have no sustained damage, no way to clean up. And Guma's going in.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh man, even the Piercing Darkness doing so much. Faker just slides on in to help him lock that one down. T1, they secure the delayed ace, and they will be able to take at least this inhibitor turret. We'll see whether they can actually do more here, as the top lane also being attacked, as Zeus pushes that minion wave in. They get the snare very nicely onto Sylvie to make sure that they can at least secure that turret. But the game will continue for now, but it is now a much larger deficit, a huge uphill battle now for Nongshim.
6,000 gold off the Baron here, and look at the damage coming out here from Jiwoo is huge. Zeus also occupying Mihail in the bottom side of this fight, but Calmy's positioning here is a little bit suspect. He wants to help Sylvie try to get the steal here, but then he is just flying through the bouncy castle in this one. Flashes over and yes, gets the kill, but dies for it. A slower, more measured approach to try to punish the Baron take rather than steal with the Tristana damage, I think might have been a better option here. Nongshim go for the 50-50, and they come up tails, and then Jiwoo here, if they can eliminate him, they feel like perhaps there's not enough wave clear to stop the end, but they still aren't able to actually push this advantage further. Only a single inhibitor going down mid off of the kill onto Jiwoo, who's now back up and spawned. Has his Crypt Bloom online, and the game continues. But I feel like this one is tough to throw, even if T1 really do wad it up and wind up their arms.
Oh, wow, okay.
Bye-bye.
Well, Calmy he had some health before. It's definitely gone now. Nice call, the Forge God comes on through. And Mihail not even going to be able to get into this fight as the Dawning Shadow comes down. Guma's like, I'm a carry now, guys. And he's going to be able to take him down yet again. Faker is there, picks up the kill. The flash forward as Guma just wants to take this game. He's done. He just wants to go home. That is going to be the bottom inhibitor going down, and Ona, he's walking straight towards these Nexus turrets. Never you mind. They're not going to waste their time with those turrets. This game is over. T1 pick up the 2-0. It wasn't necessarily clean, but in the end, I don't think there's any disputing who the better team on the day was.
No, I don't think so. And I think ultimately it doesn't matter how clean it gets. It's a Nongshim T1 series. We've seen some real messy ones over the last few seasons.
This doesn't tell us of any change between either of these teams.
It really doesn't, but it also is going to be reflected as a 2-0 in the official record. And if you're a T1 fan, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I think there were definitely some questionable moments for T1. It looked like they were happy gaming at times, though, and who can blame them? I gotta say, though, Zeus, 2 back-to-back fantastic games, crushing Dundon, and then rookie Mihail coming through. Looks very good in the team fights. Faker also with some crazy escapades this game.
That last kill onto Calmy just kind of blew my mind, because I just wasn't expecting him to be that much stronger than the Tristana in that moment.
Yeah, he was almost like full build, I feel like, at that point. Yeah. Even Zonia's gives a lot of AP now. He hurts really hard. And so did Nongshim. I feel like it's frustrating when you felt like you were so close to actually stealing a win away and it's taken from you. And then in game 2, it felt like maybe you're close enough to actually maybe slowly get your way back in, and then just some tough calls. And a great Baron call from T1 is ultimately what ends up ending the game there. It's common. It's a T1 thing.
Yeah.
And they pull it off once again.
It worked out really nicely. And I think that, like, yeah, there was those moments, you know, like the staggered backs that Nongshim punished very, very nicely. But the fact that T1 can then just sort of brush that off, find themselves that Dragon fight that, yeah, they lost to Dragon, but they ate so much Baron time from that, and then move themselves back into a more neutral position, set up for the Baron that they eventually did manage to take, took the team fight, and won the game. I think when you have a Cassante that's this fed, though, it just feels like it's so much more difficult if you are Nongshim to deal with him. As this moment, I still think that, like, there are a list of things that Calmy could have done there, and he didn't do the one that was the goodest.
Yeah, I do agree. And this is where the game really opened up for T1 early, and then this moment here for Zeus is where it felt like T1 couldn't lose the game anymore after this. And when Zeus becomes this big, we talked about it from the outset of the game. I was like, well, I mean, Ziggs is going burst again, but Cassante is going to be real tanky. He obviously didn't have that much MR, but ended up getting the Jack shows, and I feel like with how large he was, you felt priced into trying to build the Leandries as well, but it's an expensive add to a build that hurts the identity of the Ziggs, weakens its ability to burst down Faker, weakens its ability to burst down the Senna, and so it felt like there were 2 half measures taken here instead of a full measure for Nongshim in terms of what they were trying to do, but from behind and with the game state, it was really rough. And this is the moment where it felt like, okay, another bit of an overextension from T1, maybe Nongshim once again get back into the driver's seat, but it's this moment here, and great setup from Keria in this fight with the Vi ultimate. Call Me just didn't get to play the game, and unfortunately, he's half of this team's damage. He needs to play the game.
Yeah, he's the really important one, and Cougar also, like, caught outside of the play there a little bit also, not in the Baron pit with the rest of his teammates, as this was where, you know, Call Me was just wiped off the Rift before he could even really react to it, as T1 take the victory march up the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is pretty self-explanatory from here, but some of the reactions from T1, the call's a little bit, I don't want to say frantic, but definitely very serious, you know? It felt like a lot of the time when you see T1 win a game like this and Stomp, it's a lot of laughing, it's a lot of joking, but
I tell you what,
no one's smiling.
Faker looked real dialed in for that last one after picking up that solo kill to start this one off. And then all business for T1 here in game number 1. Faker also doing the most damage in the game on this Azir. Really looking like he warmed up in this series.
I think a lot of people will compare the win for Genji earlier today and T1's win and go, well, clearly Genji win the big match on Sunday. But and I think for me, like, some people's takeaway will be, did T1 almost lose to Nongshim? And I think it depends on who you ask. But for me, I don't think so. And I think that I'm not going to read into this series really at all. I'm much more looking forward to how T1 match up against Genji. That's where we'll get a little bit of a better read.
Yeah, I don't think that you can really take too much away. And after watching T1 for all these years, like this roster, it doesn't matter who they're against. It always changes, right? But it's now time for us to throw it over to the space to see what they thought of this series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of the series. Yes, T1 get the 2-0 tonight. Yes, Nongshim make it interesting once again, as they always seem to do. But as Wolf was saying, I'm not sure we can read too much into it. I think it's a little bit of T1 versus Nongshim vibes, and Genji kind of just smacking down another team. Either way, the 2-0 tonight. What do you guys think about that second game?
I think it was a lot more one-sided than game one. I felt like game one, the hope was alive for quite a while, but this one, it kind of felt like after that fight around the Herald, things got pretty rough.
I mean, it is 2-0. The reason why is like pretty satisfied. But if I know Coma, right? If I was Coma, I don't think 100% is satisfied. It's not like 100% satisfying the game.
Yeah, I think it's hard to be too satisfied with that. You know, T1 kind of one of our top 2 teams. You could say maybe top 3 if, you know, like a Hanwha Life Esports or DK goes up there. But Nongshim always seem to play it close with them. Either way, let's talk about the draft. And we did have the Ziggs coming out here once again for Jiwoo. He did build Merlinamicon second, which made Ox very unhappy. But kind of a similar feel, you know, where they go for the Tristana Ziggs again, you know, the Nautilus takeaway once again from Nongshim. What do you guys think?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily like a draft issue here. I feel like Mahal did pretty well on the Aatrox into Kasante. I feel like the lane and phase bot kind of, maybe it was a little bit rougher than last time, it felt like, but I don't think that's necessarily down to the champions. And I think this Ziggs Tristana is clearly working for Nongshim. They have the same first 3 picks as last time. I think the draft is playable.
Yeah, I mean, I think speaking of like Mihal, I think he played really like pretty chill. Like just obviously just at the end of the game, it like was really hard to play it out. And it's just like for me, it's I think features still play really well, and I think this game, especially the Call Me, shown the really weak performances with the Tristana especially, and I think it's just like as you said, the draft doesn't really actually bother me, but I think it's just more so just how the play out, like how the game actually went out. It's like it looked like the draft seems better for T1 because it's just how it is. It's just how League of Legends works.
Well, they won, so they definitely had the better draft. That's how it works, right?
It's pretty much.
I was a little bit surprised to see the Vayne ban. Giving credit to Mihaila to pick up the Vayne. I'm like, this guy doesn't play that champ. Just really wanted to make sure that Kasante was safe, I suppose, in the lane, and did saves, so I feel like that was always going to work out. But that was the draft, and we had a little bit of foreshadowing from Hootie. You know, call me maybe a little bit nervous in this game. Not 100% sure. But we do need to take a look at the first play of the game, the first big one here around the Void Grubs.
I mean, I feel like the T1 was like so not ready for these actually Tristana. Like look at where at day, like especially where Guma is, it's so exposed.
Just
like you can just E auto or you can just jump on the left side. He jumped where actually Azir Soldier and Kasante ulti range.
You know what? I actually think this would have been a good play if he was on Alistair. I think.
Or Malphite.
Malphite, yeah.
Kennen.
Right in the Kennen? That would be a great Kennen play. Maybe he thought they're both Yordles, right? He thought he was on Kennen, and then he got mixed.
I mean, it's just really sad to watch, you know, because the angle was so perfect. Like Kion was so not ready for it. Everything was there. The table was, everything was set, and he just didn't do it.
Yeah.
Or not even didn't do it, just did something wrong.
Yeah.
He actually kicked the table out.
It's like that thing, you know, where you like pull a sheet and like
Yeah.
nothing moves. He did that and it just
Just the glasses are crashing on the ground, like the chandelier falls from the sky. It was rough. I mean, that was just, maybe it was nerves. I don't know. He got a little bit overexcited, right? The team's like, we're going. He's like, okay, I'm going. He thinks he's like playing Tristana in like 2010 with Alistair in the bot lane, like jumping in. I don't know. Bit of a mistake, and T1 did capitalize on that. And then we did have a second fight down in the bottom river, which was also pretty hectic. You know, Faker going pretty deep, pretty close to the turret, and taking a bunch of damage as they were looking to dive here. But then eventually T1 still were able to turn this one around.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly the thought process here is like, okay, we've got Azir, we can focus him down. But I feel like part of the problem is he still has Flash here to get space, and like Faker's low health, he's not really a threat in the fight, but they overcommit so heavily chasing him down that the rest of T1 starts to make things happen.
And these, just eyes on K'Sante, like that play was just so fantastic. Like it was so well played by Zeus there, and this is like actually showing really well the cases, the example, like why the K'Sante is so really strong, even though he got like, I don't know, he got nerfed like more than a million times, right? And it's still really fine to use this if you're, as long as you know like when to actually use the ability and just fight when it's like actually correct time. It's just really strong, especially if the pilot is Zeus.
Turns out if the champion kit is very strong, almost broken to begin with, it is very difficult to nerf it down to a spot where we don't see it very often. I feel like the last champ that happened to was Camille, and that was a long time ago with that kit. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who to pick it up here for game number 2. As that K'Sante, nope, it's not going to be the K'Sante. It will be Faker, who had a good scoreline and did some decent damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think this shuffle was a pretty good one, but I also think that perhaps someone allowed this to be a better shuffle than it might have been otherwise.
Got 2 other people.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that was good. I'm not sure he banked on getting Tristana, but it's Faker. Maybe he saw it coming. He read the play. But yeah, just a generally solid game for Faker and his Azir.
I mean, I just like more so high rated the second highlight we saw. Like that Zeus play was like so well played. And I mean, I 100% agree. Like this game was like definitely between the Faker and Zeus, and Faker had an extreme wall without any mistake.
So Ian broadcast in total just
I think we're
dropping
just
the ball.
fanboy, honestly.
I'm not sure what happened there, guys. With Wolf and Ox and Huni all voting for Zeus.
I'm playing top lane, so
I feel like, I don't know. Also, you know, Faker had that great escape, but also he got into such a very difficult spot of his own accord to begin with. And he used a Blast Cone as well to support himself, so I wouldn't have voted for him just based off of that.
I'm just wondering, are we out of touch, or is it everyone else who's wrong? You know?
It's everyone else, I guess.
It's everyone else who's wrong.
Media included.
I mean, media has a
yeah.
triple vote on the Faker, so must be, you know. Nah, I'm not gonna say anything.
I think it's a telling sign. Anyway, guys, we're done here for now. We do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Owner and Faker on the side of T1, who just got their first win of summer. Congratulations! You have secured the first win in the opening week. How do you feel, Owner? Such as it was the opening week, we really wanted to win, and I'm so glad that we were able to get a clean 2-0 victory. Faker. Yeah, I feel great that we were able to get a clean victory today. And your opponent today was Nongshim, who has shown a promising side against stronger teams. And they've actually taken T1 to Game 3 multiple times. So what caution did you take today? last spring,
그렇게 일격을 맞으면서 그런 적이 있었기 때문에
Yeah,
이번엔 좀
we
특히
definitely,
조심해서 준비했던 것 같고 또 첫 경기다 보니까 어떤 변수가 있을지 몰라서
felt that Nongshim was fighting back very hard, so we
부분들을 많이
definitely took caution and we really
네,
wanted to
좋습니다.
prepare well
오늘도 오너 선수의
and be ready
비에고가
for today's
등장을
match.
했습니다. 사실 요즘에 비에고가 많이 등장하지는 않는
And
픽이거든요.
Viego made an
그런데 오너
appearance
선수의
today.
비에고는 정말
He's actually not a
잘하더라고요.
popular pick currently,
선택으로
but your
가져올
Viego
만큼
owner is
팀적으로
definitely
비에고에 대한
different.
판단 어떻게 하고 계신지 궁금합니다.
So what?
일단 요즘 좀
How do
AP
you
정글들이
rate
자주
Viego
나오다
in the team?
보니까 이제 AD 정글 쪽에
Yeah,
봤을
with
때
AP
비에고가 제일
junglers
괜찮은
making
픽이다라고
frequent
생각을 해서
appearances, we
이제
believe
AD
that
정글
Viego would
쪽에서
be a
좀
really appropriate pick.
좋은 걸 가져오기 위해서 비에고 선택을 했었던 것 같습니다.
네, 그래서 비에고를
And I feel like
활용해서
that's
1세트에
just
엄청난
the right
드리블
answer that
장면을
we
보여주시기도
had
했는데요.
against
잠깐 같이
AP
보면서
junglers,
이야기 나눠보도록
especially.
하겠습니다.
And we witnessed
자,
Owner's
혼자
great
남았을 때
escape in game
여기서부터
1.
이제
So let's take a
추격을
look at the
당하기
replay.
시작해서 끝까지 살아가셨거든요.
And after
이때 어떤 생각하셨는지 궁금합니다.
you were left alone here to be
여기서는
chased
이제
round and
또
round
좀
to
살고
survive in the
싶다라는
end. So
생각과
how
함께
do you
어떻게든
pull these plays off?
어떻게든
I think I
피해보자라는
just
생각이
tell myself
있었는데
I need to live. I really want to
잘
survive,
되고
and
또
I think
살아가가지고
I got pretty lucky
정말
here.
다행이었던 정면이었던 것
And
같습니다.
being able to live and survive here was pretty nice.
네, 딱히 탑을
And
보진
Baker,
않고 이미
how did you
네,
feel about this
뭐
play?
졌다고
Yeah, I wasn't really looking at
생각했는데
top.
좀 상대방
I thought he was already dead, but
스킬을 좀 잘 피하면서 잘 살았던 것 같습니다.
I think he was just able to juke the enemy's skill really well.
그리고 요즘에 니달리가 많이 등장하는
And
메타가
Owner,
왔습니다. 오너 선수
with
굉장히
Nidalee
반가워하실
being
메타가
a
아닐까
viable
싶은데요.
pick
어떠세요?
in the
행복하신가요?
current jungle meta,
뭐
are you happy? How do you feel about that?
니달리를 플레이하지 못했기 때문에 아직까지 기쁘진 않고요.
Yeah, since I haven't been able to play Nidalee yet
기쁘지
on
않을까라는
stage,
네, 좋습니다.
I'm sure
오너
that
선수가 니달리
when the day
플레이하는 것
comes,
저희가
I will have a lot of fun and I'll be very happy.
그리고 2세트의 페이커 선수 상대가
And in game
미드탑을
2,
교체하고
Faker,
이번 서머에서 4대 리그
after Nongshim swapped their mid and top,
예상하셨는지 그리고 어떻게
they
대처하고자
took Summer's
하셨는지
very
들어보고
first
싶습니다.
Aatrox.
네, 아트록스는 아무래도 스프링 때도
What was the plan to deal with him?
만큼 뭐 우재 선수가
Aatrox was a pretty
잘
common
할
pick in
거라고 생각했고요.
spring.
뭐
And I believe that
이번 썸머에서는 아직
Zeus
등장하진
is pretty
않았지만
experienced and that he
그래도
would
우재
be able to
선수가
deal
잘
with it
대처했던 것
very
같습니다.
well.
네, 그리고 요즘에
And I think he
코르키가
did
굉장히
actually
많이 나오고
execute it
있습니다,
pretty
미드에서요.
well the way he
오늘
played
그런데
against
2세트
Aatrox.
내내 코르키를 배나고
And with the
아지르
frequent
피타도를 선택하셨습니다.
Tristana and Corki
코르키로 두번
matchup,
모두 아지르를
there was a
선택하셨는데요.
Corki
피타
bans
상대로
in
아지르
both
좋다고
games,
평가하시는
and you guys, you played the Azir
아지르 같은
Tristana
경우에도
matchup.
아지르
So
피타
what
같은
makes you
경우에도
prioritize
많이 좀
Azir against
참았던
Tristana?
그런
I think I
구도기도
just
하고
have
이번
a lot of
경기에서
experience with Azir,
조금 그런
especially
쪽으로 많이
against
준비를
Tristana.
했던 것
Just
같고요.
that
아지르
matchup I'm
같은
just very
경우에는
used to, and I think that's just
충분히
how
쓸수
I
있을
prepared
거라고
for
생각했던 것 같습니다.
this kind of
좋습니다.
matchup.
자, 이렇게 첫
And I
승을
believe
챙긴
that Azir is
T1의
always
다음
a
상대
viable pick for
젠지입니다.
Tristana.
오너 선수 일요일 경기 어떻게 준비하실
And your
예정이신가요?
next opponent will be Genji. So how will you prepare for Sunday's match?
나름대로 또 재밌고 좋게 잘 준비해서
I think we'll just try to make sure that we have an enjoyable match. Just remembering all the times that we weren't able to win against them, I want to make sure that we are able to display a really good performance and have a good game.
받으셨다고. 네, 이런 취업표를 또 써주시기도
So it
했는데요.
looks
이렇게 많은
like
팬분들이
a
있습니다.
fan
좀 각오 한 말씀
just got
부탁드리겠습니다.
hired and they said
이분은 퇴사하셨어요.
that they're able
어떻게
to
한 분은 취직하시고 한 분은
watch
퇴사하셨습니다.
네, 정말
T1's match as a present, and another fan seems to
어쨌든
have
또
just
이렇게
gotten
지켜봐
laid
주신 분들 너무
off.
감사드리고 또 이제 저희가
I'm just really grateful that you guys are here to watch us play.
있는데 또 이번에 또 이겨서
And yeah, we're
기분
actually
좋게끔
quite. We
할수
have our
있도록
weak
노력
side
많이
against Genji,
하겠습니다.
but I want to make sure that we're
그리고
able to
페이커
pull off
선수도
a better
이번에
game in the
경선의 전당에
future.
활약되시면서 정말
So
많은 축하를
we'll make sure that we are
받으셨을
ready.
텐데요. T1의 여름을
And
다시 한번
Faker, I'm
뜨겁게
sure many
달궈주신
have
팬분들께 마지막으로
celebrated your
한 말씀
achievement as the
부탁드리겠습니다.
first player to be a
네,
part of the Hall of
스프링
Legends.
시즌과 MSI 좀
So any shout out for
기대에
the
맞는
T1
성적은
fans?
내지 못했는데 이번 서머 때는 그래도
Yeah, I
팬분들이 좀
believe that our
즐거워하실
results
만한
didn't really
경기들
pay,
많이 보여드리고 싶고 지난 스프링 때
really
젠지한테
show how
처음에
much we have prepared.
지고 시작해가지고 조금 아쉬웠는데 이번에는
And in last spring, we started off by losing to Genji, but I want to make sure that we start off strong by winning against Genji this time around. And that's the end of the interview from owner and Faker of T1, and now passing it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now after T1 did get that victory over Nongshim. So T1 and Genji up at the top alongside of the Kwangdong Freaks, who will be playing tomorrow in Saturday Showdown. down. And we'll see if their scoreline gets a little bit updated after that.
Yeah, and I think Quandra Freak's expectation is they should be winning this matchup, but, you know, we'll see what happens in that matchup. The KTD plus one, that one is crazy interesting because you know, I feel like current form D+ is looking better, but you never really know because I feel like people are pretty down on KT after the loss earlier this week, which powers them up, right?
Yeah. I mean, at least I'm like more so believer for DK. That's why I predicted DK as well. But I should have been the anti-KT believer. The Guangdong Freaks definitely had edge on it. I think the tomorrow match will be really important for both teams or the whole teams.
I think tomorrow's a six gamer. I think we're gonna have it go 3-3, 2 best-of-3s going all the way. I think both of those are going to be very close, but I think it might come down to if Bro can actually challenge up against Guangdong, who are looking strong. But either way, it is going to be a great day tomorrow. Make sure you guys do not miss it. But for now, we are done here. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
진격의 오케이 전투군의 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 2번에 잡아요.
최근에 오케이 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.